Stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed, and they're the stuff inside your stuff. Even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs, and it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but you've left me no choice. I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is really serious, and lately you seem to really not care. I've been there for you since day one, and I know you think I'm going to keep ticking. But no, my friend, I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to the good times, when we were more active and ate more healthy foods, and you checked on me every once in a while? Is that too much to ask? I don't want to leave, but unless you stop ignoring me, what else am I supposed to do? Remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. Doing the minimum to control your high blood pressure isn't doing enough. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get your blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. Check, change, control. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Jason Derulo. I love that music connects to people all over the country. But unfortunately, so does something else. Childhood hunger. 15 million kids struggle with hunger right here in America. And yet, every year, billions of pounds of surplus food in the U.S. go to waste instead of going to the children in need. Feeding America is working to change this. The Feeding America nationwide network of food banks rescues this surplus of food to help provide meals to families in virtually every community in the United States, including yours. But they just can't do this alone. Join me in the fight against hunger in America. For more information on what you can do to get involved, visit feedingamerica.org. That's feedingamerica.org. Together we can solve hunger. Together, we're feeding America. A message from Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey everyone. Let's all stop what we're doing right now and take a moment. That felt good, huh? Just like that, we had a nice special sort of moment together. Of course, they don't all need to be quiet moments to be special. They could be loud moments, goofy moments, sporty moments, dorky moments. Moments where we talk or walk or just hang out. It doesn't really matter. They all count. Because every time dads like us take a moment like that to spend with our kids, well, it's pretty momentous. Sounds like somebody agrees. So let's take a moment to make a moment. Today, call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Music is a bridge between the material and the spiritual. My name is Harvey Lauer, and I'm 82. As a blind person, you have to be aware that nobody can tell you what you can or can't do. You really have to try things. My folks got me a little radio in 1940, and that was the best Christmas present I ever got. When I was 11 years old is when I started to play music, play the piano, and then the accordion, and then the cello. My wife, who was also blind, was a good cook. When she died, that's when I started Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
It's Meals on Wheels. 1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Do current market conditions have you nervous? Our experienced team of financial professionals at Heritage Harbor Financial Associates understands that no two investors are alike. We all have different goals, needs, and appetites for risk. That's why the one-size-fits-all approach does not work. especially when planning for retirement. At Heritage Harbor Financial Associates, we analyze your unique investment style so that you can work toward your individual retirement goals on your terms. Heritage Harbor Financial Associates can help you take steps to reach your retirement goals by providing a wide array of financial products to fit your needs, even for the risk adverse. Give us a call at 631-331-6599 to learn more or to set up an appointment with one of our financial professionals. You can also find us on the web at hhfa.org or on Facebook at facebook.com/hhfa.org. Our number again is 631-331-6599. That's 631-331-6599. Investments in stock, bonds, and mutual funds and variable annuities are not FDIC insured and are subject to fluctuation in value and market risk, including loss of principal. Heritage Harbor Financial Associates offers securities through AXA Advisors LLC, New York, New York. Member FINRA, SIPC. Annuity and insurance products offered through AXA Network LLC.
Be fearless at MMA Long Island and Seituha Karate. Located at 28 Colt Court in Ronkonkoma, MMA Long Island is the martial arts school for you if you want to learn combat-proven techniques, build confidence, discipline, and self-esteem while learning real martial arts to fight back against bullies, predators, and peer pressure. MMA Long Island offers group and private lessons for all ages and levels in traditional Goju-Ryu Karate, MMA, and self-defense. MMA Long Island is one of Long Island's most affordable martial arts schools. There are no promotion, belt, or membership fees, and family discounts are available. All classes are taught by 7th degree black belt Sensei John Benedict with over 30 years teaching experience. So whether you want to get in the ring or protect yourself and your family, MMA Long Island can help you reach your goals. Visit MMALongIsland.com. That's MMALongIsland.com or call or text 516-381-9660. That's 516-381-9660.
Edward Lehman has been a trusted insurance advisor for over 16 years with insurance solutions for auto, home, commercial, life, and retirement. He's located at 54 Sunnyside Boulevard, Suite H in Plainview. That's just 1,000 feet south of 495. Local agent, local advice. The time to think about insurance is before you need it. So do yourself a favor and before you pay your next insurance bill, give Ed and his team a call, 516-935-3900, or visit them online at www.allstate.com/EL. Edward H. Lehman Insurance is your trusted insurance advisor.
Ranger Station, Ranger speaking.
Hi, I'd like to report a bear hug.
Uh-huh, okay.
Well, we were building a bonfire, and I saw some, dry brush and leaves around, so, I said to move the bonfire somewhere else, and out of nowhere, Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Hey, guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. Waking up every day, lifting him from the bed to the wheelchair to the car to get him to therapy on time, it's no small task between the doctors and the diagnosis, but nothing can disable this love. This is my big brother, my hero. He's part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. See, there's no time for tired. This starts again tomorrow. He'll be waiting for me. I wake up for him. I know he needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community, or call 877-333-5885. Caregiving Resource Center. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face. And posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do. Tell the world I see with an emoji to stop the bullies.
Know someone who's being bullied online? Send the witness emoji. It looks like an eye in a speech bubble, and it's in the symbol section near the clocks in your phone. You'll let the world know it isn't cool, and you'll let your friend know you care. Learn more about the witness emoji at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard. So you don't need to mooch off your friends.
You gonna finish that grape?
You mean the one in my mouth?
You don't need to stop buying the necessities.
What you're smelling is a natural musk.
Ew.
You don't need to be a medical test subject.
How do you feel? Mostly okay. Sometimes, though.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
We need a new stuntman. Let's break for lunch.
You just need an internet connection. Don't get left behind. Start your personal savings plan with the tips and tools on feedthepig.org. That way, you don't need to sell your soul to the devil.
$15 is the best I can do.
All right, deal. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
What are you talking about?
No, it's not him. There's only one more. There is only one more. That's it. One more.
Get her ass!
No!
They saw your team put up zero effort.
Wake up!
Remember in the old days they used to have oxygen for them. Where's the oxygen?
Play like absolute just garbage.
This is the Sports Loudmouths.
Yay!
Man, can you keep it down? I'm trying to introduce here. With Errol Marks, Speedy Petey, and Tyler Harrison.
You're not even a has-been. You're a never was. You're a never was. You're a never was. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Sports Loudmouths. I'm your host, Errol Marks. My co-hosts, Speedy Petey and Tyler friggin' Harrison. Remember, you can call us at 631-672-3108. You can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Download our app by going to iOS, WWSRN or Android, Worldwide Sports Radio Network. How is your receding hairline, Tyler Harrison?
Receding.
It's still receding. I have to say, your haircut is very fresh. I really do like it.
Oh, thank you.
I do. I mean, you are losing some of that hair on the top of your head. I'm wondering that you will probably be bald by the age of 35. But right now, your fade is very fresh. So I like it. I do. Could you take Speedy for a haircut? He looks like a mole.
I'm going to get one before Thanksgiving.
I think. No, listen. I am
going to turkey growing out of your beard.
I am going to take you for a haircut.
Story. That's a different story.
I am going to take you for a haircut.
I told you I left my razor, the plug for my razor, at my other grandparents' house, so I have to go get it.
So wait a second. So you cut your own hair?
No.
All right. So
no, I didn't say I cut my own hair. I said I'm deliberately waiting right before Thanksgiving so I get a nice holiday cut.
No. Well, who's cutting your hair?
The barber shop.
No. I'm going to take you. I'm going to take you
Jason
to my
Kelsey.
barber.
It's Chelsea, your beard, right?
I am taking
Jason
you.
Kelsey doesn't know me.
I'm just saying, if he saw your beard, he'd be very upset.
I am going to take you to my barber shop like I did a while ago and get you a fresh haircut that makes you look like a normal person. Because right now, you look like an Ewok. Okay.
Yes, because of the beard, because I don't have my razor right now. So.
You look like an Ewok from the the Star Wars.
I know.
Yes, you do.
I know what Ewoks are.
Well, you do. You're like Gizmo, the Ewok.
That's a gremlin.
Oh, whatever.
Star Wars.
Wicked. That's his name.
You've got some of your lunch in your beard still.
It's disgusting, man. I don't want to just imagine. You're sitting right next to him. I don't have to sit next to him, but to look at his beard and look at like food and eggs and stuff like that, that's disgusting. Man.
Why, Carl? Again, it's not deliberate.
No, but what I'm saying is like, right? I want your like poof.
Your poof? What the hell's a poof?
The ball on his chin.
You want his poof? So why don't you grow your freaking hair out? You got more hair on your chinny chin chin than your head. Right? Why don't you shave the chin and put some on your head? What do you think? Is that a good idea? Or do you have more hair on your back than you do on your chin?
No, I definitely have more hair on my chin.
All right. So
no, actually, I don't know. It's close.
It's close?
Probably close.
You should have somebody cut that hair and use it for the top of your head. You paste it on it or something like that. You definitely need it on the middle of your head, man. I mean, you kind of you look like Manu Ginobili. That's where
that's a compliment. I'll take it.
Yeah, but I didn't say you look like him, but your hair, the top of your head, it looks like you have a yarmulke on the top of your head. It does. It looks like you have a yarmulke. You're starting to recede.
Did you piss him off earlier?
I am not. He's not pissing.
I haven't even spoken to him in.
This is a compliment. This is a compliment. I mean, you don't look bad. I'm giving you compliments on your hair today. You had a good haircut, and you just, to me, you are receding, man. I feel bad for you.
Carl, I surrendered that already, and the Broncos are not making it now because I didn't expect the Raiders to be as good as they are. I already told you that. I'm not confident anymore.
Well, I think I would say the Broncos are pretty much trading away pieces because they're rebuilding. And
then they're not going to pay Von Miller.
No, because he's not going back next year.
No.
And by the way, the Rams aren't going to re-sign him either.
No, I know. No. I know it's a rental deal,
Yeah,
but I'm saying I didn't think they were going to sign him anyway, so it makes sense. He got a first-round pick, a second and a third.
Don't be surprised if the Jets go after him next year. I could see the Packers.
It depends if he's healthy.
Yeah,
if he's healthy, then fine.
I could see the Packers.
Healthy, you can't do it.
I could see the Packers, even the Giants, because they need a pass rusher.
Yeah.
I could see the Giants doing that too. It's making a move
I would
Von
open the bank account to get Von Miller.
Well, he's not going to make a lot of money. No. I mean, he's what, 32, 33 years old?
He's got 3 years left.
And he's got injury issues. He'll probably get a 3-year deal worth about $10 million a year. I mean, that's what he's going to make. He's not making $80 million.
No, I know that. I'm just saying I would give him a blank playbook. I think he's not going to be greedy.
No, but
he wants to go to a winner. You know where he might go?
Where?
He might replace J.J. Watt in Arizona.
Why? Is he leaving Arizona?
No, I think Watt's going to retire.
No, J.J. Watt signed a 2-year deal.
I know, but I'm saying he might retire.
He's not going to end his career like that.
Buster Posey's retiring.
Well, Buster Posey's different. He's won 3 championships. How many did J.J. Watt win?
None, but that's
all right.
It's
that's
really hard to
It's
win
a different
Super
player.
Bowl.
It's a different team. It's a completely different organization. So
organization.
Organization.
What are you, Oscar the Grouch?
Shut up, you. Well, we got a great show lined up for you, and we're going to get into a lot of different things.
A lot of different.
What do you think, Fat Albert or something like that? What the hell is this?
Oscar the Grouch or the Cookie Monster is what I would actually think.
I would like you. Kind of look like a Cookie Monster. If you were a little blue, you'd be the Cookie Monster.
That's what she says.
Well, I don't know what she says. Probably not saying that about you. That's for sure.
By the way, can I get my beard out of your cookie now? I mean, your cookie out of my beard. Thank you.
Oh, man. That's pretty good. So we're going to get into the new world champions, the Braves, the Atlanta Braves, that won their first title since 1995. So, and they earned it. They absolutely earned it. We will get into the whole Odell Beckham saga over there in Cleveland. I think he'll be on his way out by either tomorrow, by the end of the week. He will be gone.
Tomorrow morning.
I don't know about tomorrow morning.
We'll wake up to it.
The whole Aaron Rodgers COVID situation. What is the league going to do to him? Is he going to be suspended for the story coming out that the fake vaccination card? The Henry Ruggs thing, which I really want to get into. Okay. I think it's probably one of the biggest stories right now in America that people are talking about, but not talking about it enough. He obviously murdered or not murdered, but killed a young lady.
You can say murdered.
Well, he didn't purposely murder her.
You can murder her without intent.
Whatever. We'll have a guest at 11 o'clock. We will be talking to SB Nation Nets daily writer and reporter Chris Milholen. Okay,
you got it.
Milholen. So we'll have him on, and we'll also talk about college football playoff rankings, which very interesting how Alabama is number 2 in the country. But that just shows you, how corrupt the NCAA is. But
their money,
money. What
well,
they lost the game.
Money.
It's the playoff committee. It's the playoff committee, not the NCAA.
They lost. They're not
corrupt.
defeated. It's corrupt. How are they the number 2 seed?
They're not. But I'm
they
saying
are the number 2 seed.
I know. I mean, like they shouldn't be. But Alabama is money.
And by the way, we will have Beeve in the studio next Wednesday with Tyler Harris in here. This will be very interesting. So that is must see, must listen to next Wednesday with the Beeve in the studio.
Tyler,
Is he going to say something dumb like
Tyler,
trade
you-
Panarin?
Yeah, Tyler, you have a week to get your Panarin jersey.
Well, you did say his name right.
Why?
So.
Why don't we just trade Igor Shesterkin while we're at it, or Adam Fox, or
By the way,
Zibanejad, or
that Vancouver save, that goaltender yesterday, those saves that he had were fantastic. I mean,
Markinson's good.
Unbelievable.
You know
it's
why?
not Markstrom, it's
You know
Demko.
why Ranger fans should even be more mad that they lost to a team that they shouldn't have lost to?
Who?
The Rangers. You know why they should be really mad this morning?
Why?
Because the reason they lost should still be in a freaking Rangers jersey.
Yeah,
Freaking
JT
Vigneault,
Miller.
go F yourself. Thank you. JT Miller doesn't know how to play hockey. You're a moron.
But we're not getting into hockey first. We're going to get into football
Sorry,
first.
I've been
We
holding
will
on to that
get into a little bit of hockey. Both New York teams, obviously, the Rangers have played pretty good hockey. The Islanders are starting to play pretty good hockey. So it's still very early. So there's no back and forth banter to what we see on both teams. But it's the Rangers and the Islanders will be playing at the end of this month.
And right
So
now,
it'll be fun to
technically, even the
watch.
Sabres are playing well.
Yeah, they are. But
They're not going to last, but still.
a lot of these teams aren't going to last. But
Be careful.
they're really not.
Be careful.
What do
Because
you
I
mean, be
know
careful?
where you're leading.
Buffalo has that for every
but
year.
I know that we all agree on the
Where am I
Sabres.
going? Where am I going?
I think you're going to lump the Rangers into a
Lump to the
pretend
Rangers.
right?
What? I said the Rangers are a playoff team. Do you ever listen?
No, not really.
I said the Rangers.
I think it's best for my patience if I don't listen. To
Well,
half the things
that
come
just
out of your
shows you how stupid you really are. Anyways,
Am I a moron or an imbecile?
You're both.
But
Just
no,
a little
actually,
lost
one
in
has IQ and
translation
one
type
doesn't.
of person. Do you realize that one of your ears is bigger than the other?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just
aware.
letting you know.
No, thank you.
One's curled. And did you
Yeah.
ever get hit there?
No, I think it's something about.
Did somebody beat you with a baseball bat?
No,
or
I
something?
don't even want to tell you why I think it is.
Why was it?
Because I don't want you. Because if you go too far with this, it's going to be.
I'm not going to go any far. I want to get into the show, but
I think it's actually because my head could not fit out of the uterus.
Oh, so it was your mother's fault.
Don't blame my mother for shit.
I'm just saying. You just
No. It's I do have a pretty large head.
You do have a large head. You do, and a receded hairline too. But no, I mean the beard. It definitely fits you. If you didn't have a beard, then there would be something wrong.
Yeah, no.
You would definitely look like you'd probably look like an ingrown patient male that looks like
ingrown patient male.
Ingrown, like sloth, kind of like that. That's where you would go. Okay, but anyway.
Sorry, we can't all have a round
Jump from
chin like
Ewok
you.
to Gizmo to Sloth.
Well, it's
Gizmo?
both. It's like Gizmo from
The Furby looking thing?
Yeah, the gremlin. Yeah, you look like a little gremlin. He had nice ears, Anyway, I want to get into. First of all, I want to get into the football situation because there's three really big stories, and the trade deadline was Tuesday. There was a couple of trades, and believe it or not, the Jets made more trades than a lot of different teams, which I'm very surprised that the Jets were making moves.
No, yeah, but
But-
I think the guy they got was pretty good.
Yeah, they got a good offensive lineman. They really did for nothing. Really,
That kid won't merge.
Another good move by Joe Douglas. Let's see if it works. A lot of these guys that they bring in, especially offensive linemen, are a little too old, not healthy, or just don't play well with the Jets.
So now the Jets have two guards with hyphenated names.
Yeah, well, that's a whole nother story. As long as they get, I want them to get rid of Van
They need
Roden.
a second.
They need to get rid of Van Roden. I mean,
yes.
he's terrible.
Van Roden's not a hyphenated name.
I
That's
mean,
just two words.
this guy's definitely going to earn the spot from Van Roden because Van
Oh,
Roden
yeah, earn. I think he's walking into it.
No, they said that they're not sure who's going to win. But remember, Thursday is the game, so it could, we'll see what happens. But anyways,
That's all he needs to know.
I
is
want to
when-
get into this Henry Ruggs thing because
Oh, I actually have a question for you later.
that's fine.
No, I know. Go ahead.
I want to get into this Henry Ruggs thing because this story, when this came out the other day, I thought it was just an accident. And then I found out a little bit more of the story that he was 2 times over the drinking limit when they obviously tested him for drinking and obviously liquor. And also, I found out that he was going 156 miles with his girlfriend in the passenger seat, which is absolutely dangerous, putting his girlfriend at risk too. But then I found out a day later, almost 24 hours later, that he killed somebody. And when he hit that young lady, the car went on fire and she burned to death. And when you listen to, and it's 156, not 186. It was 156. Go read the story, Carl, because I read the story the other day.
156 as
Yeah.
well, yeah.
When you read this story, And I'm going to go with the ins and the outs of what I think if I was running the Las Vegas Raiders, what I would have done with Henry Ruggs. But this story is going to grow legs because there's a lot of bit of this story that we haven't heard and hasn't really come out. And with the NFL and with these NFL players, these are multimillionaires. They're making millions and millions of dollars every single year. Why didn't Henry Ruggs, knowing that he was drunk 2 times over the speeding limit and 2 times over the drinking limit, why didn't he have a driver? Why didn't he call an Uber or a taxi driver? He was driving a Corvette. I understand he doesn't want to leave his Corvette in the vicinity that he was going to leave it, but that doesn't explain why he was driving intoxicated. And another thing that really disturbs me is that there were teammates of his with him that night.
Mm-hmm. I think one of the guys had a daughter in there too.
Yeah, they were teammates. Now, why did his teammates let him go driving knowing that he was intoxicated the way he was? That just shows you the incompetence of some of these players. Now, we all know about the Ray Lewis story and how Ray Lewis got in trouble. Should have been in trouble, should have been jailed for what happened. I mean, nobody found his suit that supposedly was full of blood. A lot of people believe he killed that young man, but there's no information, there's no proof on it, so he got away with murder. We've seen Rice, who punched out his girlfriend in an elevator, completely ruined his career, which started this whole domestic violence thing with the NFL, and it started it all over professional sports. And unfortunately, a guy like Rice, who's a very good guy, who's trying to fix up the mistake that he made with his now wife, his career was completely over because of it. Now, he wasn't the same running back. We all know he wasn't the same running back he was before that incident, but still, his career was completely over when that happened. But this story is just a disgusting story. And the fact is that I'm reading some of the story that, the write-up story that the cop was writing, that he was actually riding on this girl's coattails before he hit her. Like he was trying to get into an accident. He was trying to hit somebody. Now, if anybody knows the story about Henry Ruggs' best friend died in a car accident, which Henry Ruggs was supposed to be in that car and his friend was not supposed to be. They both played on the basketball team. And his friend decided there was one passenger seat. He decided to take the ride with the friend, and he was the one that got into the accident and died. Now, I don't know if Henry Ruggs, and if you've never seen the E60 story, go on YouTube. There's a whole E60 story on Henry Ruggs' career and his life before he went to play in Alabama. What is Jeff saying?
It's inexcusable with the CBA the way it is. It should never happen.
Absolutely. I agree with you. I agree with you, Jeff. But when you look at the NFL and you look at some of these stories, and this has been going on. Herndon was never the same player ever since he got into that car accident. He was on the old rookie team his first year with the Jets. Then he got into that drinking intoxicated in the offseason. He was never the same player.
Michael Floyd too with the Cardinals.
Michael Floyd.
First 2 years he was good, and then all of a sudden.
I mean, why haven't these NFL players figured this out? They're multi-millionaires. Why are they drinking intoxicated? Why doesn't the team send him with a limousine if they know they're going out? Why doesn't the team have bouncers or security follow these guys and make sure that these guys are getting in and out of the places that they're going where they're protected and they're not putting people in harm's way? And to me, I'm not blaming the Las Vegas Raiders. I'm not blaming the ownership or the management. I'm not blaming anything because there's a lot of stuff going on after the John Gruden thing. And the Raiders made a lot of mistakes over the last couple of years, and hopefully they're starting to move in the right direction. But this story, and I'll say this. If I was the owner, this is a 22-year-old kid, okay? He's not a man. If you want to call him a 22-year-old young man. If I was running the Raiders, I would have not dropped him the way they did because he's going through a lot. He made a mistake. People make mistakes. Henry Ruggs does not have a background in felonies, misdemeanors, or anything. He was a good Samaritan. He was a good kid. He made a mistake. Now, obviously, the Raiders are going to drop him, but if I was running the organization, I wouldn't have dropped him as fast as they did. I disagree on the way they treated and mistreated this kid. Now, they should be getting this kid help. Obviously, he could have mental illness. Maybe that whole accident with his friend is still bothering him. Maybe he tried to kill himself that night. Who knows? We don't know the story behind why this happened. Is his career over? I don't know. And now, me and Tyler were talking about it before we started the show. Tyler thinks his career is over. Now, we've seen players over the years do terrible things, and they come back and they play in the NFL. Henry Ruggs is 22 years old. Now, I don't know if he's gonna see jail time. I don't. But if he does see jail time, that doesn't mean that he can't still play in the NFL. If he sees 2 years, a year and a half, 6 to 12 months, he could still come out of this, and some team might give him another chance. He's got tremendous talent. He's very fast. He's got good hands, and he was the first wide receiver drafted 2 years ago in that draft. Now, has the Raiders misused him in their offense? Probably have. Now, it's still inexcusable what he did. Okay? He killed somebody. It's manslaughter in the way I look at it. And I don't know how they're going to work this. I don't know what they know or how they're going to, because this is going to go to trial. Obviously, it's going to go to trial. And they're going to have to make a decision on how long the jail time is going to be. Is he going to see jail time? I don't know. Now, being that he was 2 times intoxicated, I would say he will. I mean, he did kill somebody. So I could see between 12 and 18 months. I don't think he's going to see 20 years. I think he's going to pay off the family. I could see that happening because the family's going to probably sue him. Just like the whole Ray Lewis thing. And Ray Lewis paid off the family. I think Henry Ruggs will pay off the family. It's not going to bring back their daughter. It's not, or their wife or kid. Yes, he did have a loaded gun, Speedy, but we don't know if he had a license for that gun. We don't know if that loaded gun, he could prove that he had a license, or in that state, where was it? It was in New Orleans.
It was in Las Vegas.
It was in Las Vegas. I don't know what the state rules, the Las Vegas rules are. Do you need a license? Could you carry a loaded gun? I don't know what the rules are in Vegas. So that part of the story, slowly but surely, when it starts to come out, we'll figure it out and we'll find out if he wasn't licensed for that gun, and if the rules and laws are broken in Vegas. Yeah, he'll probably see even more jail time from that. That'll probably be worse than the killing of that young lady.
Ben says, #ban the beef. Jeff says, not corrupted, it'll work itself out. Ben says, Green Bay versus KC is going to be very interesting now. Carl says, who throws for more yards, Mahomes or Love? Ha. The 5-head, 186, unfortunate. And then loaded gun doesn't help. Speaking of Jeff, we have Jeff on the phone as well.
What's going on, Jeff? How are you doing?
I'm good, Errol. How are you and Speedy?
I'm good, man.
Good. Yeah, so a lot to unpack here because you're not intentionally, but you're missing so many facts to this. You're wondering if he's going to get jail time. He is going to get jail time. He was charged with DUI, death resulting. And in Nevada, that carries a minimum mandatory of 2 years. So there's going to be no probation or 6 months or a year. It's minimum 2.
Okay.
Right? So that's where it starts. And the second part about this that you're kind of glossing over is it's fully on Henry Ruggs. And it's going to make it worse for him in court because of the way the CBA is written. He can make a phone call at any time. Any NFL player can make a phone call at any time. And the team is required to provide him transportation.
Right.
Required. It's in the CBA. They have to get him a ride. So with that knowledge.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So but players don't do it because the players fear that, like, if you go out drinking twice a week or 3 times a week and you're calling to get rides, players fear that they're going to use that against you in your contract negotiations.
Right.
So that's why they don't do it. But if they were to call, the team is required to immediately get you a ride.
Wow. So yeah, that makes it even bad for the teammates too that were saying don't drive.
Right, but I'm just giving you both sides of the coin because the team is required to do it. Dude, listen, I want to go to the convenience store and get a pack of cigarettes, and I call the NFL. They got to do it. They got to do it. That's just what it is. So it's going to make it even worse for him in court with the knowledge that he was driving. Listen, you could cut his speed. It was 156 and a 40.
Right.
You could cut his speed in half, and he would still be doing double the speed limit.
Right. Which when I heard he was going 156 miles on a straightaway street and a busy street. You're trying to kill somebody. You're trying to permanently injure somebody, which to me, it's a sad story because if you know the background of Henry Ruggs, and I know you do, Jeff, you're a big college fan. You know what happened to his best friend, and how he to this day, a lot of people believe he blames himself on why he should have been the one in the car, not his friend. And he was
that's
sick.
Not going to help the family.
No, it's not. It's not. And to me, you know how it is. Even with the Ray Lewis thing, Ray Lewis paid off the family, and the family was like they went away, they disappeared. So
that's
I know it doesn't bring.
There's going to be no paying off because the cops are already involved. Like this was a felony act, right?
Well, the family's going to sue him.
Right, of course.
Yes.
But what are they going to get? That guy's not going to have any money left after he pays lawyers and whatever.
He's been in the league. He's been in the league for 2 years. He made $8 million.
Oh, okay. So let's get through that now. Okay. 8% of it goes to agent.
Agent, yeah.
Okay. Then he's going to get hit in taxes.
Right.
So So the $8 million thing. He probably hasn't even. First of all, it's a 4-year contract with a 5th-year option. He probably hasn't received all $8 million. That's number one. And what's he actually received after paying his agent in taxes?
Right. Oh well, whatever.
And so now he's going to have to pay his lawyers, and that money is going to come out. What are they going to get from him?
I guess you could be right, but I don't know how much money he has, and I don't know how much money he received over in any endorsements or whatever he's gotten. Now he's been in commercials. We've seen him in a bunch of commercials. I don't know what a family, but they're going to sue him. And what I want to know, and they know, obviously the cops and they know more about this, and I'm sure the story is going to come out even more. And they said it's a lot worse than people even think. Did
you see the arraignment today?
No, I didn't. I didn't have a chance to.
The prosecutor said that the police told them, and I don't know how quickly they determine this. So I'm going off of the news conference. Don't blame me if it's bad information. They just said that the accident isn't what killed her, that she could have survived her injuries from the accident, but it was the explosion from the car. She burned to death.
That's what I heard that too, that she burned to death in there. She was trying to get out of the car and she burned to death. And the gas in the back of where he hit her, it exploded with the gas tank, which is under the trunk. It exploded. And
did you see the car? It was just a burnt out frame that was left.
It's terrible what happened to her. It really is. But again, I don't think he intentionally tried to kill the woman. So I think that he was trying to kill himself. And it just so happens his girlfriend was in the car. Surprisingly, they only had a minimum injuries. The way they hit her with a Corvette, and a Corvette is made completely terribly. I mean,
it's all fiberglass.
Yeah, it's all fiberglass. Even the frame, it bends right in once you hit something. So the fact that he survived that is pretty amazing, going 156 miles per hour with very small injuries.
But this isn't, there's another comparable incident with an NFL player to compare this to, and that would be Dante Stallworth.
Oh yeah,
right.
And
the difference,
he hit that man,
right? He hit the guy, but the thing with the guy is the guy was drunk and he stepped into traffic, and that's how Stallworth hit him. So while Stallworth had also been drinking, and there's no excuse for that, half of that blame you could make an argument lies with a drunk guy stumbling off a curb.
Right.
This girl was just an innocent victim, and this dude. First of all, there's a whole nother thing to this. First of all, it's also a charge in Nevada where if you're doing double the speed limit, that's reckless endangerment. Not only was he doing double the speed limit, he was doing double that.
Yeah, I was gonna say quadruple, pretty much multiplied by 4.
It's terrible. This story, it's just terrible. I feel bad for the family. I also feel bad for the Rugg family because their son is going to see jail time. His career is it could be over. I don't think it is, because if he sees 2 years,
it's over.
You think so?
Dude. First of all, you gotta. Here's the thing. Be honest with yourself when you're answering this question, right? 2 years. I just told you 2 years that's the minimum.
Right.
That's the mandatory minimum. Do you think this is a minimum crime, considering he was doing 4 times the speed limit, twice the limit of intoxication, and a handgun in the car?
Yeah.
And by the way, when they pan that out, right, you're going to find him getting a gun charge too.
Oh, it probably if we don't know if he has a license. Now, he could have a license. And I don't know what the laws over there in Vegas are that you could actually I don't know if you could actually carry around a loaded gun if it's contained somewhere. So we don't know I don't know. Do you know the laws over there in Vegas?
I mean, it depends on if he had a license. That's going to be the big thing, because if he doesn't have a license, regardless, it's going to be an illegal firearm that he's carrying.
Speedy,
around.
Do me a favor. I want you to look
Nevada
at the laws.
gun laws permit residents to own guns, and there is no firearm registration requirement under state law. In addition, no permit is required in the state to order to openly carry a firearm. However, there are age restrictions to gun ownership.
He'll be fine. That will be thrown out in court.
There's always something that
I know,
listen,
but
this is
that'll
such
be
a
thrown
terrible
out.
crime. There's always something they can pile on.
That's fine, but he has
God forbid they find out that gun was involved in another crime somehow.
That's fine. You're absolutely right. But they, I know you want to say something, Tyler. So
Well,
I know you want.
You're good. I have nothing.
You don't have nothing to say on this.
I mean, you can.
I mean, but if you're being honest, do you think this is a minimum crime?
No, I don't think it's. But again, the gun. If he has a good lawyer, they'll throw that out in court. As long as they don't find anything to that gun that's connected.
Forget the gun charge. Forget it. Forget anything to do with the gun. Forget it even happened. Do you think this is like Dante Stallworth, where a guy stepped into traffic and this would be a minimum crime, DUI death resulting and he only gets 2 years? Or do you think twice the limit of impairment and doing 4 times the speed limit deserves more than 2 years?
Well, there's a lot of people.
Died.
I agree with you, Jeff, but we've seen lawyers get a lot of people out of crazy things. So to see, he hired one of the best lawyers over there in Vegas. He's gone through, I think they said 150 different cases like this, and he's gotten people out. So I don't know how. Obviously, I think Ruggs is going to see jail time. I don't think he's going to see like 5, 6, 7, 8 years of jail time.
There's also another thing to consider here, and I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. I'm just going to throw it out there. Vegas is a town that nobody lives in. Everyone goes there to party. What a perfect example to show the world. Don't come to Vegas and fuck around. You'll go to jail.
That could be true. And we'll see what happens with this, because it's a crazy story, and I'm telling you, this story will grow legs. It will grow legs. I'm sure there's a lot more things that we don't know that the cops are holding back. That
I'm guessing the minimum he's gonna get is 15 years.
You think he's gonna get 15 years?
It's 2 to 20. The sentence is 2 to 20, and I'm guessing he gets 15.
Really? I don't think he sees more than 2. I don't.
Oh, I think that's craziness.
Well, I've seen some crazy things. Tyler, I want to know your opinion towards this. I know you wanted to say a couple of things, but I kind of, babbled on this.
No, it's fine. I hate when this stuff happens, because this isn't a sports story. This has nothing to do with football. This has nothing to do with sports at all. Henry Ruggs should go to jail, which is a shame because he's so young. But unfortunately, kid, you made a grave mistake. And sometimes, you could be a great citizen, but if you make a felony as your first time to make a criminal case, then guess what? You still committed a felony. So that's that side of it. Does Henry Ruggs have a few people to look over his shoulder and be like, yo, you really let me do this? Yeah. His circle clearly failed him that night. His girlfriend, I got to question you two. How do you let your man drive? First of all, how do you get in a car with some, full disclosure, I do it, right? It's terrible, right? And I'm putting myself out there, but it's terrible, right? I would never have put my ex-girlfriend in the car with me knowing that I was drunk. Never. You couldn't pay me to do it. Like there's just certain ramifications. So let's just say he was drunk before this even happened and she came later. She has to be like, let me drive. That's the first.
She was drunk too.
I think she was more drunk.
Well,
that's
then guess
what? I was
what?
gonna say, in fairness to that whole thing, how can she make good decisions? If she was drunk too, she's just going to go along with it. So blaming her isn't exactly the best look on it.
No, it's his fault.
It's 100% his fault. I'm just saying when you sober up in the morning, you got to be like, and you said there were players with him?
There were players with him.
Yeah, there were three other players.
There was also one of the players had a daughter too.
All right. Well, then whoever that player is, should be like, nah, I probably should have did more to stop him, right? So at the end of the day, right, 100% of this is on Henry Ruggs. No one made him get in the car. No one made him drive 156 miles an hour. No one made him drink twice the legal limit. No one made him follow that girl up her ass. He probably, and let's just be honest, you get a Corvette, you're not driving that thing the speed limit sober. So he knew when he got in that car drunk that he was going to do some stupid shit with that car. Now, regardless, right, that's just, his NFL career is over. It's done. Do you understand? Do you remember the flack the Eagles had when they brought Michael Vick in? My God, they had people petitioning outside the state. How can you bring a pit bull criminal here? Blah, blah, blah. They had all types of headlines about Michael Vick, and that was a dogfighting scandal. Now, that's terrible. Dogs should not be made to fight dogs. It was awful what Michael Vick did, right? It was awful what Ray Rice did. But those are
different.
Comparing the two situations, those are the lighter of the situations. Henry Ruggs' career is over, and the Raiders had to cut him. I don't know what else you wanted them to do.
I think they should have waited. I think. Listen,
after the John Gruden thing, they had to act fast. They were already kind of stained from that. There's a black guy there.
So they did it in the middle of the night like cowards. They waited until the third out of the World Series.
Right. I agree with Jeff. I think they waited too long, personally. I mean, they should have did it. I mean, everyone in a brain knew it was coming, but still, I think they should have did it. No, there's a report out. Oh, well, he's not here anymore.
The only thing that I would give the Raiders credit for, right, because I think they did it in a cowardly way. The only thing I will give them credit for is they didn't at least go full coward like other teams would have done and been like, well, we got to hear all the fight. No, dude, we already know. You drove drunk and you killed somebody. You're gone, dude.
Right.
You're gone.
Right.
Ben says 10 to 15 years is his prediction. Carl says 10 years and out in 5.
It doesn't matter.
Based on most DUIs, unfortunately.
And here's the human element of this, right? Right? As somebody that wants Henry Ruggs to not wake up and kill himself, Henry Ruggs will never be Henry Ruggs again. Henry Ruggs died that night, too. You really think Henry Ruggs is ever going to be straight in the head again?
I think Henry Ruggs wasn't Henry Ruggs since his friend died.
Well, sure. So let's just go with that analogy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's just say you're like, damn, that should have been me. That should have been me. Now you actually kill somebody in your car. You're done. You're mentally shot.
To it, yeah.
Yeah, you're done. Henry Ruggs will never be the same again. To be honest with you, I think that they need to have him on suicide watch. Not Epstein suicide watch, real suicide watch. There's a lot of that.
Epstein
was a tragedy.
didn't kill himself, by the way.
What?
I think he was murdered. Epstein
absolutely.
Was murdered.
That's what I'm saying. Real suicide watch.
Mm-hmm.
It was the Clintons.
I don't know who it was.
No,
but I think it was murdered.
That's ridiculous.
I don't know who.
It was the Clintons.
I don't know who killed him, but he was murdered. He definitely didn't kill himself.
100%. I agree. But not to get into politics.
Well, let's not talk about Epstein.
No, I know. But Henry Ruggs died that night too.
But the Ruggs thing is so much different though, because what we're not like, it's a compounding of things, right? Because it's not just one felony. First of all, going 4 times the speed limit, that's a felony in of itself.
Right.
Being twice the limit of drunk is a felony in and of itself. This dude's dealing with multiple felony charges. There's 0 chance he's getting just the minimum 2 years.
Who says it's only alcohol in his system either? Who knows what else it could be?
Listen, if the accident doesn't happen and he hit a curb and he got pulled over, it's a felony to be as drunk as he was.
Right.
Right?
It's
never mind the speeding thing. He would lose his license for the speeding thing too.
Oh yeah, he'll never
drive
again.
He'll drive again.
He'll never drive again. Dante Stallworth was banned from driving for the
Really?
rest
I
of his
didn't know
life.
that.
Yes,
Really?
Dante Stallworth can never drive a car again. Henry Ruggs will never be behind the wheel of a car. Ever
Interesting.
Again.
Very, very interesting. Now I want to get into, because our guest was coming on in about 17 minutes. I want to get
No,
in.
he's coming on at 11.
11. Oh, I'm sorry. So we got a lot of time. I want to get into this Odell Beckham thing because this is another story that's been growing legs all season long. Now, in the offseason, a lot of people were very surprised that the Browns didn't move and try to trade Odell Beckham. And then there were stories coming out that Odell Beckham wanted to be a Brown for life. We all hear that all the time. The Browns obviously extended his contract when he was traded from the Giants. He wanted more money. They gave him, he was the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL before
for a week.
Yeah, for the life of the Giants, and then the Browns up that.
But nevertheless, he was the highest paid wide receiver at one point. And what's crazy about this story is now I know him and Baker Mayfield didn't hit it off. Baker, obviously, the story with Baker Mayfield is Baker doesn't like to throw to him. He'd rather throw to Landry, or he likes to. Obviously, the offense, the Browns' offense, is really a run offense first.
Tight ends.
Yeah, run offense first, throw second. So when you talk about Odell Beckham, it was already not going to work when he was traded over there. A lot of people thought, a lot of experts thought that Odell Beckham was not going to fit over there. The fact that Baker Mayfield was there, the fact that the offense, the way they wanted to move the ball with Hunt there, giving him the extension, and obviously Chubb being one of the best running backs in the league, they were going to run before they throw. Then when Odell Beckham is in the lineup, Odell Beckham, a lot of people thought that the offense wasn't moving well because Odell Beckham was demanding the ball. He wanted the ball. So Baker was forcing the ball into places that he didn't like to force the ball to. Now, I don't know how this story is starting to progress. I heard a couple of weeks ago that he had a fight with who's the coach of the team?
Kevin Stefanski.
Stefanski. He had a fight with Stefanski in the locker room a couple of weeks ago. I think it was against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yep.
Where after the game, he was arguing and that the whole offensive line almost got into a fist fight with Odell Beckham. And obviously Landry. And then there was a story in the beginning of the season before Landry got hurt that Odell and Landry weren't getting along in the locker room. And that they weren't, they were actually, their lockers were right next to each other, that they moved the lockers on the opposite sides of the locker room because they weren't getting along. Now, supposedly Landry is one of his best friends obviously played college ball together at LSU.
Roommates.
And they were roommates. If they're not getting along and he's not getting along with some of the players on this roster, then why didn't you trade him in the offseason? Now, all of a sudden, the story's starting to hit. Now they're talking about releasing him. They're trying to negotiate a deal where they can buy out the contract or negotiate where Odell Beckham is not going to get a lot of that contract that was promised to him through the negotiations of the extension. Now, if that's true, they should have done this a long time ago. Now, where Odell Beckham is going to go when they drop him, there's plenty of teams that will be open to give Odell Beckham an opportunity. He's going to go to obviously a Super Bowl contender that is obviously contending for a Super Bowl this year. I don't know who that's going to be. I think the best fit for Odell Beckham is Green Bay. That's where I think he would fit the most. He's not going to be telling Aaron Rodgers what to do because Aaron Rodgers will tell him, I'm going to make you eat the ball. He's not going to sit there and let Odell Beckham demand the ball.
It involves a vaccination card.
Well, Aaron Rodgers is not going to listen to Odell Beckham demand the ball. He's not going to give it to him. Okay, he's not one of those quarterbacks. He needs to go to a team like a Tom Brady who.
Don't be surprised.
He's not going there.
Not going to the
They've got so many weapons. He's not going there. I'm just saying that he needs maybe Bill Belichick in the Patriots. That would be a fit over there too. He'd go over there. I know it's not going to happen, but he needs to go to a team either with a strong personality at quarterback or strong personality as a head coach, because he cannot go to a team like the Giants where a lot of Giant fans say, go make the move and bring him back. There's no way that would be a smart move. Yeah, he would come back. He loved New York.
He hated the Giants.
It doesn't matter. He loved New York, and he's the center of attention in one of the biggest cities in the world.
Your Jets should go get him.
I don't want him. And I don't see the Jets.
The Jets have other needs.
I don't think the Jets are going to go after him.
He's a true number one.
That's
next
fine.
year, when
the
Zach
Jets
Wilson comes back,
they don't want a guy that's going to cause problems for a young quarterback. They're not going to do that. And the Jets are not a dumb organization to do something like that. I'm telling you, Joe Douglas is not going to do that. He's not a stupid GM where he's going to say, you know what, I'm going to bring Odell Beckham in. He's going to screw up my young quarterback. He's not going to do that.
I could see the Ravens too.
I could see the Ravens doing it. Ravens make
another
a lot
organization
of sense.
that's not going to let Odell run them and like just have him say what to do. And Lamar Jackson's definitely not going to force feed him either.
I mean, Jeff. Jeff, obviously, obviously, we think the Browns are going to drop him before the week's end. Where do you see him fitting, and where do you think he's going to go?
I'm not sure the Browns are going to drop him. That would be the first thing, because I listen, without getting compensation for him, that seems ridiculous, because if they just drop him, they won't even get a compensation pick, right? So I'm not sure he's even going to get dropped from the Browns, because they can still make the playoffs and do whatever. But if he were to get let go, I mean, Indianapolis would be a strong possibility for me.
Indianapolis?
I don't know about this year, though, because they're not contending.
No, but they're not
They
out.
would with Odell Beckham, and they could make a run for the playoffs.
That's a pretty big. They have to come back.
Weak.
No,
T.Y. Hilton has
that
been
makes
out.
some sense. They got a good old
T.Y.
line.
Hilton has been out. They need some offense to help out Carson Wentz. Michael Pittman can't do it on his own. They have the cap room. The Buccaneers don't have the cap room. They don't have $1 to spend on anybody.
And Josh says Browns aren't dropping him. Well, there is a story coming out. One of their beat writers is saying that they're trying to negotiate. Go read the article. I'll pull out the article when we go to break. There's an article stating that they're trying to negotiate a deal with Odell Beckham where they don't have to give him the
entirety of the contract.
The entirety of the contract.
It's only like a majority.
Where they will drop him and he can go wherever he wants to go in that contract. So I do believe they are going to drop him. They're not. Why would they hold on to a guy they're not going to play? That doesn't make sense.
Pick.
Maybe they get a
free agent. Hold on, isn't he a free agent at the end of the year?
No.
He has 2 more years.
2 more years left on the contract.
I thought there was an opt out.
No, he's still on. No, there's no opt out. After the extension, there was an opt out until he got traded. When he got traded, they changed the contract. They upgraded his contract and his salary, and they took the opt out of the last 2 years of his contract.
Yeah, this is
a
completely new deal because the Browns gave him 5 years. In addition to that, the Giants just gave him the extension, and then the Browns gave him practically a new contract after that extension when they got him in 2019. So he actually has 2 more years after this year.
Yeah,
I mean, because that's going to be the tricky thing to this whole issue is, and I don't know how they're going to work it or whatever, but who has the salary cap space for him? The Saints would make sense, but do they have the salary cap space?
Tyler and I were actually saying that before the show, and that the Saints, being he grew up in Louisiana, makes a lot of sense. They're a team like the Chiefs.
They don't have a quarterback, so
they're a team like the Chiefs that are pretty close to being cash strapped as well. The Saints, though, you're right. They don't have a quarterback, but being he's from Louisiana, he might take slightly less money if they can make that kind of thing work. The Saints just don't have a lot of it right now.
I mean, at the end of the day, he's only going to sign a 1-year deal until the end of the year anyway. So, right. And then cash in when everyone, you're going to get a new CBA. So you're going to get a new television deal. That money's going to go up. The salary cap is going to go back up to where it was pre-pandemic and things like that. So it wouldn't make sense for him to sign a long-term deal.
That's why I'm thinking.
How about Philadelphia? How about Philadelphia? They have money.
They stink.
I know they do, but they
don't have a strong quarterback personality or a coach personality.
That's fine, but I could see Philadelphia doing something like that. They're looking for a number 1 guy.
I mean, you were just saying that he was going to go to a contender.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Philadelphia, but don't ruin your credibility.
Well, hold on. If Philadelphia's 3-5, if they get Odell Beckham, you said it, he could change the optimized offense.
If you're doing that, then Chicago's
got
to make a call too.
Sure. I mean, the Vikings too. I
think there's 3 teams.
The Vikings don't have room though with Thielen and Jefferson.
That's
that
true.
ball, you won't see
they have a lot of
enough.
salary issues too.
I mean, I'm just trying to look at the teams. The Rams,
I think for me,
the Rams
don't have the salary cap, and they don't need them. So you've got the Saints, as we alluded to.
The Green Bay Packers.
The Green Bay Packers.
Well, I don't think the Packers are going to go get him.
Why not?
Because they would have traded for him then.
But they just cut Jalen Smith, so they shed a little bit
No
of.
one's going to the Raiders.
So
no one's going to the Raiders. They're a mess.
No, I'm not saying the Raiders. I'm saying the Packers. The first team that popped up to my head is the Packers. They're a strong personality at quarterback. They're looking for that next big, wide receiver on the other side of Devontae Adams. You bring Odell Beckham with Aaron Rodgers. I mean, just think of the weapon that you're going to have with Odell Beckham. I mean, with Aaron Rodgers throwing the ball to him.
I realize you're going to hate me when I say this, but don't rule out the Cardinals either.
No.
That's ironic.
The Cardinals could. I mean,
that's ironic.
Why is it ironic?
Because I think the number 1 landing spot for Odell Beckham Jr. is San Francisco.
I don't think so. I don't think they have the money. Do they have the
They
money?
have salary cap.
They have money because they shed a lot of their defense.
And again,
so-
I told you this before the show. He's not signing a long-term deal anywhere. He's going to sign a prove-it deal, and then he's going to go out there and play.
San Francisco's not making the playoffs. Look at the
They
division
could.
they're in.
If
No,
they
they're
sign
not.
Odell, hold on.
Arizona
Stop.
and Los Angeles is 7-1. He is 3. The San Francisco
There's 7
49ers are
teams
3 and
making the
4.
playoffs.
They're 3 and 4.
The fourth, the
They're
seventh
not
spot is the Panthers, who are 4 and 4. They can make the playoffs.
They're not making the playoffs.
I don't think they
Hold
are
on, hold
either.
on, but this is what doesn't
that
make
doesn't mean they
sense
couldn't
about
try.
Errol's. This is what doesn't make sense about Errol's argument, right? You're saying there's no way he's going to San Francisco. They're 3 and 4, but then you just made the argument for Philadelphia, who's 3 and 4.
3 and 5.
3 and 5. Whatever. It's the same thing.
Because San Francisco's in a very hard division. They still have to play. They still have to play the Rams one more time. They still have to play Arizona one more time.
They also play the Jaguars, the Bengals, the Titans, and the Texans.
Okay, the Titans.
The Bengals are good.
The Titans are good too.
Yeah, but the Bengals are going to give up a lot of points.
The Titans
I
are gonna
think
be-
San Francisco's going to Cincinnati and beat them personally.
I don't like the kid, but he makes a good point because with Derrick Henry not playing anymore, the Titans aren't going to be the same Titans you think they are.
That's fine. I still think they have a lot of weapons on the outside. They still can make it. They can make plays on the outside. And I listen. I don't think the Titans are now.
Odell's going there to be a 1, not a 2. He's better than Debo Samuel.
Debo Samuel's having a great year. It's
No,
kind of
he
hard
is.
to take it away
No.
from that.
I'm willing to
He
bet
is.
you he's not going to San Francisco.
That doesn't mean they shouldn't try.
You got to remember when this Giant thing came out, San Francisco was on that list that he
Yeah,
wanted
but
to go
that's
trade
different.
to.
But from the team, the guys that they drafted, they drafted Samuel. Samuel's been in the league for what, 3 years?
Ayuk
Yeah,
stinks.
third year.
3 years. Ayuk is another guy they drafted 2 years ago.
Right,
He
but
doesn't
Odell's
stink.
better.
He
It
doesn't
matter.
stink. He's like Jerry Jeudy last year. He's out open all the time and never targeted.
It's hard
And
to.
I'll give you the.
Yeah,
I'll give you one more, just one more, and I can't believe other people aren't mentioning this as well. That everyone thinks they have a ton of receivers, but they have like one. Why isn't Buffalo being mentioned?
Tyler said that at the start of the show.
They're contenders.
Would
They
you
have
two
solid
guys
cap
tell me?
space.
No,
Not
well,
happening.
I think the reason why I think it's not going to happen for one, I don't know what Odell Beckham is going to ask for. If he is released, he's going to want. I don't know if he's going to want a long-term deal. He might say, "I want a 3-year deal."
He's not getting it. He's not getting it because he wants to cash in the offseason. That's the smart play.
Does
And
Buffalo
he
really need a big mouth Odell Beckham right now with their squad the way they're playing?
Yeah, but
It's going to sign him if he's going to be a big mouth.
as a quarterback that could never no one's going to be able to overthrow Odell Beckham. And Josh Allen's got the biggest arm in the league. And don't even tell me that it wouldn't happen because Emmanuel Sanders is there. Emmanuel Sanders stinks.
No, he's having a good year though.
Carl says, I like Tyler's points until he essentially said we should feel bad for Ruggs. Oh no. OBJ and Landry.
I never said to feel bad.
I'm the
for
one
Ruggs.
who I said
I said there's a human element to the Ruggs thing. That's what I said.
I feel bad for Ruggs because of the situation that he put himself in and what he's gone through in his life. I feel bad for him.
No one should feel bad for him just because, listen, here's the thing. At the end of the day, he knew before he was leaving the house that he was going to go have some drinks. He had the option to get a ride. He declined.
Carl says OBJ and Landry throw a better deep ball than Mayfield. Ha. Josh says, why would I feel bad for Ruggs? He's a murderer, and all he had to do was call a Lyft or Uber. That's simple. I feel
You got. Hold on one second. If everybody thinks it's simple, I have seen a lot of people say it's that simple and say I could drive home, I could do this, I could do that. It's not that simple. So don't say it's simple. Because Josh, you can't tell me that you called an Uber, you called a taxi when you thought you drank a couple and you said, you know what, I could get home, I could drive home. Don't tell me that's
but
never happened to you.
Though, there's a clear delineation between the argument you're trying to make and the point he's making. Because having a couple when you go out and go, oh, I can make it home, is a far cry from being double the amount drunk.
Right.
But
at that time,
that's more than a couple.
But Jeff,
Not,
at that time, did he really know when you're drunk? Do you really know that you're really that drunk? Some people don't,
because you're impaired, right?
Yeah.
Like you make that. That's what you do. But this is why I'm saying he knew before he left the house. He was going out.
Not that
he was
going to
having
be
some drinks.
double the legal limit.
And I'm not saying that
It doesn't matter. if
Josh
he knew
is
he was
saying that
double
I'm
legal
right. It
limit.
doesn't
If you're having a drink and you're in the NFL and you know that you can call, and this is beyond Lyft or Uber because you don't have to pull a dime out of your pocket. It comes out of the owner's pocket. You can just call and get a free ride. He knew before he was leaving the house.
And by the way, when Josh says I'll never feel sorry for a guy that gets a DUI and kills somebody, I don't feel bad for what he did. I feel bad for being that he's a 22-year-old kid. He is a young man. He has made a mistake. Has he made bad mistakes and bad decisions in his life before this? It doesn't seem like it has. He has no background of misdemeanors or felonies. So he hasn't, okay? And in his background, his story, if you actually seen the E60 story, this kid is mentally has had problems ever since his friend died in a car accident. So maybe it hasn't clicked, or maybe it's affected his life all the way into the NFL. So we don't know the story behind it. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
There's a double-edged thing there, right?
Yes, it is.
You can say, oh, it's affected him mentally. He doesn't know what he's
so
doing.
So why did he drive drunk? Yes, I know.
The other side of the coin would be, I don't know, if his friend died in a car accident, maybe he would be hyper vigilant over not doing that.
I agree with you, Jeff. But again, he's a 22-year-old guy. He's a kid, okay? And we've Jeff, you never made mistakes when you were 22 years old?
Dude, I've made a bunch of mistakes.
All right.
All
right, how about Tyler?
Are you kidding?
Tyler, how old are you?
I'm 29.
All right.
I'm not dashing Henry Ruggs.
I'm just saying, have you made mistakes in your life?
Yeah.
How about you, Speedy?
Sure.
Have you made bad mistakes in your life? I have too. And I've lived with those mistakes, okay? And it has cost me in certain ways. But you know what? You learn from them. You can't learn from this because he killed somebody, and now he's lost his career. He killed somebody, and they lost a family member. I mean, could you imagine what this guy is thinking in his head today?
That's why I'm saying he needs to be on suicide watch.
You know,
I'm not kidding.
He probably is.
He really needs.
He probably is.
It probably is, and it's shameful. It really is. But I'm not standing up for Henry Ruggs saying,
That's
I feel bad for him.
That's protocol at most prisons anyways, Tyler, right? Like if you go back to the Aaron Hernandez thing, when they took him into prison, he was in a special cell on suicide watch for 2 weeks. Someone in that kind of position, they automatically get it when they go to prison.
Oh, well,
especially a guy with money like that.
Carl says maybe OBJ needs another boat trip. Ask Tyler.
I don't understand why people are still bringing that up. Victor Cruz, the leader of the Giants, he was there with them.
Secondary, so.
No, the secondary, Landon Collins said the secondary is not going. Because he's a leader.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's right. Carl says, come to the Bears. Maybe replace Allen
Such
Robinson,
a leader. He's playing for Washington. You don't even see him anymore.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
you know, is there a whole nother? Listen, I realize Odell Beckham is supremely talented, and we're all talking about being excited about the next team he's going to, right? But maybe another team doesn't want him. Do you think? Listen, just throwing it out there. I realize I'm going to catch heat from all of you. But what if he's just Terrell Owens? Maybe he's just a shitty teammate.
He is. Everything that I've read.
Listen,
a lot of people don't like him. Even him and Landry. That's his best friend. They moved their lockers away from one another.
And not for nothing, what a punk ass bitch move that you can't be a man and go to your teammates and say something. You have to have your daddy put out a video because you're tough.
Well, hold on, wait, all right. So I'm gonna defend. I'm going to defend Odell, right? Surprise, surprise! You know what's coming.
You're going to attack Baker? Oh, that's
no, it's not really. It's not really Baker, right? So let's just go. Let's just rewind the clock. Odell Beckham Jr. sits on ESPN. He's like, "Yeah, I want to be a Giant for life."
John Moran is a beast, by the way.
Yeah, he's pretty good. That guy. He's pretty good at the game of basketball.
Go ahead.
So Odell Beckham Jr. says he wants to be a Giant for life, and they ask him a question about Eli. He goes, "Yeah, Eli really can't get me the ball." Oh boy. How dare you attack Eli Manning? So then that gets brought on his name. And then the Giants are like, well, we're kind of going a different direction. We're kind of rebuilding here, and your contract's a lot of money. So they move him to Cleveland, right? And I'm sure Odell's not going kicking and screaming because at the time, who the hell wants to go to Cleveland? And, mind you, this is why I don't think he'll ever come back here. The Patriots offered more than Cleveland did, and they said, no, we're going to send him to Cleveland, right? Everyone says the relationship between the Giant guy and the Brown guy, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter. He went to Cleveland as a punishment.
Well, they also did the Vernon for Zietler swap that offseason, so.
Well, right. So, all right, we gave you this for that. Now you're going to get Jabril Peppers, who was supposed to suck when he got here.
Right.
He turned out to be pretty damn good. It's fortunate what happened to him.
Yeah.
But anyway, long story short, now he's in Cleveland, right? And everyone's saying Odell's a bad teammate. This is why that's not true. So he goes there, and he literally organized last offseason a team workout. We're going to be a Super Bowl champ. He gets all the.
What does that mean? Hold on.
That's a leader.
That's
not
a leader. That's not
How
a
many
leader.
wide receivers do that? Zach Wilson did that, and you praised him. Odell does it. It doesn't count.
Zach Wilson is a quarterback.
All right, that's what I'm trying to say. How many wide receivers bring in the whole offensive unit and have a workout together? Not many.
Basically, every team, the Patriots did in like the last couple of years too. Yeah, Olszewski put something together, and they all went somewhere. And not for nothing, if you're going, because he got his teammates together, that's a teammate. You know what isn't a teammate? Blaming other people that are on. Like, if you're a good teammate, you're not the guy blaming everybody else. And maybe there's a pattern here. Manning can't get me the ball.
So good.
Manning can't get me the ball. Now Baker can't get me the ball.
But did Odell say that?
No,
or did Odell's dad say that?
Put out a video.
Odell's dad did that.
Right. Maybe
right. So Odell's not going to attack his dad. And Odell Beckham Jr., even if Odell said don't do it, Odell Sr. is a very...
Then there would be no reason for him to have to go anywhere because he's the leader of the team and he's such a leader.
I didn't say he was a leader. He turned a new leader. By the way, he's playing with two bad shoulders. So it's not like he's not trying to help the team win. He's out there with two busted shoulders.
Speedy, read what Josh wrote. Read the bottom what he wrote right there because I disagree with.
I don't want to get.
He knew. Go from he knew. No, he knew. Go over there.
He knew what he was doing. Jeff is right. You know what you're doing before you left the house. I also have the common sense before I leave the house to know if I'm going to get plastered, which I'm done before. I always call an Uber. When I was in Collard, had my car, I left every single time and had a cab come, just saying.
Okay. So wait a second. Josh, first of all, when you have millions and millions of dollars, now I'm going to take it back because it's different when you're just a normal Joe Schmo and you're a guy that's going to a party, which your teammates are going to meet you at. You're with your girlfriends. They're probably with their girlfriends or wives or whatever the hell they're with. One of them had their daughter there. Okay. He drove over there. Did he really think that he was going to get that drunk? Probably not.
No way.
Okay. Probably not.
It also doesn't matter. You're leaving out the fact that, dude, it's a phone call and it's free.
That's
and they
fine.
have to do it for you. And if you know you're leaving the house to have a drink, why take the chance?
Because first of all, where did he go? Did they come from a club? Did they go for? I think it was a restaurant.
It doesn't matter.
It was a restaurant. I mean,
I could give a shit if it was a Chuck E. Cheese with a bar inside.
That's again, Jeff. You're a player that, and by the way, the restaurant wasn't that far from where he was living. I think they said it was less than 15, 20 miles from his house. So if that's the case, your mental thought is
that's a long drive, by the way. Think about how far 15 or 20 miles.
15 miles isn't that far.
That's pretty far.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
I don't drinking, dude.
Yeah, but again, I don't think we've seen people. You've drinking a couple of. You've
drive 15 miles on your life.
Have you taken 3 or 4 drinks and said I could drive home?
I've driven after taking more than 3 or 4 drinks. I'm not proud to say that, but if we're being honest here.
All right, I'm just saying.
I guess at 156 miles an hour, though, that's only like a 3-minute ride home, though, right?
Technically,
the fact is, Jeff, I'm not saying that you're wrong. Okay,
156. That's SEC speed, man.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. Again, going back to what Josh is saying, when you're going out, you're not expected to get plastered like that. You're expected to go out, have some food, and hang out with your boys, have a drink or two, and go home. Nobody thought. I don't think he thought that this was going to happen. And who knows mentally if his mind was really there when he was going out. Maybe he was planning to kill himself that night. Who knows what the kid was thinking?
You can't make that assumption.
I know. I know. Again, Jeff, I'm not making an assumption. I'm just saying we don't know what's going on in his head.
Said that maybe he's trying to kill himself.
Yeah, well, we don't know what's going on in his head. We don't. Mentally, I don't know where his head is at. Okay?
Carl loves your line, SEC speed, Jeff.
I mean, dude, it's why the Big Ten can't keep up at 156. That's SEC speed.
And Josh also says, what about OBJ going to the Chargers? I think it would be a great fit. I don't know if the Chargers want to, being that Justin Herbert is there. I wouldn't bring him over there to hurt the chemistry that you have a young quarterback that looks like he's going to be a star. I would not do
Mike
that.
Williams too. So.
I don't think it makes any sense to bring him over there. I don't.
Have they signed Keenan Allen yet?
Now the Chiefs. I mean, The Chiefs, maybe,
The
if they're trying to make a
Chiefs, I don't know,
splash.
Do they have that kind of money though?
If it, like Jeff said,
for money.
if he's taking $1 million for just the rest of the year or whatever, they're maybe $500,000 to try to win
What's
a Super
the vet
Bowl.
minimum?
I don't know.
Is it even $1 million? It might be less.
It also somewhat doesn't matter because what'll happen is they'll sign him for a number. Just call the number $1 million. He'll only get $500,000. The season's halfway. Are we halfway through? I think we're halfway.
Technically, no. It's one more week, but it's like almost
okay.
there.
So one more week, but they prorate it. So whatever his salary is, it'll be prorated.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it works with the bye weeks too, because it's different this year with the extra game. Because
it just matters how many weeks are in the season.
Oh, I mean, okay, I didn't know if it would matter based on the games of the team too. That's
it's not going to matter. They'll prorate it.
Hold
so
on,
if he takes
Jeff.
$1 million, he's only going to get
Jeff, then Josh writes, exactly. Doesn't matter if you're rich, middle class, who gives a damn? You know, whatever it is you're risking, I know what I'd lose, and that's everything. First of all, Josh, you're not the kid. You're not the kid. You're going to tell me, Josh, if you're a multi-millionaire and you're a football player and you have everything, you've got everything on a plate, okay?
Never hear the word
All
no.
right. And you never heard the word no. And then you have the opportunity to go out with your friends, drink a couple of drinks, and drive home with your girl. And you're going to tell me, hey, you know what I am? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go drive home drunk. I know I'm going to go fucking wasted. I'm going to be 2 times over the speed, the drinking limit, and I'm going to speed 156 miles per hour. You thought that he thought that he was going to do that? No, he was wrong for going out and drinking and all that other stuff. But you can't honestly sit here today and say, hey, well, if you know you're going to drink a couple, you shouldn't be driving, because that's a bunch of bull. Because 98% of the world.
No, I don't think it is bull, Errol, because when you have, listen, you need to stop looking at the money, because in this situation, the money doesn't matter. He has the ability to get a free ride anywhere he wants to go at any time. When you have something like that, a tool like that at your disposal, it makes it worse.
Carl says, come to the Bears to replace Allen Robinson when he's gone. Snug says, OBJ has Jets written all over him. He's ready to end his career in NFL Siberia.
He's not going to the Jets.
He should go to the Jets with their QB1, Mike White. Mike White getting wins?
Oh, God.
I do have a question for you.
When we were going into the season, who thought Mike White would be hanging Jets W's and not Zach Wilson?
That's
Mike
fine.
White.
That's fine. And we'll get into the whole
Somebody
Mike
made like
White
a lot
thing.
of money on that, betting the most passing yards for the week too, Jeff.
Dude, think about the week we just had. We literally just saw Trevor Siemian, Mike White, and
Cooper Rush.
Get it.
You called that too, Jeff. You're in your pick. You called that.
Speedy, keep reading off the thing. That's your job.
When Cooper Rush can throw for 325, can we stop acting impressed when Dak throws for 350?
Snug says, Speedy, it's Movember. Where's the mustache? Snug, it's not intentional. I don't have the plug for the razor yet.
Not for you, Speedy. It's not Movember. It's No Nut November.
Yes, Carl commented that as well. No Nut November for Speedy. I don't know. Snug says, I don't know. OBJ is a giant diva. Aaron Rodgers is a giant diva. Could they live in peace? Carl says Washington. Josh says Carolina. And Josh put him on Tampa for the fun of it.
Washington would be a good fit.
Carl says Robbie Anderson would step in
band.
with one of his dreads. Stuck says, let's be realistic. He could fit in any team in the league that could afford him to pay him. He's a world-class talent. Josh says he just got lit up the other day. He was on to play. Buffalo too, which Tyler mentioned already. Ben says, I do not want OBJ in Green Bay.
You're a fool. Keep going.
He also says, had what I'm hoping for to be my last surgery for the near future.
I'm happy everything's going well for you, Ben.
Good job. Yeah, Ben.
Was it a lobotomy? He doesn't want OBJ to get the lobotomy?
He had kidney stones, bad kidney stones. He's been going through a lot of pain and suffering over there. So
ended up being outpatient, was sent home afterwards. Everything went well. We are good to go. That's good to hear, Ben. Absolutely. Absolutely good to hear. Josh says there's probably a cab on the street he could have called. It was a Top Golf. Stuck says, Top Golf is a thirsty activity. Carl says, I'm a regular Joe Schmo and I know what I would lose a lot. Josh said, love Top Golf. Stuck says that's Alabama speed. Carl says, Errol, I don't like the Stankies, but I like the hats.
Thank you.
I'm part of that 2% then. Snug says, yeah, but everybody knows that buzz driving is drunk driving. I'm pretty much sure he's feeling the buzz. And Josh says, it's not. I'm always told that when I went out and left the house with my parents telling me it's my responsibility. And then me
Okay.
and you both.
And again, you come from a different family. Henry Ruggs came from nothing. Okay. Came from nothing. Came from a town and a family that had nothing. So
wouldn't that, man, I
no,
can't wrap my head around some of the arguments.
My argument isn't here. Again, I'm going to argue this. You're raised differently. And when you have money and you're going through a different situation in your life, you're not going to make the right choices. And you're not going to make the same right choices that you're talking about because, hey, I come from a middle-class family or I come from a different life. It's a different livelihood.
Listen,
you're
man,
brought up
someone hands
differently.
me millions of dollars, I'm probably going to go out of my way not to screw that up.
Yeah,
That's
well,
the other side of the coin.
you're
Like, if
different.
You come from nothing. How would you be like, you want to know what? Let me risk everything I have to do this.
Again,
you're playing roulette, and you're probably going to lose.
Tell that to Aaron Hernandez. Tell that to all the other guys that have done things, stupid things that have ruined their careers and killed other people doing it. Okay.
The Aaron Hernandez thing is a whole different situation.
Do you want me to go back? Do you want me to go back on other people that obviously have been in situations in their life that cost them their job, cost them their money? Oh, come on. It's happened before.
Right, but I think this situation is unique just for the fact that, like, you're bringing up Ray Lewis, you're bringing up Aaron Hernandez. I think this situation is unique in the fact that Henry Ruggs can call for a ride. What are those guys going to do? Call to have someone killed? Like, there's no mechanism there, right? Like, there's a mechanism for Henry Ruggs to avoid the situation that he's in. The NFL provides you with a ride.
Fine, Jeff. And fine. The kid made a mistake. So he made a mistake, and it's going to be costly. It's ruined his career. It's ruined everything. He killed somebody and all that other stuff. It's common sense, Josh. There's a lot of common sense that's come out, non-common sense that's come out of your mouth in certain things. And other people have attacked you from it. People make mistakes. People make mistakes, bud. And for you to sit here, I'm not saying it was okay for what he did. I'm not. But it's a shame for a guy that is such a young player, such a young career, such a great talent, putting himself in there. And again, the mental situation that he might be in his, we don't know. We don't know the situation. It could have caused this. So, I'm not making that excuse. And that's what you're going to say, Jeff. Don't make excuses. I'm not making an excuse. I'm just saying we don't know.
I understand. No. I'm fully on board with the we don't know the full scope of the story kind of thing, but I just think the situation is unique compared to some of the other dumb things people do because of the ability to just make a phone call and get a free ride. So even if you were broke, the money has nothing to do with this, right? Even if you're broke, you get this. This is one of the perks. This is one of the privileges, right? Like this is what can happen. It's free. Take it.
Josh says, really? You're going to compare my common sense comments on sports to Henry Ruggs DUI? Laughable. No, I'm not. Again, you're not taking in what I'm trying to say to you. Okay.
Maybe Josh is on the Manischewitz tonight. Who knows?
Who knows what he is? But I do want to get into this Aaron Rodgers thing because this is a story by itself too, which it's starting to grow legs. Now, the whole vaccination thing. Now, throughout the league, the NFL has pushed the NFL players to get vaccinated. Every single player should be vaccinated. There was only like 5 or 6 players in the NFL that didn't get vaccinated, and they pretty much spread and said their piece on why they're not getting vaccinated. Bunch of them, 2 of them are on Buffalo, and I think there are 4 or 5 of them throughout the league.
Vikings and a lot of them too.
But this story, if this is true, okay, Aaron Rodgers supposedly claimed he got the vaccination. And
he did not.
And he didn't. He got a fake.
No, he didn't. He didn't make that claim.
What was the claim? Because
immunization, I think. Or something like that.
That's the claim. Everyone assumed when Aaron Rodgers said he was immunized that they assumed that he had gotten vaccinated.
Yeah.
When I think what had happened and why he made that comment, I'm just speculating that he must have had COVID before or something.
Right. And on the website, they decipher the difference.
Right. So saying that he made the claim that he was vaccinated is, I understand where you'd say that. It's not true.
Okay. So there you go, Tyler, because you said there was a story coming out that he said he was vaccinated and he had a fake card. Did you not say that?
They claimed that he had a fake vaccination.
He had a fake vaccination
No, he
card.
said he was immunized. They took it. It was a comment that he made that's why they assumed he was vaccinated.
Right. And there was also, I think he had a personal doctor and the team doctors didn't verify it, and what the personal doctor did, and they filed that in instead. So I think everyone just believed it at that time. And everyone at that point, I didn't even know there was a difference until I was in close contact when Errol and I had it. About a month later, I didn't even know the difference with that either. So we were just assuming he was vaccinated. Obviously, that wasn't the case.
And Josh says his fiance or something got him involved in some sort of treatment thing. Meanwhile, she's vaccinated. Here's the thing. I don't know. Obviously, the story, nobody knows the full end of this story, obviously, too. And this story is obviously going to come out when Aaron Rodgers speaks. But to me, everybody in the NFL, if there's a law or a rule by Roger Goodell, should be vaccinated. Every one of them should be vaccinated. And me, who was completely against the vaccination, anybody that knows me knows that I was completely against vaccination until I got COVID-19. I was deathly sick. And I realized that, maybe it would be the smarter thing to get vaccinated so I don't have to deal with the crazy disturbance that I dealt with for almost 10 days. And I wanted to kill myself, or I felt like I was going to die. So when you think about this story with Aaron Rodgers is a smart man. He went to he went to a good college. Guy's intelligent. One of the smartest players the NFL has ever had as far as the quarterback position. And this guy, he didn't get vaccinated. And if he didn't get vaccinated, and knowing now that he has COVID, and he probably doesn't have it bad. I don't know if he does or he doesn't, but he was obviously disclosed. It was disclosed that he had COVID-19. And if it's true, and he didn't get vaccinated, the NFL needs to figure out why these players aren't getting vaccinated and why it's so hard to make a law or make a rule. Because, Jeff, we were talking about it before the season started, that Goodell was going to make a rule that if you don't get vaccinated and you come down with COVID and you give another player COVID-19, that you could be you can forfeit a game.
Right.
Your team could forfeit a game.
If the team has enough guys where there's close contacts and they are not, quote unquote, able to play the game, like I forget the exact number, but it was a good majority of it, they have to forfeit the game and they would get a loss on their record.
Right.
That was the rule. Is if they have too many players where they're forced to, because listen, and I'll only speak on it from the Patriots' perspective. I know a couple other games happened. I can't remember what they were, but the Patriots were forced to cancel the game because them and Denver had a shit ton of COVID cases, right?
Yep.
So what the NFL was saying was, if that situation happens again, you forfeit. We're not moving games to change bye weeks to try to move around the schedule anymore. The schedule is the schedule, and if you can't play that week, you forfeit.
Yeah, the Bills and Titans had the same thing. I think the Steelers and Washington, I think it was.
I couldn't remember all the games that happened.
Patriots Broncos, though, was the first one, I believe. That was in week 5. They both coincidentally were on their bye weeks at the same time, so that made it work pretty easy. And then it was the Bills, Titans. I think the Steelers and Washington was the other one. That was the latest one in the season.
Right,
I think
it happened a handful of times. It happened a handful of times, and I couldn't remember all the games. I used the one that I knew.
That's why, as well, they actually expand the range of the bye weeks. I think it started from week 6 and now goes all the way to week 14 or something like that.
To me, I'm just saying, if the NFL has a rule and they're trying to demand a law, and a lot of these teams, look what Kyrie Irving's doing. He might.
First of all, they're not demanding a law. Like
a rule. They're demanding a rule to play in the NFL. They want every player to be vaccinated. Do they not? They're giving a rule. They're ruling that every single player should be vaccinated in the NFL to play the game. That's what Goodell,
and that's not the case. It's also not the
Beasley
case.
told him where to shove that.
Well,
now, huh?
Beasley.
No, he did not tell him where to go shove. There was a handful of players that didn't, right? But because of the rule where if you
5 players,
right? Because of the rule where if you had to so many guys out and you couldn't play, that it was a forfeit. Everyone decided to do it. That was the thing. They could, but they're not forcing people to get vaccinated. They're not. So people need to slow down with that.
Beasley was the most notable.
They're not forcing. They're making a rule. Okay. They're telling people that they should. And by the way, Carl says, wait a minute. Every player should have been vaccinated. As you said, every player should take the ride home. But obviously they don't. So we need a rule there too. But CBA is too dicey for what you are saying, Errol.
You can't force people to take the ride home. It's just a mechanism so people have it.
Right. And if you're
You can't force right. And think about how just ridiculous that would be. Is what we're gonna get a car for and a driver for every player for every team. I mean that's ridiculous.
I just when you look at all these different, and we're going to get into the trade deadline and in the NFL, there's just so much going on in the NFL right now. It's crazy, but this Aaron Rodgers thing, I don't know. It seems like it's been a big story today. It's been all over. Nobody's really talking about as much as I thought they were going to talk about the Henry Ruggs thing, because I think this is more of a story than Aaron Rodgers. But this Aaron Rodgers thing, being that he was diagnosed with COVID-19, he's going to miss the game this week. A 7-1 team, the Green Bay Packers, probably the hottest team in football right now. If you really look at it. It's going to get worse. I'm sorry?
It's going to get worse, man. Imagine, like, the Packers are lucky that this is happening in week, I don't know, what are we in, 8, 9? Where are we?
9.
Right. Mm-hmm. They're lucky that it's happening in week 9. Imagine when this happens in January and we're dead in the middle of the playoffs, and now Aaron Rodgers needs to go sit, and they're going to be playing presumably a good team, a team that made the playoffs, right? Like whatever. This is why it's foolish. This is why you want to talk about not being a good teammate. Aaron Rodgers, not good teammate.
Right. Well, why? Because he didn't
irresponsible. He should have gotten vaccinated.
I agree with you. I agree with you. He should have been vaccinated. It's bad for the team, but like you said, it's not happening in January. And now that he comes down with COVID, he's not going to get it for like 3 or 4 months.
But you just wait until it happens to someone else, and it happens in January, and that whole fan base is going to lose their mind.
It won't happen to Aaron Rodgers, and as long as it doesn't happen to Aaron Rodgers, they have a chance.
Not with the 3 receivers that just got it too.
No, but this is what I'm saying. He's lucky it is.
Yeah.
That's
you're right. You're absolutely right. That part, you're absolutely right.
You wait until the Cardinals go. 14-2 or whatever the thing is, right? And then Kyler Murray gets it going in the playoffs. People will be like,
no, I think the Cardinals were actually the only team that was 100% vaccinated at the start of the year.
I'm just using an example.
Well, it's bad. It's the worst over there in Arizona right now.
Well,
right,
yeah,
but I'm just making the example. Do you know how bad a fan base will lose their minds if the quarterback of their team that's making a playoff run goes out with COVID? Right. They will lose their minds. Sure. And then come to find out that you're playing semantics games going, I'm immunized, and everyone took that as you being vaccinated. What an irresponsible idiot to say some dumb shit like that.
I just think when you look at where the NFL is and what this vaccination and what COVID has done in the last 2 years, it's affected sports. It's affected money intake for obviously
wait till vaccinated players start making more money than
with
non-vaccinated
endorsements.
Players.
No, I don't know what the NFL or what the professional sports are going to do. I don't know.
It will absolutely be in the CBA.
What will be in the CBA?
Vaccinated players will make more than non-vaccinated
How could
players.
you do that?
That'll not be in the CBA,
no way.
But I wouldn't be. That won't be in the CBA, but I won't be surprised if that happens, because look what's going on right now. What's the best ability, Tyler? Availability. Yep. And guess who's not available? Aaron Rodgers. Why? Because he didn't get vaccinated.
Ben says Packers are now going to have a bunch of breakout cases now if more are unvaccinated. It's irresponsible, shit show potentially, and 100% could have been avoided. But like we were saying, Ben, it's good that it happened now rather than later in the season.
Why wouldn't Aaron Rodgers speak up after Devontae Adams came down with it?
That's what I was saying. The 3 receivers.
Oh
who's
shit!
Maybe
next? Now I'll get. Maybe now I'll get back.
He didn't want to because he didn't want to catch the shit that Cole Beasley was catching. That's why he didn't say anything.
Well, that's why I said Cole Beasley told the NFL, I'm not getting it. So if I have to sit out, I'll sit out. But now here's the other side of the story, right? What if he gets it again?
Well, you can't get it. I think it's 4 months. You can't catch it once you get the
4 months from now. We're in what?
4 months is.
What if they make the Super Bowl?
February. This is November, so it'd be in March.
It'll be in March. The season will be over. So it takes.
No, that would be Super Bowl. Isn't the Super Bowl pushed back
into February? But
it's February.
It's not into March. February. It's just later in February.
But they don't. To be fair, they don't know they don't know nothing about this. So I don't really trust anything any doctor's saying about vaccinations or COVID only lasts this long. At first, it lived on surfaces. Now it doesn't. Whatever. They don't know how long your antibodies are good for. They don't know anything right now.
Jeff, the Super Bowl is February 13th. So
Oh, that's like on time. I thought it would have been later with the extra week.
No, I think they just added an extra. They added an extra.
And I actually think it's an
gap
extra
with the
2
playoffs.
weeks, right? But it's an extra 2 weeks also because you have an extra round of playoffs and you have an extra week in the regular season.
Right. I think that's why they have the extra week off built in, but it doesn't extend
Pro Bowl
it to
now
March.
after the Super Bowl.
No,
Because the Pro Bowl can't possibly be on time. Then.
I don't believe so, because that's usually just worked in anyway. The first Super Bowl that had it where it was before the Pro Bowl was the Giants' second one against the Patriots, and they've kept it that way since. I don't remember them changing that back.
All right. Well, why don't we move away from that and get into the NFL trade deadline? There was a couple of interesting trades, especially the Von Miller. Now, does this solidify the Rams to be obviously a Super Bowl contender, adding Von Miller, one of the best, when healthy, one of the best pass rushers in the league? I mean, I don't think he's as dominant as he was 3-4 years ago, but he could still, I think he has, 4 sacks already this year? Or
He's
3?
top 10 in quarterback hits.
Yeah, I mean, he can still hit the quarterback. You had him with Aaron Donald and obviously Jalen Ramsey. You have you have a top-end defensive team. Jeff, I want to ask you your thoughts. I mean, when you heard Von Miller gets traded to the Rams, obviously they're looking to win this year. They gave away practically next year's whole draft. I mean, 2022.
Right, they're already in too
draft.
deep with the draft picks. They might as well keep going.
I mean, they're put in a position where they have to win now.
But that's not a coincidence that they gave away all their draft picks, though, right? Because they once drafted Jared Goff, and they realized that was such a terrible decision. They were like, "We never want another draft."
They were,
Now
they were
they're
kind of
just
in
giving
too
them
deep
away.
too. That's why I was saying the Matthew Stafford trade, even though they gave away a lot, wasn't bad either. And obviously, he's having a great year, so that
But
justifies that. As well,
there's two things that strike me about the trade. Is one, the Rams were already a contender, so that's just nonsense, anyways. But this makes them more of a contender, right? Like they're going to be better on defense. That's scary. But the other thing that really hit me that I find absolutely fascinating is Speedy Petey's AFC West division winners.
Wild card team, Jeff.
The division winners are
They
all
were
of
not
a
my
sudden-
division winners. They were
they're-
my last
they're-
playoff team.
They're all of a sudden standing out front of their garage, selling everything in the driveway right now.
Okay,
like an old
Jeff,
couple moving to Florida.
Jeff, first of all, they were not my division winners. They were my last playoff team. Second of all, 3 weeks ago, when the Raiders were actually playing defense, I said, I'm not trusting them anymore.
I love how they're just in their driveway like an elderly couple, selling everything they can right now.
Yes, Carl, I know. I'll probably have to get him ready when the season ends. I know.
What is he talking about?
The bet of the Broncos making the playoffs.
Oh,
that was with me and Carl, yes. But that's
you have to wear a dress and a wig. So that would be interesting.
Yes. But Jeff is wrong in saying I did not pick him as my division winners. I picked him as my last playoff team.
But
Your last playoff team, they're going to be a top 5 draft pick in next year's draft.
I mean, they gave up a lot for Von Miller. I mean, for a rental for 1 year.
Broncos did well, yeah.
They gave up a 2022 second-round pick and third-round pick. They don't have any picks next year. They're
already in too deep with that.
They have 2.
So might as well.
No, they have 2 picks left next year.
What are they? If the 5th and the 6th?
It's like a 4th and a 5th.
But they've already traded away so much, they're kind of having to surrender that
They
part
better
of
win
their
the
game
Super Bowl.
anyway.
They
Right.
better win the Super Bowl this year.
Right. Otherwise, yeah, they're already in too deep with having to trade so many draft picks as it is between the trades that they've made. So they're already just kind of surrendering that part of it and just trying to build veteran leadership and then the
Jeff,
talent on that team.
does this solidify them as the favorites coming out of the NFC?
AFC. Well,
NFC, Rams.
Broncos.
Jeff, still there?
You there?
Yeah.
I just asked you a question. Do you think adding Von Miller to this team and this defense, does that solidify them as the favorite to come out of the NFC?
I don't know if it makes them the favorite, but it certainly makes them one of the I think for me, I don't know how you feel about it, but for me, there's 4 teams in the NFC, and it could be any one of them because I look at the Cardinals with defensive standout Zaven Collins as being a team, right? Like I can see them doing it and still playing well. I can see the Rams doing it. Certainly the Buccaneers, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Packers. Once Aaron Rodgers comes back, if they're contending, I wouldn't be surprised if any one of those 4 teams was the representative from the NFC.
The biggest statement the Packers made.
No, those are the 4 teams.
The biggest statement the Packers made too Thursday, even without their offense, the defense playing as well as they did, that makes them more well-rounded. Than
as long as Aaron Rodgers is healthy, they get a chance to win every game. That's just the way it is. It doesn't matter who Who's on the field?
Personally, for me, I don't think that they have enough on offense to keep up with some of these other teams.
I would agree with you.
Like Tampa can outscore people. The Rams can outscore people.
I would lean on the Rams for that reason.
That's why I brought out Odell Beckham. If Odell Beckham becomes available, that would make a lot of sense. Putting him over there to Green Bay. You put Odell Beckham.
I don't think they want Odell Beckham.
We'll see. I mean,
they have Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp, and not for
I'm
nothing.
talking
about Green Bay. I'm not talking about.
the Rams got plenty of receivers.
No, Green Bay. The first team that popped in my head when I heard Odell Beckham is probably going to be dropped or let go, which more than likely is going to happen before season's end. Green Bay, because you add Odell Beckham on the other side of Devontae Adams, you give him the weapon, the other weapon that Aaron Rodgers has been craving for to help them win a Super Bowl.
But there's a strategy to it as well.
And what's
I don't disagree with Green Bay being a place that he could end up, but the strategy would be this: do you go to Green Bay and fight with the Rams, Bucks, every other team that could get in that we just mentioned, or do you go to the Bills and make the path to the Super Bowl even easier?
That's true. I mean, but I don't know if he's going to go to the Bills, and I don't know if
why
But any AFC team he went to, right? Like if he was to go to the Ravens and improve the Ravens,
what I said,
the Ravens' path to the Super Bowl would be much easier. First, that's just the thing. The path in the AFC is easier than in the NFC. Let's just agree on that.
Okay.
Right? So going to an AFC team would maybe be better for him because the path to the Super Bowl would be easier.
That's why I said the Ravens. I think it makes the most sense with the team culture that they have there. They're going to be able to keep him from having his antics go crazy.
You get to play with Aaron Rodgers. I mean, just the thought of that.
And why wouldn't he go to Tampa and sit on the bench and watch Tom Brady win another one?
Because in his mind, he wants to play. He wants to play, and he wants to be
to be honest with you, he's better at this point than Chris Godwin is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Chris Godwin's looked awful.
No, he's not.
Chris Godwin's slot metrics
he's
are
not.
the best in the league.
No, he's not. He's not better than Chris Godwin right now. No, he's not.
And Chris Godwin can be an outside guy too. He makes good catches.
Chris Godwin is the best slam.
And you know what Chris Godwin doesn't do? He doesn't have his daddy put out videos of how he's open.
And he doesn't complain. He plays hard, and he goes out there, and he's not injury prone like Odell Beckham is. Okay,
right.
So not only is he, listen, Chris Godwin, better team guy, right? Certainly a better team guy. He's not doing.
All I'm saying is, if you think this, Tom Brady ain't gonna put up with his shit.
That's why
Antonio Brown.
Antonio Brown is different.
He's different. You can say that
he's not different. Antonio Brown was considered a nut job, a bad teammate, blah blah blah. Antonio Brown.
Who's had a better career? Who's had a better career? Antonio Brown, who's a Hall of Famer, or Odell Beckham?
Stop making excuses.
No, I'm asking you.
That's the point.
I'm asking you.
I mean, one guy is at the end of his career, and one guy is in the middle of it.
Yeah, but who's a Hall of Famer and who's
Antonio
not?
Brown's had a better career.
Antonio Brown's a Hall of Famer. He was the best wide receiver in the league for like 6 years.
I want you to understand that Odell Beckham Jr. was on pace to have that career. I understand that. I get all that. But every fastest 5,000 yards, fastest 1,000 catches, that was Odell.
But Antonio Brown had it in 7 years. Odell had it
and not for nothing, the argument that Tom Brady wouldn't put up with his shit while accurate and has proven in the past to be true, and I don't disagree with that. But you would have thought Eli Manning would have had the same amount of respect from teammates. That no one could do.
Yes, but you know that Eli Manning's not the vocal guy. He's the goof. And Odell and Eli did not have a problem until Eli couldn't get him the ball.
Jeff, isn't it true that Tom Brady?
If you can't respect Eli, then who are you going to respect? Honestly,
I think they do respect each other, but Odell knew that his talent was wasted.
Isn't it true that Tom Brady? A lot of people say that Tom Brady wasn't really a vocal guy in the locker room.
He was a vocal guy in the locker room.
Was he? Because
I heard where you're getting that.
I heard it wasn't. I heard he wasn't very vocal in the locker room. He wasn't the guy that
always very
his
vocal.
career. Maybe
I don't know.
Once again, you want to talk about a guy that gets guys together. He's got a place out at the Yellow.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not.
He used to have throwing clinics. He was always a leader and always a vocal guy.
I understand that, but I heard when I was watching something, and when I watched that Tom thing on Facebook, that. When he was driving around and they said, "Are you the most vocal guy in the locker room?" He says, "I'm really not as vocal as people think in the locker room." What's that Tom thing on Facebook?
Time, something like
Time versus time.
Yeah, time versus time. When he kissed his son and everybody went crazy about it on Ellipse.
Only you went crazy because no one loves you that much to give you a kiss.
Shut up, you. I mean, seriously.
No, it was more than just Errol.
Yeah, I wasn't. And first of all, I didn't really complain as much as a lot of people did. One. And two, he did say that. He says, I'm not even the most vocal guy in the locker room. I'm more.
To say he's not vocal at all is crazy.
I didn't say that.
Yeah,
I said
right,
he's not.
right,
he wasn't the most vocal guy in that locker room with the Patriots.
But there's a difference between being the guy that stands on the cooler and gives the speeches and the guy that also just gets the offense together. He's not going to the defense and telling the defense what to do, but he's certainly an offensive leader.
That's fine, and I'm not saying that he's
He
not.
invited Antonio Brown to come live in his house. What more of a leader do you want?
I'm not saying that he is not a vocal guy. I'm just saying that
after the coach said, I don't want him here.
When I watched that, when he said that, when he was driving, I forget who was in the car, and they said, well, Tom, are you a vocal guy in the locker room? He says, honestly, I'm not as vocal as people think. I'm not even the most vocal guy in the locker room.
I mean, I could show you a million videos of him screaming.
That's fine. I've seen him on the sidelines scream. I've seen him scream at Bill Belichick on the sideline.
Right.
So I remember that.
So he can make a claim to not being very vocal, but he is.
All right, that's fine. The Cardinals acquire Zach Ertz. Obviously, we know about that. Does that give them a great opportunity offensively to be a Super Bowl contender? I mean, Zach Ertz is a great tight end. I don't know if he's the same player he once was.
No, he's going to be used more as a
ago.
blocker, I would imagine, because the Cardinals had offensive line injuries.
Hell no.
What?
He's going to be used as a receiving tight end.
At times, but they have a lot of receiving.
What do you mean at times? He caught a 56
I know,
touchdown
but
pass from
the Cardinals they have a good offensive line. It's not great, and they have so much receiving depth. He's going to be used
as never been an inline blocker. Never been an inline blocker.
He's not a bad blocker, though. Come on.
No, but that's why they went and got Goddard, because Goddard was the blocker, and Ertz looks more like a wide receiver.
Ertz, I'm not saying he's not good at being a wide receiver. I'm just saying the Cardinals, the way they're structured, they're going to use him as a blocker too.
Right, but Ertz is like the X factor because he's like Aaron Hernandez in the fact that like he's too big for a corner to cover, and he's too fast for a linebacker to cover.
By the way, I don't know if he has that same speed anymore though.
He can outrun linebackers, that's for sure.
By the way, Chris Mill, our guest,
did you see the 56-yard?
Yes, I said some, not all.
All right, we could go back to this. I just want to let the fans know that Chris Milholen is not going to be on until 11, I think 11:10 or 11:15, because he's got to do the post game. So I just wanted to add that. You could go back to your conversation.
Dude, adding Zach Ertz is going to make the Cardinals more unstoppable than Bill Cosby at a cocktail party.
Oh, God.
Read what people are writing, Speedy, because that's your job again.
Slug says the Pro Bowl is now at the halftime of the Super Bowl. Carl says Pro Bowl should be vaccinated versus non-vaccinated with Tyler as Grand Marshal. Slug says, wonder if the Raiders got any calls about trading for Ruggs at the deadline. Carl says Capital One mascots. Carl says, how about fantasy owners who might have to just traded for Derrick Henry? Yes, Carl, get the panties ready. I know. Slug says Speedy is more comfortable at a dress than one might expect. Yeah, actually the Cowboys jersey loss was worse. Carl says that they did well in the draft, but didn't help Speedy. Ha ha. Josh says, especially losing Tunyon for the year. Carl says Godwin just went 8 for 140. Snug says Godwin doesn't get drunk and drive 156 mile an hour down the street.
Josh Odell Beckham Jr.
Josh says that the Buccaneers had OBJ and Antonio Brown in the same locker room. Might as well give Brady a doctorate in psychology.
That's true.
Carl says 100% true. He did go to Michigan.
But he's done that. But Brady's done that before in defense of Tyler's OBJ to the Bucs thing. They took on Corey Dillon, who at the time was considered a head case and
Chad
crazy
Johnson.
and all that. Ocho Cinco is another one, right? They added Albert Hainsworth at a time where he was
Randy Moss,
right?
Randy Moss.
Randy, right? They added, like, people don't realize how many I'm using the air quotes now. The
James
problem
Harrison.
people. Right. Well, James Harrison was never a problem.
Well, no, but
No.
he how he left Pittsburgh left some people.
Well, no, that was more the front office.
That was really
more than
Pittsburgh
James
doing what they
Harrison,
did
right.
to him.
They're stingy.
After what? And then they brought him back after Cincinnati, which made no
Yeah,
sense.
right.
It made no sense.
I
After
forgot
what
about
they
that.
dealt with and what they did to him, he winded up going back to Pittsburgh and actually helping them go to the playoffs. So It's ridiculous. Go ahead, read more.
Josh says, have him get Brown and OBJ live in his house and see how long Giselle divorces him with all the raucous. Carl says, 11:15. I guess must be getting over the Central Michigan outright win over Western. Jeff, did you lose some shekels on that?
No, I actually had that one.
All right. There you go.
What was I going to say? Because there was something
you want to know what I did lose money on, Ben? You prick.
No, it was Carl.
Right?
Carl.
Well, Carl. Yeah, he's the one. Sorry, not Ben. Apologies, Ben. Carl, you prick. I gave the 4 points with Michigan. What happened, you chokers?
Oh,
what
that
happened?
was such classic Michigan.
By the way, I think you're going to want to bet on this MMA card. This is going to be one of the best cards I've seen in almost 10 years. This is one of the best. And MSG, this is a great card.
Buddy,
Jeff.
I bet on everything.
I'm just saying.
Fat kids in Minnesota playing wiffle ball, I bet on.
Fat kids on wiffle ball.
I call you every week.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, I'm going to put 100 on this one and 100 on
You
that
do.
one. Like,
You do.
Right?
Yeah. You definitely do.
Doesn't always work out, but it is what it is.
So
I bet on everything.
Slug says, I took Michigan on the money line plus 170.
So, I mean, what is everybody
Michigan
else?
was the favorite. They couldn't have been plus 170. They were the favorite. They were a 4-point favorite.
The Rams also traded. They also traded their 2024 and 2024 6th and 7th pick for linebacker Kenny Young, which
yeah, that one didn't make any sense. Kenny Young was playing well for them.
They're just trading everything and making trades for. I mean, this is a make or break. If the Rams don't win, does McVay lose his job?
No.
Yeah.
The GM might, but I don't know.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, this is the year. If they don't win the
He's
Super
got
Bowl,
to at least get to the Super Bowl.
I'm going to say no. There's no chance he loses it this year. And listen, if you feel free to disagree. You might not like McVay. Who's going to replace him?
No, I agree with you. Who's going to replace him? But just think, you traded away your future to win a Super Bowl this year. For this year,
first of all of this stuff, right? You're all putting this on Sean McVay.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't Sean McVay. There's a general manager there that's not Sean McVay.
And you don't think Sean McVay has something to do with it?
I'm sure he does, right? I'm sure he has some input, but making trades is not what a head coach does, is it?
Right. There's a lot of extreme trades over the years where all those draft picks they don't have, if these quote unquote superstar players don't win it, that's a lot of it is on him, especially 2 first-round picks and Jalen Ramsey and Matthew Stafford too.
Let me ask. I mean, this is more just to make a point. I realize they're not trading him, but the Jets go and trade Zach Wilson tomorrow. Are you hanging Robert Saleh out to dry because they trade Zach Wilson?
No, and I'm going to say
that would be on the GM. Right?
Yeah, but I'm gonna go right into this, and this is why a lot of Jet fans were posting. I knew this was going to happen because I said it last week. Watch Mike White go out and throw 350 yards and play a great game, and Jet fans are going to try to push out Zach Wilson. And I'm gonna tell all the Jet fans, just like I said it on social media.
That's not what I was doing.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying other people have quoted after Mike White playing the way he did that they're going to go that Mike White. They were cheering Mike White, and Jet fans are going crazy. And I'm going to say this just like I've said this to every single New York fan out there. Robert Saleh and Joe Douglas stamped their names to Zach Wilson. If Zach Wilson fails, both of them are going to be out of a job. They traded away the 3rd pick in the 1st round, quarterback Sam Darnold, who's still only 23 years old. He was the youngest quarterback drafted out of the draft. They traded him away because they believed in this kid, Zach Wilson. They believed that this kid, that's why when this all happened with Mike White doing what he did, what did they bring in? The week after, they're bringing in Beck, a coach. And by the way, now what's his name again? Mike LaFleur is staying up in the booth. They don't want him on the field anymore. That they feel that he's better off in the boots. And they're bringing this guy Beck, who's a quarterback guy. They say he's somewhat of a guru that's going to help.
Ex-Dolphin.
They should have brought this guy in before the season started. I'm bringing in a veteran guy that's going to sit on the bench and explain things to Zach Wilson so he sees it a different way. They screwed up this year on the development of this kid because they should have had a veteran quarterback on that bench helping this kid understand. I know we said it, but now they're seeing the situation that a veteran quarterback, a journeyman like Mike White, who's been in the league for 4 years, understand the offense more because he reads and he sees it before it happens. And it doesn't matter how much footage and how much film, and Jeff, you said this too, if you don't understand what you're seeing, you're not going to really develop the way you want to develop, no matter how much film you watch, okay? So Zach Wilson right now, and I'm going to tell you this right now, he's not losing his job. Mike White could win the job for the whole year. Yeah, and might be the best thing for Zach Wilson to sit out, get healthy, and understand the offense a little bit better.
From Flacco,
yeah. So to me,
if you turn on the NFL Network right now, you can see a Cooper Rush last-minute drive. There's a minute and a half left in the game. The greatest moment in Cowboys history is about to happen.
By the way,
I'm sure the Beef is salivating.
And I'll tell you this, and the beef told me the other day, he told me that the Cowboys, he thinks the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl. And I said,
he was saying that before they were good.
Listen, listen, this might be
They're going to win 3 in a row.
No,
this is supposed to be the third of the 3, Jeff.
He's out of his mind. But this could be the year that the Cowboys break through. They really could. I mean,
it's
Dak,
not.
I understand it's not. But Dak Prescott's playing at the top level. Their running game is one of the best in the league right now.
Dak playing at top level. Cooper Rush is throwing for 325. Can we get off this top level thing?
You don't
when
think
Cooper Rush throws for 325, maybe it's not the quarterback. Maybe Speedy could throw for 450.
I wouldn't go that far.
Come on, Jeff. If you don't think Dak Prescott is at the top level right now.
Does anyone think Cooper Rush is a competent quarterback?
No.
Everyone laughed at him for forever. Oh. And now he's throwing for 325.
That's fine.
But Dak is so good.
Okay, and who did they play this past week?
The Vikings, they're a pretty good team.
Give me a break. I didn't think the Vikings were going to be any good this year. Okay, and honestly, I'll say it again: the Vikings and I think Kirk Cousins is a good quarterback. In primetime games, he doesn't play well in. Anytime it's on TV and it's primetime,
I don't care who you're playing against. 325 is 325.
Doesn't matter.
That's a bad look for that.
We've seen him play Monday Night Football. I don't think he's ever won a Monday Night Football game.
Nope.
Or Sunday Night
Football. He's never
Sunday Night Football. He's won before, but not Monday.
He doesn't win on primetime television games.
Or against
he doesn't.
good teams.
No, he does. He just doesn't play well on primetime.
He plays well against good teams. A lot of times they lose because the defense is.
He's got a winning record against winning teams. He's won more games against winning teams than losing teams. They showed that on TV on ESPN.
Yeah, that's why I was saying it's more the Monday night than anything, but the Sunday night.
He just doesn't play on primetime games,
right? And there's a lot of games where he'll play well and they'll lose like close. They'll lose a shootout or something like that, and against good teams or even in primetime.
I have my question for Errol.
Okay, hit it.
Since we're talking about the Jets,
go ahead.
So, when are you going to realize that there's a bigger problem here?
What's the problem? What's the problem?
Why can Mike White, in his first start, throw for 450 yards?
405.
Sorry, 405 yards. 3 touchdowns.
Yep. 2 interceptions.
Finally. That's fine. Zach Wilson was covering that.
That's fine. Just spit it out.
So, the Jets can finally score in the first half with this dude.
Okay, first quarter, yes. First quarter, first
half, they were scoring in the first half.
Okay, spit it out. Go ahead.
Why is it that Zach Wilson couldn't do that? It was the same team.
I'm going to give you the answer. He is a rookie, and he's learning one of the most difficult offenses in all of the NFL. Mike White, who's been in the league 4 years, he's played in this offense 2 out of the 4 years. He understands the offense. He reads the offense. It is not easy. It's not easy reading off audibles and linebacker blitzes and stuff like that. It's not that easy.
I never said it was easy. Now here's because I'm glad you brought that up. Weren't you telling me that Zach Wilson got the book early and that he was having these?
He watches all the films. Yes.
Right, okay.
Yes.
So that means one of two things. Either him and Robert Saleh do not have a communication base where this kid can go to him and be like, hey, when I see this, what do you think I should do? Or, hey, when I feel this, what should I do? Or Robert Saleh doesn't trust this kid enough to open the playbook and really let him use his talent. So there's a big problem.
Really?
Here.
Mac Jones, they haven't opened up the offense for Mac Jones.
Hold
not
on.
a big problem. He's
That's
a
completely
rookie.
different.
No, it's not. He's
Yes,
a
it is.
rookie.
I
You're
trust
not going to
Bill
open
Belichick.
up a
I trust Bill Belichick.
Okay, you trust Bill Belichick. That's fine.
Just quietly, Mac Jones is also 7th in the league in passes.
That's fine. I'm not saying that he is not, but they haven't opened up the playbook for him. And I'm the one. And by the way, I've stuck up for Mac Jones before you did, Jeff. I told you he was going to be a good quarterback.
But I think that the problem Tyler has in this whole thing with the Jets is Tyler is not realizing there's 3 errors. Okay, there's preseason error where the Jets have the best offensive line in the league, and they're so great. And
I never said it. Again, you always take things out of my mouth. You always take things.
No, you said they were going to have a good offensive line.
I said they were going to have a top 13 offensive line in the league.
No, you said top 5.
No, I did not. No, I did not.
Right?
You always bullshit words and things that I never say.
Right,
I never say.
There's the 3 arrows where. There's the 3 arrows where he over-exaggerates preseason because they're going to be so good. There's mid-season arrow where
I think the Jets are going to be good.
In.
I said if the Jets were going to have a good season, they're going to win 9 or 8 games. A bad season, they're going to win no more than 3.
Dude,
you're talking. You're
You'll be lucky to get 2 wins this year.
They won 2 already.
They won 2.
What are you talking about?
But they might not win again.
How do you know? They're playing the
Who
Colts on
Who else
Thursday.
did they beat besides
Tennessee?
The Colts are not a good team.
The Colts are too.
They're not a good team.
They could beat the Colts.
They're not a good
You're
team.
crazy.
Really?
Right, but
bet you they beat them. I bet you they beat them this week. I bet you they beat
Indianapolis.
Them. At Indianapolis, they will beat the Jets. Will have a chance to win this game. This week.
Everyone has got a chance.
The Colts' defense hasn't been the same this year.
Their secondary's terrible. It's horrible. Horrible.
Right, but that's the thing. So when Tyler's judging Errol about, you said this and you said, you got to think about what Errol you were talking to, because there's 3 Errols. There's preseason, midseason, postseason, and they're 3 very different people with 3 very different takes.
That's so untrue, Jeff. That's so untrue. If you actually listen to what I say every single year, I stick with my teams. Even I don't think Tennessee's winning the Super Bowl this year. I think Green Bay's still going to the Super Bowl in the NFC. I after losing Derrick Henry, I don't. But everything that I say, I don't go off and disquote what I say in the beginning of the season. So you're wrong, Jeff. You're just making things up, because when I say something, I follow through with it. And as far as Zach Wilson is concerned, I didn't think Zach Wilson was going to have he was going to take the Jets to a playoff game this year. I knew there were going to be woes with this kid, just as much there was woes with Peyton Manning, just as much as there's been woes with Trevor Lawrence, just
every
as much
kid
as
is going to have. Yeah, every kid's going to have.
Everybody.
So
and when you start your first year, when you're not sitting on the bench, you're not learning, you don't have a veteran quarterback there to help you. And now finally the Jets figure that out. They bring this guy Beck in, which they should have done from the beginning. They should have had Flacco there. They traded a 6th-round draft pick for Flacco when they could have kept that 6. I don't understand why they didn't re-sign Flacco. It made no sense, and that's why you put Zach Wilson in behind the 8 ball this year. Because now, if I was the Jets right now, I don't put him back into a game this year. I let him sit out, let him learn. Yeah, you keep looking back and forth
because I said this.
That's fine.
And you
That's
said
great.
he should play.
But they're not.
No, that was me.
No, that was him, and I did not say that. You see, you know what the problem with a lot of people is? You take words. All of you guys, all the people, take words out of my mouth that I never said. That I
remember saying it. And you said no, he'll play again.
He'll play.
Again.
I said he'll play again. But I didn't say. I'm telling you right now. With my thought right now, with Beck there and everything like that, let him sit the bench, let him learn the offense, let him understand what he is. So when he comes back next year with the team a lot better, with a lot younger and more talent, and maybe even more veteran talent, that he'll have a chance to win the games that he needs to win.
That's literally what I said.
And what I think right now is the Jets put him behind the 8 ball just as much as the Jaguars put Trevor Lawrence behind the 8 ball.
Screwing that guy.
Okay, so
he might retire next
year. That's
what.
And Justin Fields, he's looked better, and he's looked. Certain games he gave up 5 touchdowns a couple weeks ago. He's looked better the week after that. Justin Fields, again, I think should not be starting. But again,
I don't think you should be judging any of them for 3 years.
No, I know. I said that. It takes 3 years for a quarterback to really develop his skill and understand the game at the speed of the game. So, again, a lot of people take words out of my mouth when they listen to the show, and Speedy listens to the show. He knows. Also on the Weekend Crunch, when I say something, I say it. I follow through with what I say.
You might have said top 10. You never said top 5.
I said top 13.
Right,
said,
but the difference is because we talked about this off air one time when we had talked, and you were like, "Yeah, this offensive line is a whole lot worse than I ever thought they could be."
Yeah, I did. I said I never thought with the way, and McGovern right now is ranked top 5 right now centers in the league. I don't understand.
We've seen the extremities of it with
I don't
Elijah
understand
Vera Tucker too, who was terrible the first 2 weeks, and now he's great.
I mean, Elijah Vera Tucker is right now. I think they've rated him a 5 or 6 guard right now in the league. In the last 3 weeks, he's really brought his value up. But Mekhi Beckham's not there. Morgan. Morgan Moses looked
right, but this is another thing that happened because I even told you need to give kids time, but you came right out of the gates with Elijah Vera Tucker and was like, he's going to be the best. And then when he played,
I didn't say he was going to be the best. I said he could be a star guard in this league, and he's proven that he can.
To start the season, you were like, oh, maybe I should back off. When guys get drafted, people need to
a lot of people. Come on, Jeff.
Expectations that they're going to come into the league and be the greatest player in the league.
Jeff, I never said he was going to be the greatest player in the league.
No. But everyone pumps up the rookies. Like,
that's fine. And Jeff,
there were fans that did.
Jeff, you want to know something? There are things that people say, including me, including a lot of analysts and sports broadcasters that say the things that come back. A lot of things that I say, yes. If everybody knows I'm a Jet fan, but I am a straightforward Jet fan. If I know the Jets are going to suck, I say they're going to suck. I don't sit there and say, hey, the Jets are going to win the Super Bowl. Oh, the Jets are going to make the playoffs. I never thought the Jets were going to make the playoffs. I never thought that the Jets were going to be in that position this year.
They're going to be a top 5 draft pick again.
They are. Right now, they're 7th right now in their pick and 10th in the Seattle pick.
How are they 7th?
7th. Because
who's worse?
The Giants are the 5th.
Detroit, Jacksonville, Giants.
It's because of the schedule. If they have the weakest schedule, which the Giants have a weaker schedule, they get a higher pick, which makes no sense. I think if you have a harder schedule,
it's also the playoff. It's the same as the playoff tiebreaker, so they can't change it just for the draft.
Well, if they have a weaker schedule and they're also losing, that means they're losing the worst team, so they should have a higher.
Well, yeah, it's the same. It's the same schedule as the play. It's the same tiebreaker as the playoffs because you can't reward the easier schedule for making a wild.
But how do you estimate the team that they're playing is weaker than the other team?
The record of the
strength of schedule.
But right now I get
it could change.
It could change. So how could you put the Giants at 5th when you don't know what that team's going to end up with?
Right. We don't know it at the time.
Let's be honest. They play in the NFC East. That's clearly the worst division.
No, but Errol's saying the strength of schedule for the whole league, not just the NFC East too, because the NFC South, the Saints are 5-2.
Thank you,
the Buccaneers are 6-1. So
Carl says, I give you credit, Errol. You said Fields shouldn't start would be by
until
week 4.
Yeah.
And I did say that.
Yes, you did.
And I did. And listen, I've said things that I was dead on, and there are things that I've said that I'm wrong. But a lot of analysts say it. A lot of broadcasters, they're not always right. But there are things that I've nailed on certain things, and the things that I'm not right on. And I've come back and said I was wrong.
Draft picks are always the most difficult.
I got news for you. I've always stuck up for Dak Prescott, and I've always stuck up for Dak Prescott, and I've always said that Dak Prescott will be a good quarterback in this league.
I remember
no matter
that draft.
what anybody said about him.
I remember
and
that.
I said,
here's another one, by the way. Did you see the thing on Barkley tested positive?
Oh yeah, I saw that too. Yep, I saw that too. And listen, when you have the COVID vaccine, you can still get COVID, okay, but not as bad. Not as bad, and it goes away quicker, believe it or not. If you have the vaccination,
apparently you don't spread it either.
Well, you do, but
no, you can still spread it, but it's harder. It's harder to contract it.
Yes,
it's harder to give it.
Cold in here.
The windows.
Doug says Zach Wilson is yesterday's news. Mike White is the future of the Jets because the Dolphins quarterbacks have been so good lately. Wonder if Jay Cutler's still available.
Do I think Mike White's the future of the Jets? No, I don't. I think it's another.
What if Mike White wins the rest of the season now?
What happens if he does? He'll start next year. But that doesn't mean Robert Saleh and Joe Douglas, their names are stamped to Zach Wilson. If he fails, they're gone. They're gone.
Dude, Mike White wins out. Zach Wilson is the next quarterback of the Washington football team.
Yeah. A lot of teams will be gunning for Zach Wilson. You think, but the Jets are not trading Zach Wilson, and
they're
Jet
also
fans,
not winning out. So we can shoot
they're
that
not
one down
right.
now.
They're not.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
I think they could beat the Colts.
If he plays well for the next, 8 weeks, 9 weeks?
Doesn't matter. He'll be backing up Zach Wilson next year.
That's not even the quarterback. that's not even the quarterback situation anyone should care about anyways, because there's actually a more important one, and we kind of talked about it, right? Because Aaron Rodgers has COVID. But what if Jordan Love comes in this week and lights the world on fire? That will really push Aaron Rodgers out the door.
But no, it won't. It's the
I don't
Chiefs'
know.
defense.
Did they say Bortles is going to start this week?
No, they said Bortles is the backup.
Oh, okay. Maybe I misread
Jordan Love's going to start.
Jordan
but
Love's
like,
starting. We're going to say it's the
if he
Chiefs'
comes-
defense.
Well, listen, you can say that, but if he comes in and plays really well, it's going to make it so much easier for the Green Bay front office to say, see, we were right. We made the right decision.
Good.
And now
You're going to judge a one-game sample against the Chiefs.
And you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say, go ahead, you dopes. Go let Aaron Rodgers flock and let him go win a Super Bowl
They're not
somewhere
gonna
else.
let him flock. He wants to leave.
I'm just saying that you think Jordan Love's the answer. Good luck, because everybody.
I actually think it could be the best thing that ever happens to Green Bay, honestly. And I realize you're going to be like, how could that be good? Dude, you're going to get like 3 firsts and 2 seconds from whoever you're going to, and that will, dude, you'll get so many more pieces to fill out the rest of your team. It'll be unreal.
Oh yeah, and I think he's on his way out. I do not think he's going back next year, as well as Devontae Adams. And by the way, Devontae Adams is not going to Vegas now. I can tell you that right now. So I could see Devontae.
The Chargers were a second team, and they're probably not going there either.
No, I think there'll be other teams lining up for him. I can see the Patriots. They're looking for a number one.
Sure.
I mean, the Jets. I mean,
I think he's gonna go
they can't take
somewhere
him on. I'm not sure they have the salary.
Well, they did spend a lot of money in the offseason.
Yeah, that's true.
But I know the Jets. Are looking for a number one. I'll definitely say the Jets are going to definitely be one of those teams that are going to line up for him.
Don't sleep on Indy. I'm telling you, don't sleep on Indy.
Indiana too. Indianapolis, being that Carson Wentz is there. There'll be a bunch of teams.
I don't know why you
the
ruled out
Bears.
the
The Bears, because Allen Robinson's definitely not going back next year.
As good as gone.
And the way he's playing this year, because they're not throwing him the ball,
right?
Which I feel bad for Allen, because he's not going to get a lot of money. Even though he's a great player, he's not going to get the money he would have gotten last year if he was let go.
Poor guy throughout his career, all those bad quarterbacks he has to deal with, and now dealing with awful coaching. Oh my god!
I mean, that's another guy that I think that the Jets wanted to get when he was available before he went to the Bears. So I do believe the Jets will be interested in him too. So they need a number one. They don't have one.
But if Jordan Love shows out, like, won't that be like really the nail in the coffin?
Not
for the
1
whole
week.
Aaron Rodgers thing?
Not 1 week. Not against the Chiefs.
And by the way,
and it's not a done deal that Aaron Rodgers is only out 1 week because he doesn't have the vaccine.
Yeah.
That he has to wait and to find out if he's going to play until
You're right.
Saturday before next week's game. So there's
Right.
still a chance he won't make the next game.
Absolutely
too.
right. And here's another thing. Going back to the Jets, I want to take a shot at Joe Douglas. Okay. Because this whole Denzel Mims thing is a debacle. Okay. You had 7 teams that reached out to you that were willing to make a trade with the Jets. I heard a team offered him a late first-round draft pick for Denzel Mims, and they would not trade him. They put him on the trade market. They were going to trade him, and now all of a sudden he's untouchable. They're not going to trade him. So if this guy is untouchable and non-tradable, why isn't he playing?
Yeah, really.
Why isn't he playing? That all these other teams that know that he's a deep threat, he's a good deep threat, and could be an elite deep threat in this league, why are you not playing him? It doesn't make any sense.
They're protecting him?
It doesn't make any sense.
Wouldn't they
It doesn't
protect him
make any
to
sense.
trade him? Not to.
It doesn't make any sense, Jeff.
I mean, it does make some sense. I think you're ignoring the fact that he got food poisoning and lost 20 pounds, and maybe they're waiting until he gains some strength back in his body. When you lose that amount of weight that quickly, Tyler, you won't know about this, but when you lose that amount of weight that quickly, like, dude, you're weak.
8 weeks, Jeff? Come on. I lost 20 pounds from COVID. I gained it back within 2 or 3 weeks.
Well, that's because you're a gluttonous pig.
I'm
but
a
maybe
gluttonous.
when you're an athlete,
I'm an athlete.
But you don't know the other side effects that he had from eating whatever it is that he ate that made him sick.
That's fine.
Right?
But again, Jeff, it's not very hard to gain the weight and gain the muscle weight back, because I've been slowly but surely trying to do that since I had my hip surgery.
But in fairness, right? And this is
I'm not a
shot
professional
at,
athlete.
Listen, I'm not taking a shot at you when I say this. Okay, so just keep that in mind. I'm being sincere when I say
Yeah, got it.
But you losing 20 pounds is a whole lot different than a professional athlete who lost 20 pounds of muscle. That dude was already ripped and in shape. And when you lose that kind of muscle mass, 20 pounds of muscle is a whole lot different than you losing your third chin and putting it back on with a Domino's run. I mean, is that fair?
No, it's fair. But again, Jeff, you can't really sit here and tell me that when you have a player of that talent, Denzel Mims, and you
Have
drafted
you
him
ever
from
lost 20
Baylor.
pounds have you ever played in the NFL and lost 20 pounds
Never
of muscle?
played in the NFL,
Right, but
but
this is what
I've
I'm saying.
lost. I've lost 25 pounds of muscle. I have.
Right, but all I'm saying to you is there could be other reasons behind it that you're just ignoring because you're like, we spent the second round pick on this guy. Why isn't he playing? That's a lot. That's a lot of muscle mass to lose.
Yeah.
Be honest.
I got it. Jeff, call back after this. We have a guest. We're going to go to a quick break, and we're going to bring in, we'll be talking, when we come back from break, we'll be talking to SB Nation, Nets daily writer and reporter, Chris Milholen, here on the Sports Loudmouths.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Do current market conditions have you nervous? Our experienced team of financial professionals at Heritage Harbor Financial Associates understands that no two investors are alike. We all have different goals, needs, and appetites for risk. That's why the one-size-fits-all approach does not work, especially when planning for retirement. At Heritage Harbor Financial Associates, we analyze your unique investment style so that you can work toward your individual retirement goals on your terms. Heritage Harbor Financial Associates can help you take steps to reach your retirement goals by providing a wide array of financial products to fit your needs, even for the risk adverse. Give us a call at 631-331-6599 to learn more or to set up an appointment with one of our financial professionals. You can also find us on the web at hhfa.org or on Facebook at facebook.com/hhfa.org. Our number again is 631-331-6599. That's 631-331-6599. Investments in stocks, bonds, and mutual funds and variable annuities are not FDIC insured and are subject to fluctuation in value and market risk, including loss of principal. Heritage Harbor Financial Associates offers securities advisors LLC, New York, New York. Member FINRA, SIPC, annuity and insurance products offered through AXA Network LLC.
Be fearless at MMA Long Island and Seituha Karate. Located at 28 Colt Court in Ronkonkoma, MMA Long Island is the martial arts school for you if you want to learn combat-proven techniques, build confidence, discipline, and self-esteem while learning real martial arts to fight back against bullies, predators, and peer pressure. MMA Long Island offers group and private lessons for all ages and levels in traditional Goju-Ryu Karate, MMA, and self-defense. MMA Long Island is one of Long Island's most affordable martial arts schools. There are no promotion, belt, or membership fees, and family discounts are available. All classes are taught by 7th degree black belt Sensei John Benedict with over 30 years teaching experience. So whether you want to get in the ring or protect yourself and your family, MMA Long Island can help you reach your goals. Visit MMALongIsland.com. That's MMALongIsland.com or call or text 516-381-9660. That's 516-381-9660.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. This is the Sports Loudmouths.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Sports Loudmouths. I'm your host, Earl Marks. My co-host, Speedy Petey, and Tyler Harrison. Remember, you can call us at 631-672-3108. You can download our app by going to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. iOS, which is Apple, WWSRN, or Android, Worldwide Sports Radio Network. A lot of football, so why don't we just shift to a little basketball. We are now talking to SB Nation Nets daily writer and reporter, Chris Milholen. What's going on, Chris?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We are good, man. I mean, obviously, you've been very, very busy, obviously, with the Nets playing. The Nets are starting to play pretty good basketball. I knew Kevin Durant needed to get his feet under him, playing over there for the United States in the Olympics this coming year. And then, obviously, James Harden, who hasn't played well in the last week and a half, is starting to figure things out as well. So, before we get into the Nets, how are you doing? And tell the fans a little bit about you. How'd you become a writer for SB Nation and for the Nets?
First off, thank you guys for having me on. It's always fun chopping up some hoops. Just coming straight back from the Nets Hawks game. Currently in an Uber, so to kind of trace it all back, how I became a writer, right? So obviously, a lot of people are like, "Oh, hey man, you're 23 years old. How the heck are you in the position you are today?" Simple thing is, you just gotta work hard. That's the number one thing, right? So obviously, all you guys know, especially you guys in the journalism field, you really got to find that niche, and you really just got to just experiment. Just experiment with your content. So I did podcasting, I did radio, I did writing. really found out that I've always had a touch for writing, and especially a personality trait as well, talking with players, asking questions. So that's how I was really able to kind of snap my way into this field. And just overall, I've been with Nets Daily since September of 2018. I covered the G League for 2 years, and then this is my second year of covering the Brooklyn Nets as it is right now.
So now you're getting paid by the Brooklyn Nets to do what you absolutely love to do. So that's a great feeling.
It's always a fun time.
Absolutely. Get to go to games, get to interview the players, get to look high on up at Kevin Durant at his 6'10" frame and his long 74 inch. What's him? What's his length?
Wingspan.
He's got a 7'3" wingspan.
It's crazy. It's
crazy.
It really is. It's like deformed or something. I don't know. So why don't we get into the Nets? Obviously, the beginning of the season, I know it's still very, very early. James Harden hasn't played well. Kevin Durant obviously is trying to get his feet under him. What are your thoughts to the depth of this team? And where do you see this team going as the season progresses?
Yeah, that's always a good question because, number one, the biggest thing with this team is that they're still trying to form chemistry and continuity. Those are the big two words that you'll hear Nash and the rest of the Nets players really expressing throughout these first 6 games of the season, 7 games of the season, right? Because the thing is, obviously, the big three, as you guys know, of last season, they only played 8 games together, only a handful of playoff games together. And then when you add guys back in the lineup like a healthy LaMarcus Aldridge, Patty Mills, and just Paul Millsap, those type of veteran role players that could really provide not just veteran leadership or production in the core, which you alluded to, which is the depth. They're one of those teams that are really just trying to find their legs. And obviously being an older set team in their mid-30s with a lot of their key players, it's going to take them a couple games to really get their legs under them. So that's one of the big things Steve Nash has also been hitting at. Mostly, hey, you got to give us some time. So anyone that's really watched NBA basketball and covered for a while, everyone knows that veterans usually take around 15 to 20 games to really get into game shape and get into that playing mentality. So right now they're forming chemistry. Tonight was a great step. You heard all the players from Kevin Durant, even Steve Nash even alluded to it, that they're finding that continuity on both ends of the floor, knowing where the guys are, and that they're improving, but it's a process that they can't always just complete. It's going to be a process that's going to really drag on for the remainder of the season, even into the playoffs.
One of the most notable things to begin this NBA season has been this new foul rule where you can't draw the fouls as easily. You get the free throws on follow-throughs for three-point shots. And the Nets being a very shooting-oriented team. James Harden, we know how much he draws fouls constantly and oftentimes can get away with it too. Kevin Durant, the same kind of thing. So do you think that's something that's affected a lot of these shooting-type teams as a result? And how long do you think that could last into the season?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because I feel like right now with the new foul changing rule, especially with the three-point shot, referees and players are both kind of finding their footing with it, right? It's not a perfect type of rule change this is what's a foul now and this is what's not. Both sides are still experimenting with the thing. We saw Harden talk about it, saying that, hey, tonight, like, it's not like he said tonight, even though he had only 1 free throw, he said, hey, that's not really it's been his focus with this so far. He's kind of just focused on kind of seeing how the game flow goes. And he just wants constant communication with the referees. He wants to just see, hey, today he alluded to right after the game that, hey, like I've seen games on TVs where fouls are called differently in other games, but in our games that, hey, why is this being called this way? So that's kind of been one of the major points. You've seen guys, especially like Trae Young for today, when on the right wing in the third quarter, he got called. He actually drew a 3-point foul. And you see the Nets bench and really all the players on the sideline being like, what the heck was that? There's not really that common ground yet. So it's going to be interesting to see how long will it take the league and the players to really find the common ground with the new rule changes.
Chris, you brought up a good point about the veterans not really getting their feet wet till 15, 20 games in. So now that Brooklyn is very thin at the position, LaMarcus Aldridge took a year off, obviously, because of the heart condition he had last year. Blake Griffin goes away for times during the stretch. And Bruce Brown's paying a ton of minutes with Kyrie Irving obviously not being there.
Yeah, because continue.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm sorry. So
that's a big thing because obviously with LaMarcus Aldridge, it's surprising how consistent he's been considering the layoff that he had, right? Because obviously he had retired abruptly due to the heart condition he had, and now he's just been automatic from the mid range. Obviously, that's been his signature shot throughout his whole entire career. And like you alluded to with the bench pieces of Patty Mills and all these other guys, like I said before, it comes down to that finding that continuity and really just knowing how to play together, knowing where the guys are in each spots, because that's something that's always been a vocal point from training camp to now, especially the Nets putting a heavy emphasis on defense Gang rebounding as well. Obviously, we all know how the Nets are with rebounding. They're not a structured team when it comes to that aspect of the game. But, especially kind of pinpointing on LaMarcus, a couple days ago, I even said on another podcast that he's been my biggest surprise so far this early season of the stretch of games, right? Because, with LaMarcus, he's been consistent on both ends of the floor, especially defense, because during those 5 games when he initially played with the Nets last year, you could tell that in the Nets switching defense, he was a little stagnant with switching his feet. Obviously, he's a slower defender and an aged superstar. But, overall, he's kind of really flipped that switch. Obviously, at the end of the day, he's not the LaMarcus Aldridge that we all know of in Portland or in the early years of San Antonio. He's a 35, 36-year-old LaMarcus Aldridge. So at the end of the day, to get that kind of production from his mid-range, even adding that 3-point shot as well, and just find that continuity with James Harden, the pick and roll, and playing in drop coverage, that's just going to be huge for this team.
Go ahead, finish what you were going to say, Tyler.
I was just going to say, obviously, that with them being thin, do you think that they're going to have to go out and, they really can't trade because they're thin as it is. Mm-hmm. Do you think that there's a free agent that maybe that they're talking about bringing in if something goes wrong, or a guy in the G League that they can call up? Because when Claxton comes back, it'll be a huge boost.
Yeah, when Claxton comes back, it's going to be a huge boost. And obviously, no one really knows what's going on with Claxton. He's been out with a non-COVID illness for the past 4 games. And last game, Steve Nash even told us that he's expected to miss the next 7 games or 7 days to 10 days. So his absence is obviously something that's going to be pending throughout the beginning of this 6-game road trip. But to answer your question on the free agents and whether they're targeting anyone, obviously it's a little too soon for that because they're still trying to figure out the pieces that they have. Personally, obviously, as we know, too, the Nets are very aggressive in the buyout market, right after the trade deadline. Obviously, we saw that with Blake Griffin, LaMarcus Aldridge. Obviously, the thing with Kyrie Irving, which I can imagine we're going to discuss and get into, that you just know that the main weakness on this team so far is just the ball handling as well, because you can see Patty Mills has really thrived off the ball in off-the-ball situations. Same thing with Javon Carter. He brings a lot of defense, but you can't really trust him to be that secondary ball handler in the group, especially alongside Patty Mills. So I'd imagine they look into a ball handling route more than anything. But at the end of the day, the Nets have been a poor rebounding team for at least the past 3 years. So I think that they're going to remain steady with what they have. But like I said before, obviously the buyout market's a big sweepstakes. And, in the buyout market, like all of us do know that watches the NBA, the rich get richer in that category.
We are talking to SB Nation Nets daily writer and reporter, Chris Milholen. Now, Chris, obviously, this is Steve Nash's second year as a head coach, has really no coaching background. You talk about Marks. This is a big year for Sean Marks because last year, I believe it was their best chance of winning a title, being how everything fell the way it should have fell for them to win a title. And they fell short against Milwaukee. They wound up winning a championship. When you look at this team and you look at the pressure that's on, obviously, Sean Marks, he gave away a slew of draft picks for James Harden. And then, obviously, with Steve Nash, with the pressure that he has as a first-time coach and with the players that he has been given without Kyrie Irving, do you think that if they don't go far into the playoffs or they get knocked out early in the playoffs, that Sean Marks could be losing his job, or even Steve Nash might be looking for another position somewhere else?
I don't think Sean Marks would lose his job in that situation. I feel like the Nets organization, first off, you got to remember where Sean Marks took over this Nets organization, right? When they were really just the worst team in the league. There's really no hiding around it. He went from obviously 24 wins to 40 wins to 44 wins. And then obviously Atkinson got fired, Jack Vaughn took over, and then now Steve Nash is there. And, like you said, there's no hiding from the truth. It's a huge year for Steve Nash because obviously, especially with the loss of Mike D'Antoni, who really ran and had his fingerprints all over the offense last year. Anyone who watched Houston Rockets basketball in the 2019-20 season can see that the Nets were running the same exact schemes and everything. So now that D'Antoni's gone, Nash has more of Jordan Ott, who is the summer league coach. He admitted that he's going to be kind of filling in as that offensive coordinator type role. But at the same time, Nash is the big type of coach now. He doesn't really have that veteran coach to really lean on or to kind of really break down the offensive schemes.
You sure he doesn't want to lean on Amari Stoudemire?
Well, I don't know. Now, don't get me wrong. They could definitely use Amari Stoudemire on the boards. But, outside of that, And they can use Steve Nash's ball handling as well if we really want to go there. But at that same time, it's a huge year for him overall. And we all know the reason why the Nets brought in Steve Nash to begin with. It was to manage the personalities. That was the biggest thing before anything, because obviously at that time James Harden wasn't there, and it was just Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving. But obviously, as we all see throughout the chaos that's going on with obviously the Kyrie Irving vaccination mandate and this whole team finding chemistry, big expectations, veteran guys, obviously a lot of personalities and superstars on this team as well. Nash has navigated that ship nearly perfect. And at the end of the day, I really just think that he's starting to really find his footing as a head coach in this league right now.
So going to that Kyrie Irving thing, so I think because James Harden has been a big usage rate guy in his career, where he's always either first or second to Russell Westbrook in terms of the times he's handled the ball. And a lot of people think it's the reason he gets worn out throughout the season. Now with Kyrie Irving potentially gone for a long time, maybe the whole season if he doesn't get vaccinated, James Harden's going to have to get a lot of ball handling duties. One, do you think that's contributing to why he's struggling right now in terms of scoring points, even though he's still getting assists and rebounds? And two, how big of an issue do you think this is for the Nets in the playoffs and later in the season?
Yeah, I think, number one, I'm a big believer that James Harden's early season struggles heavily due because he didn't practice really any basketball on the court during the whole offseason. Because the whole offseason, he was recovering from the grade 2 hamstring strain. He was rehabbing throughout the whole entire summer. We've heard that from multiple people, from Harden himself to Nash himself to even Sean Marks himself, from the higher up in the front office. And, with Harden, obviously, it's a different thing because now with the loss of Irving, he's demanded more to be of the Houston Harden, right? Because when he was initially brought in, he was viewed as a luxury, be the main facilitator of the group, rack up assists, create your own shot if you need to in the isolation. And then at the end of the day, with having Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, and James Harden on the same court together, that just draws so much gravity for guys such as Joe Harris, who has led the league in three-point percentage the past 2 years, and just other guys in the mid-range like we alluded to with LaMarcus Aldridge. And even Blake Griffin, you see him attempting more threes now, even though he's struggling a lot. But, with Harden, I don't really see it too much of a problem. I think that the heavy belief that it's going around right now is that Kyrie Irving is going to return at some point in the year. I can't see him missing the whole entire year. I just can't see it happening. So, when it comes by playoffs, that's the big thing. But the big thing that the Nets have done to really adjust is they're adjusting without Kyrie Irving right now. That's the main reason they made the decision to leave him off the team, not just play away games and practice at home. They wanted him away. They wanted him as a full-time participant, or they didn't want him around the team at all. And that's the best decision you could do because they wanted to see what tools they have missing one of their cornerstone point guards. So overall, I think right now to kind of put that emphasis on a postseason worry. Obviously, there's guys such as the Bucks that pose huge threats. I think I would favor Milwaukee right now over the Nets in the postseason, based on how obviously they're struggling a little right now, but the way that roster's built up and filled up with continuity, it's hard to get past that Milwaukee team. It's easily going to be a 7-game series. But, overall, I think the Nets have really done a great job of kind of weighing out their tools and seeing what they got without Kyrie Irving on this team as of now.
As we all know, the offseason was dominated, obviously, with Kyrie Irving's name.
Mm-hmm.
You brought up a point that I don't think a lot of people thought. You said your feeling.
Yeah.
So, obviously, you're around these players. You talk to them.
Yeah.
What is the feeling that they're getting from Kyrie Irving? And you said you think he'll be back. So, do you
Correct.
have anyone telling you, hey, we're talking to Kyrie, he might be back, he might not? Where is Kyrie Irving at the Nets relationship as a whole?
So right now, the Nets and the Kyrie Irving relationship is a patience game. I think right now what they're doing is they're giving Kyrie Irving some time, and obviously they're also looking at what the heck's going to go on. There's this vaccine mandate with Eric Adams coming in as the mayor, right? There's heavy belief because there was a couple quotes a couple weeks ago that Eric Adams said he's extremely optimistic Kyrie Irving's going to play. Then he gets elected last night, and now he's the new mayor of the office. Obviously, there's a lot of loopholes with what he's saying about the mandate, because what a lot of people don't really realize, to get a little off basketball, is that he's really focusing the mandate or lifting the mandate when it comes to city employees. That doesn't really apply to Kyrie Irving as a whole. So what I'm thinking, that's just my personal belief. I wasn't told that by anyone, but even to go back with how the players are really dealing with this, Kevin Durant's been very honest with us throughout this whole time. Kevin Durant's always been like, hey, obviously we miss Kyrie. We'd love to have him part of the team, but at the end of the day, it's a personal decision. Obviously, any field, any job, any personal decision comes with any form of consequences. And the consequence is that since Kyrie Irving chose not to be vaccinated, he is not able to play in New York. So as a whole right now, they're missing Kyrie Irving, but at the same time, they're not missing that. Obviously, they're missing his production. They would have to replace that production by committee. But at the end of the day, you also got to remember that that this team, it's healthier that they're adjusting currently without him rather than having him only for away games and in practices at home, because that just ruined kind of continuity and rotations. But, just overall, they're all being honest with us. I think it's a patience game. I think what the Nets are doing is they're waiting on a Kyrie to give them a decision or let them know what the process is like or what his plan is going to be for the foreseeable future. So whether that is, hey, are you going to get vaccinated? Are you going to come back? Are you waiting on the mandate? What's going on? So that's kind of what the heavy belief is right now, that they're kind of just waiting on that.
We are talking to SB Nation Nets daily writer and reporter, Chris Milholen. Now, Chris, I don't even think that the Nets this offseason was the talk of the town. It was really the Knicks. And because the Knicks have really stood out this offseason, I think it's really hidden what the Brooklyn Nets quietly have done. And you look at the Knicks, and the Knicks have started off very strong and now slowly have not played well in the last 2 games. They're 5-3. They're tied with the Nets. And the East is going to be very close throughout the season. Do you think that this offseason has helped the Nets, being that they're not the talk of the town like they were last year, to help them slowly but surely move forward this year? Or do you think it's hurt them knowing that the Knicks have gotten better and have gotten more, have really become a more depthful team with their offense than anybody thought they were going to be this year?
You know what it comes down to? I think they're both 2 different teams in 2 different ballparks. Obviously, the narrative's going to be there that the Knicks run New York. There's no question about it. Anyone that's from New York or knows anything about basketball knows that New York is always going to be a Knicks town. The Nets could win 5 championships and still be a Knicks town, right? Obviously, you could run in the winning perspective saying, okay, you know what, the Nets, hey, if they win 5 championships, obviously they brought winning back to New York. New York hasn't had a sports title since 2009, so it's been a while. But the thing is, too, at the end of the day, is that what the Knicks are doing is they're similar to what the Nets are getting done in 2018, 2019 with D'Angelo Russell, right? They're embodying a new culture. They're embodying kind of that dogfight mentality, being a scrappy team, something that kind of an underdog in the whole conference to begin with. And I guess what the correlation to the Nets point of it is, I think at the Nets, they're chasing championships. The Knicks are more chasing kind of building a contender, right? Making it an attractive destination. Because one overlapping factor that a lot of people don't really realize is a lot of these guys that are entering the league have never seen the Knicks be a good basketball team. They've always been a pretty bad basketball team. So with that being said, obviously New York has a lot of glamour being an athlete, but a lot of people also know that playing in New York, it's a lot of heavy media pressure. There's a lot of stuff that also comes with playing in New York. It's one of those things. So at the end of the day, it's going to be interesting to see how both teams turn out. But I think as of right now, it's always fun. And obviously New York, I could speak for, I guess, the city of New York, being obviously some guy that's been here my whole entire life. It's one of those things that we've never really had the Nets and Knicks be great at the same exact time. Obviously the Knicks aren't great, but they're finding a foundation. They're obviously winning here. So it ramps up their crowd as well.
So is there a point with Kyrie Irving not knowing when he's going to come back? Is there a point or a circumstance in the season where you think they either have to, one, maybe even trade him for another swap, like another player for like Kyrie Irving for Ben Simmons type trade, or Damian Lillard or somebody else that's on the trade block? Is there a point where they might have to do that, or even just trade for a point guard with whatever draft stock and like young players they have left? What would be that point in the season and why? And like, would it be amidst other circumstances?
I can't really give a point right now, because the thing is, like, I feel like they're continuing to experiment right now, right? And they're obviously, like I said before, I think, like 5 times already, like they're adjusting to like what the current pieces they have right now. So obviously, I think the big thing here too is the Nets are listening to calls for Kyrie Irving. They're not aggressively making calls themselves, but hey, like any team, they're going to do their due diligence here. If you're calling for Kyrie Irving, at the end of the day, everyone knows the NBA is a business. And obviously Kevin Durant will have his voice, James Harden will have his voice, and obviously owner and GM as well. But at the end of the day, the Nets have really embodied themselves on culture. And obviously Kyrie Irving, you could say what you want about obviously his off court, but on the court, he's a generational talent, 50, 40, 90 player. In addition, he's obviously, like anyone knows, he's a Jersey kid that grew up a Nets fan. The Nets have never won a title before. So he's a player that a lot of players in this community and fan base are really attracted to as well. So at the end of the day, I think looking ahead, I would say maybe that tipping point is if the mandate isn't lifted of some sort, or, there's no really kind of clear other alternate path aside from Kyrie Irving saying, hey, the only way that you're going to be able to play is to get vaccinated here. I think that would be the only tipping point to this thing. But in the meantime, I think the Nets are, like I said before, they're going to take a patient approach. They're letting Kyrie Irving kind of sit with this decision for a little bit, see what's going to happen, see what his thoughts are, whether he's eventually either just going to get vaccinated, the mandate's going to lift. There's so many little moving parts to this, and like Steve Nash said, they're going to evaluate all the little details that go into this situation as it develops on through these next couple of days, months, and really throughout the whole season.
I hate to bring up another Kyrie Irving question, right? Because it feels like when you bring up the Nets now, he's like the number one trigger.
Well, brother, you know I'm used to them by now.
Well, I'm sure you get asked them all day long.
Yeah.
So it's been widely known now that the Nets are not giving him an extension.
Yeah.
Is that because they're waiting to see how Kyrie treats this vaccine thing? Or do they not plan on bringing him back with Durant? Because Durant signed an extension himself. Mm-hmm. They're obviously not going to let just Harden walk out the door.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's why before I asked how the relationship is, because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so how I can answer that one in a nutshell is mostly in regard to the extension, right, is that Kyrie Irving, he had a deadline for his extension like James Harden, right? Obviously, James Harden didn't sign the extension either. I think it was October 16th was the exact date. And now the only possible time that they could offer the extensions in the offseason, right? So that's kind of what they alluded to when they said that they're not going to offer them the extension, was mostly they weren't going to meet that deadline. So I'm not going to be the guy that's going to completely rule off an extension here, because obviously if he comes back, then they'll have it and he produces like he always does. They're going to obviously say, you know what, maybe we're going to give this guy an extension. Because obviously, as you guys know, the NBA is a player empowerment league and build on a lot of relationships. Players come to join super teams with forces with common history and common experience. Kevin Durant has made it clear that Kyrie Irving was a huge factor, if not one of the biggest factors in joining the Nets, right? From the very, very beginning. And at the same time, obviously, James Harden being there obviously helps out. James himself has even said, hey, I don't see myself leaving Brooklyn. And I might not have signed the extension, but it's going to be very hard for me to leave this situation. So as a whole, with Kyrie, I think what they're doing right now, it's obviously the main reason they didn't offer the extension right then and there was because of this vaccination status. Why would you offer a player a full extension if you don't even know what his future is going to be in the biggest anticipated season in franchise history? They want to know what this future holds. So obviously that was the biggest reason why they didn't offer the extensions, because obviously it was foreseeable that he's not going to play, right? Because at the end of the day, if he's not going to get vaccinated, the only hope that this Nets team really has right now is that lifting the mandate from the new mayor. And that would come as early as January. So think about it. Obviously, you offer him extension, say this mandate goes on, whatever the case is. Obviously, at that point, like we all know, in any city, obviously the mandate rules and regulations, they get updated every single day, week, month, and everything there. So it's kind of the safest option, because at the end of the day, too, it relates to the decision. Once the extension wasn't offered, it was going to be a heavy belief of, okay, obviously the Nets named the practice facility a private building that authorized Kyrie Irving to practice. He was only eligible for away games. Why would you give a guy an extension for that? So they're just trying to find that common ground, see what they're dealing with. But I wouldn't really rule off an extension completely off the table at this point.
I don't believe they're going to lift the mandate, no matter who the mayor is or not. I think this is.
I agree with that.
I think it's going to stick around. I know the mayor says, well, it might not. It might. The fact is that New York is a highly, first of all, it's a Democratic place and it's a liberal place, and so is California. I don't think that's changing. But by the way, we are talking to SB Nation Nets daily writer and reporter Chris Milholen. Before we let you go, I have one or two more questions to ask you. I'm sure
go ahead.
So my question to you is: everybody keeps talking about Kyrie Irving, and
yes,
and it seems like it's the biggest story right now in basketball, and that he's holding it. And I am not a huge. I grew up. I love Kyrie Irving. He's from this tri-state area. I talk about him going to Duke. I'm a Duke fan. I just don't like what he has said ever since he's come into the league. He said a lot of stupid things. And when he spoke,
he was good. Yep.
When he spoke on his, I guess you could say the Instagram thing.
Sorry, guys, I'm getting out of the Uber right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, the life of a guy leaving the arena from Jersey. It's not really the funnest commute out here.
No problem.
All right, continue your question, brother. I heard a little bit of it.
Yeah, my thing is with Kyrie Irving is when I believe Kyrie Irving is the most important piece to this team winning a championship. I don't think it's James Harden. As much as I love what Kevin Durant did in the playoffs, Without Kyrie Irving, you can see that this team doesn't roll on all cylinders. If the Nets don't get Kyrie Irving back this year, do they have any chance of going to the NBA championship and winning a championship? That's the first question. And do you think that James Harden was the right piece when they decided to make that trade away Karis LeVert, who now is back playing with Indiana? It looked like he looked really good tonight. And all the pieces that they gave up for James Harden. Do you think he was the finishing touch of this championship run that they believed they were going to make?
Oh, 100%. I agree with that. Because, like, the thing is with the James Harden trade, when a superstar pops up on that, like that on the trade market, you have to entertain it, right? You have to really kind of dive into it and be like, okay, if he's going to be available, you have to make that trade, And obviously Sean Marks was talking a long time about kind of just not mortgaging the future when the whole trade was happening and kind of like everything along those aspects. But, the big thing was that they really, with James, I think he's like he was the perfect piece. Because like I mentioned before, he was viewed as a luxury at first, because obviously Kyrie Irving was there and obviously, he's just going to be the facilitator like we talked a little earlier. But, like right now, it's kind of, would I say that they have enough to win it all? I say they do have enough to win it all. Do I think they're going to win it all? I don't think they're going to win it all with the current squad that they have. Because like I alluded to before with the Milwaukee Bucks, they're one of those teams that are just not like they're built on continuity. And they're also one of those teams that really, really just like to push the ball in transition, weakness for the Nets, very good at rebounding as well. So, it's one of those. And plus, you got to think about the Lakers. They're not missing any players. They're not missing any type of stars or anything. And plus, they're forming continuity as well. And if health's on their side, that's a really big contender for that. So overall, like I said before, I think they're going to be aggressive looking in the buyout market. I think that's going to be one aspect of it. And then the other aspect is if Kyrie Irving comes back, then, hey, obviously all this talk is just going to diminish, So it's a very big script with this Nets team. And at the end of the day, you got to look at it this way, with this many personalities, it's expected that something of this little drama goes on,
So, in regards to the way the NBA is now with these super teams, these big threes, a lot of these veteran players are now getting these other veteran minimum guys to come along, and the Nets kind of have to go with that route now, being that they don't have draft picks and they're cash strapped as it is. So Kevin Durant, being that he's with LeBron, people argue who's the best player in the NBA right now with him and LeBron. Do you think he has that kind of mantra to draw these players in, like we saw with Blake Griffin and LaMarcus Aldridge? Because it used to be thought of as just LeBron. If LeBron gets his guys, he gets these guys with a better minimum. Is this Durant's time to get it now? And will it last? Whether he's with the Nets or another team in the future, do you think it lasts?
Yeah, because, with a star like Kevin Durant, like I mentioned before, stars want to play with stars. And especially when you look at a market like Brooklyn, a big market team in New York City. And that's where guys like Paul Millsap joined, LaMarcus Aldridge joined, Blake Griffin joined. There's always like, if you look at all those kind of trackers with each free agent, it was always like, all right, the Lakers, the Warriors, they were always contending teams, but Brooklyn always stood out as a favorite, And, with Kevin Durant, he has a lot of leverage in this situation because when we talked to Blake about it, Blake said, Kevin Durant texted me right away. Same thing with LaMarcus Aldridge. Kevin Durant texted me right away. So you get all these little pieces. So Kevin Durant's definitely got a lot of power to lure these guys to Brooklyn, especially considering what the city and the state and Brooklyn itself has to offer with all the luxuries around it. And obviously, as you guys know, too, with endorsements, players thrive off endorsement deals. And obviously in New York, you can't really get any bigger endorsements than that, And that's obviously a different factor of the whole thing. But, it's like Kevin Durant's one of those players that, he's viewed as if not the best player in the world right now. Obviously, him, LeBron, and Giannis, and Luka, you can even throw in there. Obviously, it's an ongoing debate. Everyone's got their own opinions on it. But you can't overlook what KD's leverage and obviously how he's looked since the injury, his consistency. Tonight was his fifth straight game scoring 30 or more points, And obviously, you look at the other guys that are built here, veteran stars. Stars, like I said, any star that's really comes out on the buyout market, whether it's a former star, current star, you don't know kind of who it is. Because obviously the buyout market, it's one of those things you kind of see how it goes out or the waiving or trading throughout on the deadline and what teams have interest in stuff. But another key factor in this as well is, like you mentioned, the veteran minimum deals. Because this Nets team doesn't have a lot of money to spend on guys at all. That's why you saw guys like Landry Shamet get traded. You guys saw how Bruce Brown didn't get a big deal. He had to take a qualifying offer to stay with this team and really win a ring if he really wanted to, right? That's why he stayed. You look at like other guys around, even that's why they locked up Kevin Durant. And especially with Kevin Durant, he signed a 4-year extension. He's not going anywhere, you know? So that's a big factor into all this as well when it comes to recruiting free agents.
Now, I'm only going to do this because we mentioned the best players in the world, and his name wasn't.
I got you.
So, obviously, before Kevin Durant came here, he was part of a dynasty in Golden State, and he's really taken on the leadership role of this team. I think everyone that has an IQ above 0 can figure that out. Now, does he ever credit directly Steph Curry, or is it kind of just something that people just go, "Oh, he learned from Steph how to draw people here"? Because the Hampton boys are why Durant left OKC and left for us to go win a championship.
It was Draymond Green, first of all.
The Hampton boys.
It was Draymond Green.
Draymond Green.
No.
Andre Iguodala, Clay, and Steph. Yes, those are the Hampton boys.
It was Draymond Green that talked them into going over there to Golden State. Those are facts.
Anyways, the Hampton boys. And Draymond's also the reason he left. Thank you.
He probably is, yes.
So, actually, that's a lie. If you listen to that interview, his mind was made up already. So, does he ever directly thank Steph Curry for the leadership knowledge he's learned, or is it just kind of a mere formality in the media world that Steph Curry's to get all this success?
You know, it's that it has to be a fan-driven thing, you know, because like the thing is with Kevin Durant, he's not gonna be the guy that says that like any other player, you know. And at the end of the day, too, I think with Kevin Durant, you know, and obviously covering this team for 2 years, and obviously since he's joined this team, and I've covered the team for 5 years, but at least like primarily with KD on this roster, you kind of get that feeling that Kevin Durant's he's all about just that love to hoop, right? I feel like that's just all he's been about this year, right? He's been one of those guys that's really like, you know, like I came back from a really serious injury. I'm producing well. You know, he's always one of those guys. Now. What'd you say? It's what?
Kevin Durant's probably the MVP of the league right now.
Right now, I'd say, yeah, of course. Yeah, and then on top of that, too, like
if the season ended right now, Durant would be a unanimous MVP.
Oh, it would be pretty, yeah. It would be pretty unanimous, put it that way. Obviously,
really, you think so?
It's tough because obviously, you know, with MVPs and everything, obviously we see with a lot of awards, you know, they don't really they don't really give all the grains of salt here to super teams players on super teams, right? You've seen obviously. I picked Luka Doncic to win the MVP because if he puts up sensational numbers and leads Dallas to the playoffs, that's his award to lose here, no matter how much Kevin Durant's averaging and how much whatever the case is. Because at the end of the day, if you looked at the Coach of the Year and other awards that went around, especially with MVP as well, all the voters taken into account, like media and fan, obviously it's split up between 50-50 and voting and stuff. But a lot of media guys also think they heavily weigh in value of who's on the team with them, right? Who's how many shots. And obviously with Kevin Durant, say he's playing with James Harden, Kyrie Irving comes back and he's still sensational. Hey, he should definitely win MVP. But at the end of the day, I feel like they would more so lean towards a guy like Doncic if he's putting up similar numbers and has less pieces around him. You know, it's one of those. It's a kind of a slippery slope. It's one of those type of things that you can't really have a foundation off of. You know, that's why everyone says, hey, did Shaq obviously get robbed of MVPs? Did Kobe get robbed of MVPs? Did LeBron get robbed of MVPs? You have all those type of arguments.
Kobe's got 3.
Yeah, like so you got all those. So overall, you know, if I had to pick an MVP vote today, it's gonna be KD. But like I said before, getting back to the original question, you know, I think Kevin's at that point where he's just really happy to be back on the court again and hooping in a place that he really likes, and especially with teammates around him. Like it's that type of kind of feeling around it.
And that was a joke to make the guy with the hat angry. It wasn't really.
No, it's
not. I sensed it. I sensed it. Come on, yeah.
If you listen to the show, I am not a big Steph Curry fan. Chris, when he came into the NBA from Davidson, I was a big Steph Curry fan. But what he does on and off the court and how he dances and how he makes himself out to be bigger than life, I don't like that about him as a player. And by the way, why is Kevin Durant going to compliment Steph Curry when he was the best player on the team? I wouldn't.
Was important.
No, he wasn't. If you watch the playoffs, Steph Curry is not a playoff player. Kevin Durant is a playoff player. LeBron James is a playoff player. Kyrie Irving is a playoff player. Steph Curry is not. He's a proven regular season player. He's a career playoff player. I think he averages 23 points.
He's streaky. Yeah.
He is not a playoff player. So, and who won the 2 MVPs when they won the championship when Kevin Durant was there? Kevin Durant. And who won the MVP when Kevin Durant wasn't there? Andre Iguodala. Did Steph Curry ever win an MVP as a playoff player? Never. So that just shows you what people think of him.
We've ever seen.
Because you talk about his 3-point shots. That's what he is.
I never mentioned his 3-point
shot. The greatest 3-point shooter we've ever seen.
Genius.
Yeah. No, he's a great genius. Can't hit in the playoffs. Genius. That's why he left Steph Curry for Kyrie Irving.
And how's that working? How's that working for him?
Well, it's not working because Kyrie Irving right now is not playing. But I'll tell you this right now: if Kyrie Irving plays this year and he comes back, a lot of people are going to pick the Nets to win the championship because you look at Russell Westbrook, obviously Davis and LeBron. Obviously, that's a great three team, but they're new. Kyrie Irving. And obviously Harden and Durant have played together, very few, but they've been practicing in the offseason. They were practically neck and neck. Even after the Olympics, they've been training together. So I think they have a better chance of winning it because of that situation. But
never even mentioned the best
Chris,
team of the East.
Who?
The Miami Heat are going to win the East.
Really?
I think so.
That's a bold take. I like that though. I like what the Heat did this year. I think Lowry was the most best pickup of the offseason. I'm a big believer on that.
And I think Jimmy Butler finishes second. I mean, he's having an MVP year too.
I think it's so early to even look at.
Yeah, it's early. It's hard.
It is, but still.
I usually start jotting down names by the game 30 mark.
Yeah, that's what I say. 30, 35 games. You kind of nip it on the butt. But I think the Knicks are positioned very, very. Look at Fournier. Fournier was a big pickup for the Knicks.
You're a Knicks guy, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. I sensed it. I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah, but I'm a Knicks guy. But look at the depth the Knicks are this year.
I love what New York's doing right now.
But again, the Knicks don't have that number one player that you could say, I'm going to put it in his hands to win. Because we know Julius Randle can't do it in the playoffs. We've seen it. He can't do it.
It was one playoff series.
What are you talking about? Did you see him in a couple of, what was it? The other game, he couldn't hit 2 foul shots. Almost cost them a game against Bulls. I mean, the guy can't hit a shot. Growing into what? Can't
a
play
leader.
In front
he
of the
wasn't
fans?
A leader in LA, and he wasn't a
He's
leader
a
in New
ball
Orleans.
hog. He's a Carmelo Anthony wannabe.
Well, you know what the Knicks are doing here. They're built, like I said before, they're building a culture and just waiting for that one star to come around. You know, that's what they need. Just build around like they did with KD.
I want Damian Lillard. That's who I want.
That's a hard task, though.
That is a hard task. But what were you going to say? I'm sorry, Chris.
I have no clue. I completely forgot. We were talking about Knicks and stuff,
but I leave it to the Warriors and the Lakers to sidetrack us about the New York teams.
Chris, I will say this. I would love to get you on the show again.
Of course, brother.
You're awesome. You have some good takes. And I'll tell you this right now. Kyrie Irving is the secret to the Nets winning a championship this year. If Kyrie Irving comes back and he gets at least 20 games under his feet to get his feet wet, I think the Nets are going to have a very, very good chance if he's healthy, because he wasn't healthy in the playoffs last year. Either was Harden. Okay. And that really affected him. And by the way,
if they were healthy, they would have won.
Absolutely.
They would have won the whole thing. Yeah.
It felt right for them. All they had to do was film on. They would have flew right past Phoenix. I think they would have crushed.
Well, that's what it was. It was that winner of Milwaukee and Brooklyn. Whoever's going to win that's going to win the whole thing. Because at that point, the teams were bounced, and obviously with Phoenix, they were one of those teams that obviously they were young and built on continuity. But did they have enough to get past Milwaukee or Brooklyn, especially a healthy Brooklyn? I don't think about that. Plus, I was going to mention that as well when you guys were going back with Kyrie Irving. If he gets 20 games under his belt and they really know how to play with him, obviously he comes right back before the playoffs. It's going to be one hard of adjustment getting that in, especially when all the roles are solidified already. Because think about it, everyone in the backcourt has to take one step back. And just obviously we saw what this team did with chemistry last year. We saw a lot of unselfish play. And that's probably what's going to happen when we see Kyrie Irving on the court for the first 15 games when he's back. But no, I agree with your points there.
I will say this before we let you go. And what I want to see from the Nets this year is continuity, and they need to find somebody at the trade deadline that can help them with rebounds, because there is no way when the playoffs start, it becomes a half-court game. There is no way they're going to beat the Miami Heat in a 7-game series, the Milwaukee Bucks at 100%, even the New York Knicks with their big Nerlens Noel, who's one of the best rebounders in the league, and then Robinson if he can stay healthy. You smile. The Knicks are.
I didn't say a word.
I don't know if they got. I wouldn't give New York
they don't have
the lift there. Yeah, if the Nets and Knicks win in a playoff series, I would give the Nets in 5.
Of course, because they got the 3. But if the Knicks get that superstar at the trade deadline, who knows what you're gonna bet on with that? And the Knicks are a good rebounding team. And that's
their profile team.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. And I think the playoffs, it's so important to have that rebounder. And I think the Nets need to find that guy because they don't have that guy in that lineup right now.
100%. I agree with that. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of turns out with New York, right? I think what they're going to do, I think that they'll have a quiet deadline. I think they'll probably have a couple little small moves, touch around the edges, right? And I think in the offseason, they'll really, I think the boys are going to go to work. I think that's what's going to happen.
I agree with you. They have money, and that's why Randall took less money.
Exactly. That's what you got to think about. They got a lot of cap space available.
The Nets are the favorites to come out of the East. They're still the favorites as long as Kyrie Irving comes back. I worry about the Nets going later into the playoffs without that rebounding guy because they are not a good offensive rebounding team. It's a proven fact that they've had problems in that area.
Especially if James Harden struggles shooting like he has in the playoffs in the past. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of elements to it. It's going to be an interesting thing to watch.
Well, I'd love to get you on as the season progresses. We'll talk more Nets basketball. And I want to bring in the Knicks guy and have you both on. We have an Islander and Ranger guy coming on.
Okay. I'm getting into hockey a little bit. I got to support my Devils. I only know like one name, but it's $30 tickets. I'll probably show up.
Oh, you didn't have access to watch the 10 games the Islanders are allowed access to the Barclays? You didn't have privilege to sit through those dumpster fires?
The thing is, brother, Brooklyn's already a hard commute. I can't go to there to watch hockey. I just can't do it. Yeah.
I want to watch the Islanders if you paid me to.
The infrastructure was so bad for hockey as it was.
Well, I also heard that the Nets might be bringing the G League team over there to the new Islander Stadium over there at the what do they call that? The USB Arena,
the Belmont thing, or
yeah,
I don't know, something like that.
I heard that they might be bringing their G League team over there, so that'll be interesting as well.
That'll be interesting. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Chris, why don't you tell the fans how they can find you on social media?
Yeah, sure thing. So you can find me at C Milholen SB. The regular. You could look up my work at Nets Daily, netsdaily.com. I do social media for the Naismith Trophy as well. So that's the MVP of college basketball, similar to Wooden Awards. So you'll see a couple. Obviously, my name won't be on those, but those are like social media things I do out there. And just overall, a lot of my work's on Twitter. So C Milholen SB. I go to all the Nets games, report on all the Nets games, Nets home games. And you'll see a lot of coverage from me throughout the whole year on the Nets. So, like I said, guys, thank you for having me on. Definitely down to come on again. You got my connections right there to get me back on. And yeah, bring that next guy on. I'm down to do a little duo episode.
Absolutely. You follow us on Twitter, and we'll follow you. And Speedy loves.
I don't follow you on Twitter yet.
I don't know. Speedy
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't remember.
All right, I'll follow you guys back.
When I try to book these guests, there's like 20 of them, so I don't remember.
I feel you. Like I was such a mess when it came to scheduling.
We're actually on the FM dial out here, and we're actually going to use this interview, cut it up, and use it as our interview of the week on our FM show on 102.9. So people get to know you over here on the island.
Perfect. Sounds good, guys. Well, I'm you know me, I covered the G League for 2 years out there in Uniondale, so I know that community out there.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Thank you, Chris, for joining us.
Of course, guys. Let me know if you guys need anything from me in the meantime. All right, guys. Take care. Thanks for the opportunity.
Absolutely. Chris Milholen, great kid, and 23 years old. And look at what he's doing. I mean, it's an amazing story. It really is. It's good. And but before we go, because we got a lot to talk about tomorrow because we're going to have our picks. Who do we have on tomorrow?
We got 2 guests tomorrow. 9:30, we got a Pro Football Focus guy.
You sure they're all coming on this?
Yes. It's mainly just Delvin we've just had trouble with, but everyone else seems to be coming on. 9:30 is Doug Kide. He's a Pro Football Focus reporter. And 10 o'clock p.m., this guy does a lot. Mo Dakhil is his name. A lot in the NBA. He does the Athletic NBA podcast, Bleacher Report writer, and he founded thejumpball.net.
I've heard of that. So. Yeah. Interesting.
So Mo Dakhil is his name.
Before we go, I didn't really get a chance to watch the World Series as much as I wanted to.
No.
What do you say? Oh no for?
What? Because we're actually going to talk about the dumpster fire.
We're going to talk more about it tomorrow. I don't know why it's a dumpster fire. Why would you?
Houston. I just hate the Astros. That's really what this is.
Well, I hate the Astros too. I was very happy that the Atlanta Braves won. I really do.
I hate the Braves too.
It doesn't matter. Who do you hate
grudge
more?
do you have with the Braves?
Who do you
You're not a
hate
Mets
more?
fan.
Who do you hate more?
No,
The Braves or the Astros?
The '90s rivalry with the Yankees just makes me not like them. Wait, the Astros.
There was no rivalry. There was no rivalry.
Of it, so why are you?
There was no rivalry. Every time the Yankees played them, they beat them.
No, I get it, but I don't know. It's
A
ironic.
A rival that your team does
a rival
better
that
against.
they whip their ass every time.
Yeah,
they
I was going to
play
say
them.
a rival that they do better against should not make you dislike them that much.
I think even the interleague, when the interleague started in the '90s, the Yankees still whipped their ass. I think the Yankees lost one game, one or two games, the playoff games that they lost. I think that was the only games they lost against the Braves.
I was going to say, if it's the other way around and the Braves dominated the Yankees, okay, I can see it, but it doesn't like
the first time
you must hate the Braves too.
No, yeah, but I'm a Mets fan.
Yeah.
That makes more sense.
Who were you rooting for, the Braves or the Astros?
I didn't really care. I wasn't really rooting for
Yeah, but
anybody.
if you
I
were
thought the
rooting-
Braves would win.
But if you were rooting, who were you rooting for? If you were rooting,
probably the Astros, only because of Greinke. I like Greinke. That's
really.
But I also like the
think you're
Braves
the
because of
only
Charlie
person
Morton
outside of
too. I like Charlie Morton because he's the most famous alum of
If
my
I
high
was
school.
rooting for a team, I'm rooting for the non-cheating
yep.
team. I'm rooting for the non-cheating team, especially with the whistling controversy, which I'm sure the MLB is going to investigate it. And if they find anything, they're going to lose a draft pick heavily. And
They're going to lose more than that.
because if it is true, and I wouldn't doubt that it isn't, because they've been caught before plenty of times, the Astros are going to be in a lot of trouble. So I don't know what the situation is with that, but I'm sure they'll investigate it.
Yeah, as
but
repeat offenders, it's going to be more. Obviously, it being whistling in comparison to the stuff they do with the technology, it's not going to be.
How could you blame them?
But does Tyler hate the Astros more than he hates salad? Jeff?
No, I definitely hate the Astros more than I hate salad. I'll eat a good salad.
The actual action being not technology related and all the buzzers and all the stuff, the cameras, it's not as egregious, but still being repeat offenders, they're going to get something.
I mean, I watched the final game and they destroyed the Astros 7-0. They by the way, Fried pitched one of the inspiring games for a pitcher. Dominated a very good lineup. Really dominated a good lineup. And for a kid that wasn't healthy all season long, a lot of people thought wasn't going to play again this year and got hurt. The comeback and what he did in the World Series was fantastic. It's a fantastic story. The Braves haven't won a championship since '95. They bring in a manager. He's been there for 2 years?
He's been there for 6 years in the majors.
I'm talking about the manager of the Braves.
Yeah, the manager of the Braves has been there since 2016 on the Braves.
Yeah. How long has he been the manager of the Braves?
6 years.
He's been the manager of the Braves for 6 years. Him.
Yeah,
He's been
Brian
there.
Snitker. Yeah.
Okay, so
since 2016 when they were really bad, he was there for all of it, but he was in the minors for another 30-something years before that. I think he's been in the Braves organization in total for 45 years.
The fact is that I don't know much about the Braves. I don't really dig deep about them as an organization. I love that Freeman won a championship. The kid deserves. First of all, he's been the best one of the top 2 first basemen. I would say him and Goldschmidt have been the best first basemen in all of baseball, defensively and offensively. He's a really good guy, and a lot of people say he's one of the best Samaritans for baseball. He deserves to be one of the faces of baseball. I don't think he gets a lot of credit for who he is as a player and what he really stands for as a baseball player. And I've met a lot of people that have told me, I've asked them, who's the nicest and coolest down-to-earth baseball player you've ever interviewed? And a lot of people have told me Freeman. So Freeman, and he even said it, he'd take, being that he's a free agent this offseason, he wants to be back with the Braves. That's all he knows since 2007, when he came into the league. I do believe that he wants to be a Brave, but I don't know if the Braves are going to give him the most money that I could see a lot of teams offering him more money. I don't know, because there's a lot of teams that will be lining up for him. I could see.
As long as the Braves give him something relatively competitive, he'll stay.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So.
If a team gives him $15 million more, you don't think he's going to take that?
I mean, in this day,
I would. What $15 more from what the Braves are offering? What do you think reasonably the Braves will offer him?
I don't know, but
because
he could play another 5 years.
I don't think the Braves are going to sell short and try.
How
to
old is Freeman? 32.
Yeah, and he's
The
durable
first
too,
basic
which is good.
He could play another 5 years,
which
at
is good
top
for
level.
leverage and in terms of that, because I think he's already been the best first baseman in baseball for the last 3 years. He's durable, he's clutch, as we've seen all playoffs.
And that's why I think a lot of teams will line up to pay him.
The question is though, because Tyler's right, if the Braves, unless the Braves completely sell him short, I can't imagine where
they have a good first baseman right now in their farm system. They have the second or third best farm system in all of baseball. Why would they give Freeman $100 million contract when they have a first baseman, one of the best prospects? I think their first baseman prospect's a top 10 prospect right now in baseball. Why would they?
Outfielder. That's their outfielder.
No, I think they have a first baseman that's a top end prospect. I don't know his name, but I'll look it up. That's your job, but I'll look it up. But nevertheless, I have to give the Braves a lot of credit, because a team that was not expected with all the injuries that they had this year were not expected to win.
Did you see that stat that they had like a 0.5% of winning the World Series on like July 25th?
I know I should have bet on that.
Yeah. Jeff says it's not the yearly money, it's the total. $1 million more a year is a lot over 5 years.
Yeah.
When it comes to, I guess, an annual contract, because I just don't think the Braves are going to sell him short though, because he's their franchise icon.
They're going to get
You're
a thank
wrong.
you contract, just like Jeter got. Just like
you're wrong. I'm
Pujols.
telling you, Freeman. If somebody offers him $15 to $20 million more, they're gonna give.
But in this day and age, first basemen aren't really that valuable.
He is,
but again, I think that's where the hometown discount comes.
We'll see. I don't think he's going to take a discount. He's how many contracts extension contracts? I don't even think he's made the money that he probably could have made.
No, because he didn't really rise into that top first baseman until only probably 5 years ago.
He's going to want money, and I see him making $130 million. He's going to get a 5-year deal. It's going to be he's going to make a lot of money. He was a big part of the reason why they won the championship.
Huge. Absolutely huge. And
so,
especially from a leadership perspective too.
To me,
Acuna's locked up. I believe Albies is locked up.
Albies and Acuna are locked up.
Really, where else do you got to put this money?
By the way, there are top 5 prospects right now. Or 3 of them are outfielders, and 1 pitcher, 1 catcher at the moment.
They have a first baseman.
Pache is the guy I mentioned. He's their best prospect. I think he was a top 10 in all of baseball at one point. And he's just had a lot of trouble hitting. He's been up and down. He's had trouble hitting, but he's supposed to be a great defensive player too. But the next 3 guys are all outfielders or catchers after that. And I guess a lot of the pitchers that have been fringe guys in their system, most of them come up, so they're not listed here. The guys like Kyle Wright.
They got a lot of pitchers.
Yeah, a ton of pitchers that they had as started prospects that have come up at different times this season, so they might not list
some
them here.
farm system. Man.
Yeah, they do. And again, a lot of these guys have experience in both roles too, especially with the pitchers too. Between Kyle,
a lot of these outfielders could be turned into a first baseman too. I mean, they have a lot of outfielders in their farm system that are highly graded. Jesse Franklin, 2023. I mean, a lot of these guys are top end prospects. I think in the top 100 prospects, I think they have like 10. So
yeah.
I mean, the Braves are they're stacked, and the Braves are going to be good for many, many years to come.
Yeah,
so.
They have a good formula working for them between the pitching depth that they have. They are not a small market team where they have to worry about losing a lot of players too. And you could tell
the richest owners.
And you could tell with the way they did the trade deadline too, they can create new sparks from these other players too, which we've seen other good teams do. These veteran players that don't work out on
That's
other
another
teams.
thing. What are they going to do with the outfield that they put together? Exactly. I mean, next year Acuna is going to come back. They're not bringing back. Who was the MVP again? I forget his name.
Soler.
Are they bringing Soler back? I mean, seriously. Soler is going to be on a lot of people's list for what he did in the playoffs and what he did in the second half.
A big contract coming.
Rosario, he's another one that had
a free agent. Yep.
He was really, really good. There'll be teams lining up for him. Here's the thing: the Mets should be looking at like Rosario. I think Rosario to fill in for what's his name again? Conforto.
Yeah, good riddance, Conforto. We'll take a guy who actually can hit in the big games.
I mean, Rosario. He hit so well in the second half of the season. He has a good arm. He's a good defensive player. I mean, he meets.
I mean this with all due respect. It doesn't matter who the Mets bring in; they're the Mets. They could do the perfect move. It just won't work.
I don't know. I think next year could be the Mets' year. I do. I'm not saying win a World Series, but I think next year could be the year for them.
Maybe
they got to keep.
I don't care. I think the Mets are closer than the Yankees are. Maybe
I
it's 'cause I don't
disagree.
care what the Mets do.
I completely disagree.
The
And I'm not
Yankees got a
saying
lot
that
of
as a
gamble.
Yankee.
You're trusting the Mets to do a lot
I
of little things right for that.
I completely disagree.
Unless the
on what
Yankees
you're
just
saying.
fall off badly and the Mets are just like slightly above average. That's not gonna
Obviously,
happen.
you're a Yankee fan, and you should know the talent that the Yankees have. I mean, the
Listen,
Yankees.
I know the talent the Yankees have.
The Yankees. The
They have
Mets
a
are
lot of
not.
decisions to make.
The Mets are not ahead of the Yankees. The Yankees will still be a top 5 team that could win the World Series next year. So the Mets will not be. But
think Vegas has a second.
I think the Mets are. I think the Mets make 1 or 2 moves, and I'll say this again. They need to decide what they're doing with this pitching staff, and I think with their bats, they need to find somebody in the outfield that can actually hit, which they don't have.
They need a manager first.
So I mean, they can't depend. Well, the manager, I think they're going to
So
go.
do the Yankees. So what does it matter?
Well, I don't believe that either. But I think it's not the manager that's going to win you a game. I mean, why did the Braves win a championship? It had nothing to do with their management. It had nothing to do with their manager. Nothing.
Good though.
He is good. He is good.
It doesn't matter. It had nothing to do with him. It had nothing to do with him.
It had something to do with it.
No, it didn't.
Considering they lost their top pitcher
No, it
for
didn't.
game 1, they had to be creative, and there he was.
They had
And they
nothing
lost
to do
their
with it.
best player in like May.
They were hitting. That's what it was. And he doesn't teach the players they hit. They were hitting, and the Astros weren't. That's the facts.
Astros.
That's not the managers. That you're going to tell me the manager's the one that had them hitting? Give me a break. It had nothing to do with the manager, and had something to do with they got hot when they needed to get hot throughout the playoffs. It was because of their lineup and the way they were hitting, and nothing to do with the manager. So I'm
when they
just
were
like,
second to last in the NL East, and everyone was like, "Oh well, that's a shame for the Braves."
yeah, and the Braves
That
made
was-
trades, and the Braves made trades at the second half.
So
and
the
that's
manager just
that had nothing
did
to do with the
nothing.
manager. That was a GM.
No, the GM is better than their manager, yes, but the say that has nothing to do
I'm
with them,
talking
others.
about the playoffs. I'm not talking about the regular season. When it came down to the playoffs, it was because of the players hitting the ball. That's why they won. And that's it. And those are the facts, okay? And they're nothing to do with the manager. And again, I'm going to say it. If your team gets hot, you'll and we've seen it. The Astros, why did they beat the Red Sox? Why did they beat the Red Sox?
The Red Sox couldn't get an out.
No, the Astros got hot hitting in that series, and they out hit the Red Sox, and that's why. It has nothing to do with the now. Alex Cora, he had a lot to do on why the Red Sox played as well as they did. Here's the facts, man. Because when it came down to the playoffs and what we saw when it came to the lineups, I thought that the Braves. They just got hot at the right time in the second half of the season. They stayed hot. That lineup stayed hot all second half, even without their best player in Acuna. Okay? Like, what are you going to say? The manager's the reason why they got hot?
Not for the hitting, for the pitching, though. If they didn't pitch as well as they did at home, the games 3 and 4, when they were doing a lot of
So he's the reason
openers,
why they were pitching well?
They could have had openers that went the other way, and they could have completely bombed in front of them.
The relief pitchers were pitching well. That has nothing to do with the manager. Here's what it does with the manager. Taking the guys out at the right time in the right position. Now, did he do that in certain games? Probably did.
He did.
But it's not the reason why they won.
I didn't say it was the only reason.
No, it wasn't the reason why they won. They won because of their hitting and their lineup. That's why. They were hotter than all the other teams that they played. And that has nothing to do with the manager. And those are the facts. Okay. And the Braves got hot. The Astros could not hit the ball as well as the Braves did in that series. It didn't even come close. You want to know something? It should have been 4-1. They should have won the series 4 games to 1. It shouldn't have even went to a game. Game
Well,
6.
yeah, they were up 4-0 in game 5.
It should have never went to a game 6.
Yeah.
Okay. The Braves choked in that game, and it should have been over. So the fact that they beat them, and I wanted to see them win in Atlanta, but they won in Houston. Even though I watched those Astros fans just cry themselves to sleep.
I'm
was the
actually
best.
happier they won it in Houston.
Nah, I wanted to see them win.
To see them cry themselves to sleep.
I mean, Atlanta hasn't won a championship in 26 years.
Yeah, they're still gonna have a huge party.
Oh yeah.
Houston just gets to cry more.
I mean, it's a great accomplishment, and really, it was what the GM did at the trade deadline that changed their fortunes.
Oh yeah.
It was really what he
so
did.
they had Jock Peterson, the best hitter in the overall hitter in the Brewers series. Then it was Rosario, the NLCS, and then it was Soler. Everyone did their part at certain points, and nobody really went too cold where it was like that bad where they didn't have a well-rounded.
They also made
offense.
that other trade for the other outfielder. I think Duvall, who was a big part of the World Series.
Duvall's entire career so far, he's had 2 different stints with the Braves. So it's the only spot he's been consistently successful.
I mean, the accomplishment really came from the GM and what he did at the trade deadline. That really changed. And losing Acuna and who I think is, to me, I don't care what anybody says, I think he's the best young player in the league. That's who I think he is. I know you think the what's his name again from Washington?
Oh, he thinks
Juan Soto.
Yeah, Juan Soto. I think Acuna is the best young player in baseball. When healthy, he's the best 5-tool player in baseball.
Well, if we're doing all 5 aspects of it, then Fernando Tatis Jr. is better than Ronald Acuna.
I disagree.
Acuna was on a not 40-40 pace, but I think a 40-30 pace before he got hurt.
I disagree.
Tatis might have gotten there too. I don't think it's far behind, but I would go Acuna as well.
I think
Acuna just has one problem. Sometimes he gets in bad strikeout slumps. That's really it.
I think Acuna is special, and
Tatis Jr.
and I'm not saying that he's not, but when you're compared to guys like Andrew Jones, and you're considered better than Andrew Jones,
he very much could be.
That's saying a lot for who he is and the talent that he is. So I think, and the fact that he took that contract, I think he's crazy, but just me. I mean, he doesn't become a free agent until he's like 28 years old.
You kind of feel bad because he was kind of the one that started the trend, and now everyone's getting more.
I mean, he's crazy. Players, I mean, you're talking about he could be the best player in baseball, and he's making $10 million.
8 years, 105,
but all he did was avoid arbitration.
Well, yeah, but that wasn't a trend at the time, so nobody was.
He'll be a free agent at 28 years old. He could have been a free agent when he was 25, making freaking $300 million.
But signing the extension didn't postpone.
Tatis is making more money, and he's a better player than Tatis. So
not by much.
It doesn't.
It might
matter.
be combined value though later in his
he's
career.
Younger. He's younger than Tatis.
Right. But it might be more combined value later, where in comparison to before the trend started, these guys weren't getting paid at all, and then they were only getting the one big.
And think of this: he gets a ring, and he didn't even do it. He didn't even earn it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Figure that one out. I mean, even if the Braves might never win a championship again,
right?
And he wasn't.
Yeah, because you don't get those outfielders and Acuna's there. So.
And the best player on their team didn't even play, and they still won. Figure that one out. So, I mean, it's crazy, and they're so good. I mean, you look at Freeman. Their second baseman, Malby's, and then Albies.
Swanson had big hits.
And Swanson was supposed to be a top end shortstop. I remember when he was drafted.
He was. No. I'm saying
he's the best prospect in baseball at one point.
Yes, I know that. I'm not disagreeing with that statement. I'm just saying it's not like he's.
It took him a while to develop.
It took him a while to develop hitting. He did everything else well. He just took him a while to develop hitting.
Oh, he is. He hit 30 home runs almost this year.
Right.
I mean,
the last 3 years hitting wise, he's been very.
Their infield's the best infield in baseball when it comes to power.
Easily.
I mean, seriously, you look at every single one of it from third base all the way to catcher. I think every single one of them hit over 25 home runs. I mean,
Swanson was the lowest at 27.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty amazing, and that's
I can't think of who their catcher is.
Travis d'Arnaud.
Oh, d'Arnaud had a great season.
Don't remind me of who their catcher is.
By the way,
I wasn't even being a jerk.
By the way, I mean, d'Arnaud, ever since he left the Mets.
Oh, yeah.
He's been great.
Yeah.
He's been to 2 World Series. One with Tampa and the other one with
Tampa Bay, man. They just
and the Braves.
And he was on one with the Mets too. He just wasn't good then.
No, I mean seriously, and he's won 1 title. I mean, so
DeGrom and d'Arnaud. I never thought I would say that d'Arnaud won a World Series before DeGrom, but here we are.
It's funny. At one point, they had in 24.
He was the best player in that trade, in Syndergaard and him, and and Syndergaard turns out to be the better player, but not anymore.
Here's the funny part. At one point in 2014, there were 3 guys on the Mets with the lowercase d's in their name as their first initial: DeGrom, Travis d'Arnaud, and Matt Den Decker.
I mean, it's a crazy, and d'Arnaud is still very young too. I mean, he's still fairly young, and this year he had a great season. He really did. How many home runs did he have?
He missed a lot of time, so I think he only had like 8 home runs this year.
8 home runs.
He missed a lot of time with a broken thumb. It was the 2019 season and 2020 in the shortened year.
Was he a great player in the playoffs?
Yes, he was.
I mean, he hit in the clutch, and by the way, he became a very good defensive player too. I mean,
the defense was always there. That's why the Mets.
Not with the Mets. Not with the Mets. I mean, he made a lot of mistakes.
It was a huge flaw with the Mets.
He couldn't throw to second base.
I remember him being.
Dude, he couldn't throw to second base. They had it defensively. He was like Sanchez.
Liability.
A liability. Yeah. And by the way, say whatever you want. Sanchez was better defensively this year than he was the last 2 years.
That's not saying much.
It is saying much. It says he's getting better defense, but he's not coming back next year. I think the Yankees will move on. They'll trade him.
I don't know. That's Cashman's boy.
It's Cashman's boy, but I think in particular, I think the Yankees are going to be looking for an everyday catcher that they don't have to worry about bringing in a backup catcher for half the season. I do not believe they'll bring Gary Sanchez back. I do believe they'll give him the arbitration, and then they will trade him. So there'll be teams lining up for him.
Might be cheaper just to sign him.
No, it's more expensive. He's going to want $100 million.
Well, then goodbye.
He hit 20-something home runs. How many catchers hit 25 home runs this year? I mean,
how many catches about 175?
That a lot of them. The catchers don't hit for average.
Most catchers are either specialty defense or specialty offense.
I mean, seriously, if you look at
what
it,
is he?
He's a top offensive player.
Specialty power, I guess, if you want to word it that way. Because yes, his batting average and on base percentage are egregious.
If you look at Gary Sanchez this year, Gary Sanchez batted .204, 23 home runs, and 54 RBIs. In catchers,
what?
50 what?
What did he hit?
204.
204, 23 home runs, and 54 RBIs. His slugging percentage was .423. His on-base percentage was .730, which is high for a catcher.
OPS.
I'm sorry, OPS.
Yeah.
The OPS. I mean, he's as for a catcher, he's a top 5 power hitter in baseball when it comes to catching. And for that, teams are going to line up for him. They're going to want him.
Sure, they'll want him. I don't.
Well, that's fine. I do believe the Yankees will move on and trade him. There are guys like Perez and other guys. What do you mean no?
You can't bring in an everyday catcher and then have a guy that's missed considerable amount of time.
Salvatore Perez played almost the whole season
this year, yes, but
he's been durable his whole career too. He missed 1 year because
you're not going to bring in a guy that batted .273, 48 home runs, and 121 RBIs.
Then you need an
unless the money's
policy.
too steep for that. But he's also 34.
I mean, if you look at his numbers.
No, I agree with you.
If you look at his numbers,
he's the best catcher available.
If you look at his numbers, he should really be looked at as the MVP. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, just to toughen a year with Ohtani and Vlad Jr. Like any other year, he probably would.
Honestly, you look at his numbers, besides the batting average, he had a better year than Ohtani, and he had a better year than Vladimir. I mean,
I know it just kind of sucks. It's just in that kind of year.
Yeah.
Though,
and we know I'm a nut for defense, and boy, oh boy.
I mean, he had a sensational year, and he will be a guy that teams will line up for, but he's not going to get paid a lot of money because he's an older player.
No, because he's older. He's probably only going to get at most $18 million.
Really? You think he's going to get that? I think it's 12 to 14.
Only because he had this kind of year. Yeah, I could see a team giving it to him.
12 to 14, 3 years. That's what I think he's going to get. I think, and if I were the Yankees, that's my first go, is to bring in a catcher that that will help my pitching staff, because you don't need to go out and get a star pitcher. If you have a good catcher that can call a good game, that could change everything. And I think Salvatore Perez. To me, if I was the Yankees, that'd be my go. That was my first get. What do you mean,
Austin Hedges could be a backup catcher too. He's not offensively good enough to be a full-time starter.
In Yankee Stadium, Salvador Perez, who pulls the ball, he's going to hit you 30 home runs, and he's going to give you, and he's a good defensive catcher.
Yes.
So he's the guy that if I were the Yankees this offseason, that's my first go. Go bring in a catcher. You don't need to bring in a star pitcher. If you have a catcher that could call, I'm telling you right now, a catcher can call a good game. You don't need a star pitcher to do that. You have Cole, you have Severino, you have Montgomery. You could bring in a veteran pitcher that is a very good veteran pitcher, and you don't need to spend the money. And you bring in a guy like this that could change your outlook of your whole team, especially your infield. So, and then you bring in a first baseman. That's what. Honestly, if you bring him, you bring Luke Voigt back. That's what I would do.
Oh, no.
What do you mean, oh, no?
Why would you let the better first baseman go?
Because Luke Voigt can still hit for power. He's cheaper. You can arbitrate him. You don't need to go after, and you bring in Salvador Perez. I think that's a better get. You're going to have to pay, what's his name again? Rizzo. Maybe 2-year contract if it's true.
I was going to say, I don't think that's that egregious.
We'll see. We'll see if that's what some team could give him 4 years. I heard the Red Sox are very interested in Rizzo. So
But that doesn't make sense.
What do you mean it doesn't?
They have a young
Dahlbeck,
first baseman.
yeah.
that's why if they sign him for a 2 or 3 year deal. Now, again, we don't know. They bring this kid up and he doesn't play well. What are they going to do?
But they called him up.
No, he played this year, but the other factor is, though, too, is they've also been trying to ship off JD Martinez, too. So they might have Dahlbeck DH and put Rizzo at first. So.
I'm just saying they were Rizzo was a guy that they were gunning for at the trade deadline. And I've been reading things that the Red Sox are still very much interested in Rizzo. So he wants to stay with the Pinstripes. He still wants to stay with the Yankees, but that doesn't mean that the Yankees are going to give him that. If they're going to pay,
the Yankees are good for kicking people out that want to be.
It's not that you have the Yankees are not going to go heavily over the salary at the luxury tax.
They're not.
Yes, they are. They're
right
20
on
million.
the fringe right now.
I think they're 20 million over the salary cap.
They're second highest payroll to the Dodgers, who are
a lot of their players.
players.
They have 7 or 8 guys that have to be arbitrated. If I were the Yankees, I'd arbitrate them and trade them. And Salvatore Perez, he's the guy. If you were to tell me, who am I going to go after? First baseman, a top-end first baseman who's going to cost me a little bit more, Salvador Perez. I'm going to go after a 31-year-old top-end catcher that can really help the development of your young catchers. If you bring Austin Wells up this year to be your backup, you have him sitting behind Salvador Perez, one of the best catchers in baseball, for 2 or 3 years, where then Austin Wells will be ready to take over the reins. I would do that. And then I would bring in a veteran. You got to clean up that relief pitching. That's the most important thing. Screw the starting pitching. You could bring in a veteran that could be half decent. Bring in the relief pitchers, bring me a catcher, and you'll be ready to win. That's where I think the Yankees need. I think Salvador Perez is my number 1 get. What are you doing? What are you making?
Max Scherzer.
Max Scherzer doesn't want to be in New York. Are you not reading it?
Call him anyway.
Good. They probably will. He doesn't want to be here.
Well,
you
let him tell you that. You don't assume that.
And I guarantee you the Yankees will make the calls. And again, I'm going to tell you, he doesn't want to be in New York. He's not going to be here.
That's fine.
And I'm going to tell you this again. Yeah, he's going to stay in the West. That's where he wants to be. That's where his family wants to be. He doesn't want to come to New York. So the Yankees are going to have to go fishing for another veteran starter. That's where the Yankees need to go. I would go after Verlander because you're not going to have to pay him a lot. He's coming back from a UCL tear, and I still think Verlander has.
If Houston brings him back,
they're not going to pay him. They don't pay anybody. Correa is going to be available. Another guy that they're going to be stupid not to sign him.
I can't see him being a free agent.
Correa is a free agent.
He's going. I think they'll work something out before.
They're not going to pay him $150 to $180 million. He's the best. He's the best shortstop in baseball. People say.
So why would you not sign the dude?
Because
now Altuve's on his way out.
They gave Altuve the expensive contract. They're not going to give it to Correa. I'm telling you right now, Correa is gone.
But don't they have a ton of money? Where is their money?
Can't afford
Brantley's
it.
contract, I think, is up. Sprinter's
no.
gone.
Brantley signed a 2-year deal.
Brantley signed a good deal already.
Yeah,
so
he signed a
fine.
2-year deal.
The rest of the money is still being paid off to Greinke and Verlander, which is taking up a lot of why they can't get pitching.
Greinke's contract isn't that much longer either.
No, he has one more year, but it's big.
If he retires,
it's still big right now.
If he retires, which a lot of people
it's going to hinder them this year. Now, if Correa was a free agent next year, yes, this will be a lot easier for them. So now it's going to be a lot harder to do it. I still think they still might do it, but
the only one
it's going to be.
They're
tricky.
not bringing. I'm telling you right now,
really tricky.
Correa is not going back to them.
He's
going to get close to $200 million.
But the only one that you really have to save money for is Yordan Alvarez. Outside of Correa,
how old
is
is Correa? How old is Carlos
28,
Correa?
I believe.
He's same age as Lindor. He's going to make close to 200, maybe even more than that. He's just as good
He's
or
too
better.
injury prone probably to make more than that. But in terms of him getting paid, he'll still get paid elsewhere. If he still likes the Astros culture enough, he might stay there.
Shortstop. Oh, okay. 26
if he's
home
got
runs,
a brain, he's going to wait for Trevor Story to sign first.
He has a better career batting average than Lindor. He's hit more home runs than Lindor, and he's same age. He hit 92 RBIs this year. He's going to get over $200 million this year. He's going to make a lot of money. He's people are saying he's the best shortstop in baseball, and you can't really argue that.
Tatis.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. How about this? The best shortstop in the American League. Okay. And that's what they're going to say. And he is going to get a lot of money. He's going to get paid. Okay? And Tatis needs to do it back-to-back years before you say Tatis is the best shortstop in baseball.
Tatis played very well last year.
He played very well all 3 years in the league, so he probably is that now. If the only American League competition I would say is probably Bogarts.
Bichette.
Bichette.
Bo Bichette is. I mean, if you
maybe
want to say,
upside wise, I don't know about right
if
now.
You want to
but
say
upside wise,
he had a really good year.
And
again, Tyler loves the defense.
42 home runs this year, 17 the year before with 45 RBIs and 22 and 53.
That's a short season.
That's fine. He still hasn't done it. I want to see him consistently do it 30 and 90.
Trey
30
Turner
and
had
90.
a phenomenal year too.
Trey Turner, yeah.
I want to see him do it 30 and 90. Okay, because he hasn't done it fluently, and
I think we're forgetting somebody.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Yeah, Bichette. I know you brought up.
No. I really think we're forgetting somebody.
Oh, what, shortstops?
Yeah.
Story? Are you going to say Story now?
Trevor Story is Trevor Story the guy. Trevor Story is a guy that the Yankees really like. I just don't see Colorado trading. The Yankees are going to have to give up a lot
of free agent.
No,
they're going to give him a qualifying offer, and then he's going to sign with somebody.
Trevor Story is a free agent.
Yes.
I don't think he is.
Yes, he is.
Yep, unrestricted or restricted.
Him. It's going to be.
It's the big shortstop class. They're all the same.
Seager,
yep.
Correa, and him. Are
then if I were the Yankees, Trevor Story is a guy that I gun for too.
No, you can't have him and Perez. If you're telling me they're lightning payroll,
Yes.
they're not going to sign all three of these guys.
No, I didn't say they're lightning. Hal Steinbrenner hasn't given the number to Brian Cashman on what they're willing to spend, but I know that the $20 million over the luxury tax, and yes, they have like 8 or 9 guys that are arbitrated. I believe a lot of them are going to be gone because I think Voit, if they go after a shortstop, Voit, no, I'm telling you, Voit, they'll arbitrate him. I can't see what's his name again, the third baseman, Urshela. Even though he's cheap, the Yankees might bring him in as a bench player. I think Gio Urshela is gone.
He should be.
There's no way they're getting rid of Hicks because his contract is so affordable.
It's long.
It's affordable. Dude, it's 8 years, $10 million.
No, the money's good. I just think
it's
long.
a great contract for the Yankees. I mean, and he's still, when healthy, he's
trade him for a reliever.
He's a top 5 center fielder in the league.
So trade him for a reliever. You don't need outfield depth.
They're not going to trade him.
But they also don't have a pure center fielder.
They're not going to trade him.
You know who else you need to go? Bye, Joey Gallo. It was a pleasure to know you.
Well, Joey Gallo could be trade bait for the Yankees in the offseason because the Yankees still have control of him for one more year.
Bye-bye.
The Yankees can move him. I mean, it could be.
He's one of the first people I trade.
But he's a left-handed power that they don't have in their lineup. And that's something that they have to look at.
That's why you bring back Rizzo.
It depends on how much Rizzo wants and how many years Rizzo wants. The Yankees are in a good position because they have 8 guys that could be arbitrated. So they can part ways with a lot of them. I mean, obviously, Aaron Judge is going to get arbitrated. He's going to get his money. And if I were the Yankees in the offseason, I would do everything I can to give him the contract that he wants or an affordable contract that they think he's worth. Because
he's a corner outfielder.
Even if you give him 140, 150, he's one of the best. When healthy, he's one of the best players in baseball. You give him the contract and move on from that because those are the guys that. Could you stop doing that, Tyler?
No, sorry.
I just think that it's interesting where the Yankees could go, but I didn't know that Trevor Story is a restricted free. So and he's a guy.
Colorado's been so diligent to move him, but they're stupid with it.
He's a guy that the Yankees really, really like. And by the way, DJ LeMayo's been talking high regards to him, and he wants him to come here to New York. I wouldn't be surprised. Tyler. You might be on this. I did read something that the Yankees. I know Brian Cashman loves Trevor Story. So, and over here in Yankee Stadium, he's a perfect fit when it comes to his power.
Forget the power. He's a defensive.
He's got good
The only
power.
downside to Story
You
is
move Gleyber Torres to second base.
The only downside to Story is on a team that strikes out a lot already. He'll also pick strikeout guy though. So
it doesn't matter. You're in a lineup that
That's
strikes
why
out.
you give up Voit, who's a strikeout guy. You give up Gallo, who's a strikeout guy. You give up Hicks, who's a strikeout guy.
Hicks is not a strikeout guy. He's a contact hitter.
248's a contact.
He's a contact hitter. He doesn't strike out a lot. So I don't know why you hate Hicks so much.
It's not that I hate Hicks. I think
Hicks
his contract is too much.
8 years, $10 million. I mean, $10 million a year.
He's got 5 left
for an outfielder, a center fielder that has the arm, and he could be a 5-tool player. He can steal bases. He can hit for home runs and power. He's a righty and a lefty.
First of all,
he
that's
hits
all
both.
pre-injury. His injury for what he does is not good.
Yes, but he's got one of the best arms in baseball. He could steal. He hits on both sides, right and lefty. He hits for power. Hicks is a steal. I mean, and to me, I would wait until the last 3 years of his contract, then trade him. You still could get a lot for him because Hicks, you can't find center fielders that could do all that for $10 million. How many center fielders in the league, top 5, between the top 10, that make $10 million a year?
Okay. When you put it that way, fine. Maybe he's a steal. I don't know if he's a top 10 center fielder, but hey,
he is.
But it's a good value no matter where
he is,
at least for the money per year. Now the length is a little concerning with the injuries, but
when he got this contract, he was considered a top 5 center fielder in the league, and that was 2 years ago. And he got $10 million, and the Yankees got him as a steal. So just think, a few years ago, and now he doesn't. Again,
you know what the sad part is about all this?
What?
Clint Frazier's as good as gone.
Thank God.
Oh, stop.
He stinks, man. Clint Frazier can't. Dude, it's like you're telling people that
Didn't you just praise Gary Sanchez for his work defensively, and Clint Frazier, that's all he if anyone improved defensively, I don't know who improved more defensively on this team than he did.
And he can't hit under the clutch.
None of this team can hit in the clutch. That's why they were one and done in the playoffs.
He played. He had 183 at bats. He batted 186. Okay,
and Sanchez hit who?
Sanchez hit 204 and he hit 23 home runs. Okay, as a catcher.
You keep saying that, but Clint Frazier is a better.
By the way, his WAR is
catcher.
negative 1.4.
He had a bad year. Yes,
bad year. Negative 1.4.
He had a bad year.
That's a horrible year.
Also, though,
his career WAR is 0.2
during
wonderful
the COVID season. He was a lightning in a bottle,
dude. He has a 0.2 WAR. Okay, in his career,
he hasn't put it together yet, and that's a shame. But
Good.
I'm not. I don't want to give up on the
He needs to be traded. He needs to be traded. You're not going to get much for him, but
he'll be part of another deal.
He'll go somewhere else and he'll play better. I just don't think he's a Yankee.
He's going to go somewhere else and
he's not a Yankee.
Be the prospect that
That's
he's
fine.
supposed to be.
He go to Cincinnati.
And then people like you are going to be like, I wish we could have kept him.
No, I wouldn't,
He'll
because he doesn't belong in New York. He can't play in New York. Can't stand the credit. Can't stand
He'll go back to Cleveland and then strive with Ahmed Rosario.
I'm just telling you the truth, Kyler. You like these guys, and these guys don't produce. They don't. And then you hate the guys that do produce.
Who do I hate that produces?
You don't like Hicks. Aaron Hicks is a way better player than Clint Frazier.
Right, but he's also older, and I would rather shave the salary
to
get a pitcher.
How old is Clint Frazier? How old is Clint Frazier?
25.
6 now.
26.
And what's he making? Maybe $2 million.
Let me see. Clint Frazier's 27. Okay, Aaron Hicks is 31. Going to be 32. Is he that much older? And he's a much better player.
I wouldn't say much, but
he's a much better player.
We'll see how he looks.
Switch hitter, throws. Who's got the better arm? Aaron Hicks by far.
I wouldn't say by far.
By far, he's a way better defensive.
The Yankees don't have another pure center fielder to just move on from Hicks right now.
Dude, Hicks is a great defensive player.
So
he's a great.
So Gardner's gone,
obviously.
Right? Oh, thank God.
He's going to retire. He's going to retire. He's done.
Thank God. I mean,
Urshela's gone.
Old man, with Gardner, I like Brett, but he's got to go.
They brought him back as a statesman. That's it.
Yeah, well, thank God he's gone. I mean, and I'll tell you this right now. Cole is going to have a lot of pressure on him this year because if he doesn't produce, I think the Yankees, even with because
they're not. No, they're stuck with him.
They're stuck with him. He's young. They can move on from that contract. Absolutely. They'll be if they
trade Garrett Cole. You know what you're doing?
Dude, I'm not.
You're tearing the whole house down.
Dude, I'm not trading anything. Oh. Garrett Cole has got to produce this coming year in the playoffs for the
he's
Yankees.
He's going to be top 3 in Cy Young voting. So
yeah, he was this year. But in the playoffs, he just didn't show up. He was top 3 again this year, but he didn't show up in the playoffs. And his second half of the season, the last 2 months, he was horrible. I think he was 0-5 in the last 2 months. Wasn't good. And his ERA was like 5.
Mm-hmm.
So he needs to.
Where have we seen that before?
What are you talking about?
Luis Severino had the same pattern. Same pattern.
Well, Luis Severino, and I think this is a very big year for Luis, because Luis, I think, has one more year left on that extension that the Yankees gave him before his shoulder surgery and his elbow surgery. So this is an important year for Luis Severino too, and I think he's going to be very, very important to that staff too. So
and please don't bring Corey Kluber back. Whoever's listening,
I don't
please,
think they
for the love of
are. I
God,
don't think
please.
they are. I think they'll bring in another veteran. I don't know who it will be, but they'll bring in a veteran. What's his name again from the Mets is going to be available.
Syndergaard?
No, I would bring Syndergaard in a heartbeat. I don't think.
No, absolutely not.
I would bring him in.
You want to talk about somebody that can't pitch in New York? My God.
I think he'd pitch in New York.
Then why don't you sign Matt Harvey while you're at it?
Syndergaard is good stuff. He just doesn't know how to use it.
Well,
he couldn't stay healthy. Syndergaard's got
and he's a
great
jackass.
You got Stroman, you got Taijuan Walker also available too. So but Stroman's going to want a good amount of money.
I'd go after the Philly guy that could be available because I think he needs to clean up. Yeah, I think he needs to be clean up. I don't know, man, because I've been hearing things that Philadelphia is willing to trade Nola. He didn't have a great season.
He's been really streaky throughout his career.
Yeah, I think Nola would be somebody that the Yankees maybe can get a steal.
But no, because I like Talion. I think
the Italian's going to be on the team.
No, I know, but no, what I'm saying is
he's not expensive.
I get it. So you got him at 3.
No, Montgomery's 3.
No, Montgomery, I think is 2.
I think
Severino,
no. Savarino's 2. Everybody, it's Cole, Savarino, Montgomery.
I'm not rushing Severino to a 2,
but he is. He's going to be the
talent-wise. He might get there, but to start the year, I'm not pushing him that way.
Well, hold on one sec. He's going to have the whole offseason. He'll be able to spring training. I think he's going to be the 2. I really do. I think it's him, unless they bring somebody in that is worthy enough to be the 2, like a Verlander, who you keep bringing Verlander. You could get Verlander on a cheap coming back from a UCL tear. I don't know why you don't like him. He pitches well in New York. He's UCL tear.
Didn't he say something stupid about Yankee fans?
No.
He said something.
I
don't remember anything.
I could have sworn he said something slick.
Who cares what he says? You put him in that. You put him in that rotation with him and Cole. And by the way, they played in the same rotation in Houston. I think it would. I think it would make
their pitching didn't cheat. It was their hitting.
I think Verlander could be definitely a guy that I'd look at where you don't have to pay him. What are you going to pay him? $5 million?
No, he's going to want 8
to
10.
Dude, he's 38 years old.
He's not going to get 8.
He's 38 or 39 years old. He's going to get $5 million, $6 million, a veteran, like a baseball veteran's minimal. And I'll tell you this right now. Why wouldn't he come play in New York? Him and Cole are very close. They have a very good relationship. And I think, honestly, I think you could get him on the cheap. Bring him over there. I would take a run for him than anybody else. I mean, because think about it.
Well, he shouldn't be the only one. They'll compilate a bunch of other.
They'll reach out to a bunch of veterans.
Pitchers,
But I think Verlander.
They need like 3 of them.
I think Verlander would definitely come here in New York. Definitely, he pitches very well in Yankee Stadium.
They bring back Andrew Heaney.
No.
Yeah, they'll bring back Andrew Heaney and be like, "Look, we found our guy."
They'll put him in the bullpen if they do that. But I think the Yankees will. They're going to go for something along those lines when it comes to pitching. They're not going to want to pay.
They need a different identity. They need depth, like you see.
The relief pitching. Right? I see
versatile guys that could be both swing guys.
That's where I think the Yankees are going to go. They're going to go relief.
Kimbrel needs to be a phone call.
I think they'll reach out to Kimbrel, but Kimbrel's going to want to
maybe Knubel needs to be a phone call.
Keep in mind though, Kimbrel,
it's a lot of money.
He's not a pure closer.
Knubel's not going to be
not the same. Knievel's not going to be a lot of money.
No, I said Kimbrel.
No, Kimbrel's going to be a good amount of money because he's going to want to get paid as a closer. But if the Yankees aren't going to use him as a closer, he doesn't contribute a lot of value.
Well, I heard that. I think the Yankees, if Chapman comes back next year, if they don't let him go or trade him, because he still has one more year left on his contract. Next year is his last year. I could see the Yankees trading him or moving him to the 8th inning. He is not going to be the closer next year. He will not. They're going to bring in somebody that's going to close. Britton's gone. I think they'll trade him. I think because Britton has one more year left on his contract.
Yeah,
right?
3 years. 3 years, 13.
Goodbye. Him and Adam Ottavino, man. They can't bring in.
They'll trade.
They'll trade.
No, he sucked here. Then he goes to Boston.
He was always streaky year to year.
And then guess what? World Series comes
he was
around,
always like that in his whole career.
I think they'll trade
1 year of 5 ERA, then a 2.48, then another 4. Then the Yankees got him. He was great. Then he was bad. It's always been like that.
They'll trade Britton. I think
Bag of peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
Loizaga was very good this year. He is a very important.
You know what? I would like to see him get a shot.
He's a very because I think he's very important.
But he's good in so many roles, which is good.
Him
too.
and Chad Green, they'll bring Chad Green back.
Well, they need to bring Chad Green back.
They'll bring Chad Green back. Chad Green is arbitrated, I think, this year. He's one of the arbitrated guys that they have to arbitrate. But they'll bring him, Loizaga. They need 2 more relief pitchers in that relief. And
2?
Maybe 2.
2?
Yeah. Think about it. They have Loizaga, Chad Green, and Chapman still there. That's 3 guys. You need 2 or 3. I would say 2 guys.
2 at least. But they can also discover guys in the season too.
Yeah.
Relief pitchers are very fluky, where they can actually get them.
Back Jonathan Holder?
No, you bring it.
That's Aaron Boone's go-to guy.
No,
I'm in a pitch. Give me the Holder. Give me Holdsy.
That's fine. You could bring in Holder. Holder's he's not going to pitch a lot. They're going to bring it. They're going to bring in 2 pitch. I believe they're going to bring in 2, maybe 3 relief pitchers.
And they could discover
a
something
catcher.
in the season, so.
Maybe
they could come in the season. They're fluky.
I mean, being that they were probably very happy the Astros and the Red Sox didn't win, but they weren't. But they weren't very happy that both those teams went to the ALCS and one of them went to the World Series. So I believe the Yankees will make and spend a little bit more money than people thought they were going to spend in the offseason. I'm wondering what they're going to. I do believe they're going to go after a catcher. I do. I do believe they're going to go after a catcher. I don't know if it's Perez.
Oh, my guy retired, so whatever.
I do believe they. You're saying Trevor Stories is he's a free agent. I do believe they'll go after Trevor Stories.
A catcher and Trevor Stories.
Why not?
No, depending on who the catcher is.
Trevor Stories is it. First of all, you saw what the players got paid last year. Trevor Stories is not going to make what you think he's going to make.
He's going to make $125.
Yeah, that's what that's affordable contract for the Yankees. That's affordable.
Right. So
remember, they have 9 guys or 8 guys that are arbitrated. They're not going to arbitrate all of them.
You have to.
Why?
You can't trade a guy that's not under contract.
What are you talking about?
So they don't.
They arbitrate him first.
They'll arbitrate him first, and they'll trade him. But they're not going to arbitrate all of them. They don't have to.
The arbitration hearings happen before the spring training.
Yeah, they don't have to arbitrate.
They can arbitrate them. He'll get that set base value, and then they could trade him.
They're not going to make a
training.
Do you know how many people are going to be interested in Luke Voigt? I mean, there's a lot of teams that'll be interested in Luke Voigt. He's a
Cardinal.
What do you mean he's a Cardinal?
He'll end up with the Cardinals somehow.
I'll tell you right now, he's one of the best powered first basemen in the league. So to get it, you could get something for him. You could get a relief pitcher.
Yes.
Oh, swap back Voigt and Gallegos. There you go.
I don't know what they're going to do.
Screw you. Don't bring that guy back here. Don't bring him back.
He pitched well last year.
Yeah, not here. He can't pitch in. You want to know guys that can't play in New York? He can't play in New York. You know who I want? I
don't think the Cardinals are getting rid of him.
I think this is the offseason. You see Hader get traded.
No.
Yes.
No. Why would you?
Yes.
Hader's going to be expensive.
What do you mean?
He's going to be expensive. When you have to extend his contract, he's going to be expensive.
I don't think they're trading him now.
Nah, I think so.
He's expensive.
There's no better time.
You want to go after Hader? You're going to have to pay him a lot of money. Like I'm talking about 15, 16 million.
2-3 years down the road. Okay.
What do you mean? 1 year?
The Brewers are not trading him right now.
1
They
year.
had a nice season, and he's the best,
Maybe they will.
most versatile relief pitcher.
Well, then I want the Brewers.
If they go after Hader, they're not going to go after all these relief pitchers. They're going to go after him, and that's
you
it.
can get Hader and bring in Knuble and Daniel Hudson and who else off the top of my head?
I think
That's
knowing the
probably
Yankees
good enough because Hader could serve so many roles.
Knowing the Yankees, they still have good pitchers in their farm system that could be relief pitchers. So the Yankees are not going to go after
Albert Abreu.
No, they have a lot. They have
New
a lot.
guys can be discovered. It's a fluky position.
If you look at the Yankees prospects, they're
Schmidt, Brady Coker, Brady Kogner.
They have a good prospect that tore it last year. I think it tore his ACL or UCL, and that's why he didn't get called up this year. I'm trying to find the Yankees prospects. I know they have.
They have a lot of those younger AA, single A type pitchers that are pretty.
I'm thinking Debbie Garcia.
Upside.
Right.
Okay.
Clark Schmidt's the guy.
I said that.
Clark
Debbie
Schmidt.
Garcia,
Yeah.
Clark Schmidt, Urshela, and Voigt for Hader is more than fair. More than fair.
Interesting.
I forgot.
Oh, you want Gary
They're not
Sanchez
gonna-
too? Go ahead.
Hold on one second.
And Aaron Boone?
They're not
Go
going to
ahead.
go after Trevor. They're not going to
go after Aaron.
They're not going to go after.
Damn straight, they're not going to go after him.
They're not going to go after Trevor Story because I keep forgetting Anthony Volpe, who they really love. So
Trevor Story is a good. Trevor Story. Makes
yeah,
a lot
but
of sense.
they believe that this kid Anthony Volpe is going to be. Why would they go after Trevor Story when they know that this kid is the future and he could be called up either this year or in the middle of the
He's
next
19
year?
years old.
Because
and Trevor Story,
they already
you're
say
a
he's
win now team.
Dude, they already say that he's ready. You know, they listen.
So then, by your logic, they say Austin Wells is ready. So you don't need a captain.
No. They believe
What
this.
time is it?
Dude, they believe he's ready, dude.
I'm ready to.
You're ready to play baseball for the New York Yankees.
Well, I've been ready since I was like 5 for that.
Have
but
fun getting managed
Dude,
by Aaron
Volpe
Boone.
is the best tool player.
Call my agent. Don't call me directly.
Listen to this. The best tool players is 5 tools when it comes to hitting. Best hitter average, Anthony Volpe in their prospects. Best power hitter, Anthony Volpe. Best strikeout zone discipline, Anthony Volpe. Fastest base runner, Anthony Volpe. Best athlete, Anthony Volpe. He's going to be the guy, man. They're going to bring him
We're
up.
going to hear Anthony Volpe's name every Yankee conversation until spring training.
And by the way, Jason Dominguez lost his spot. The other catcher the other shortstop that they drafted before,
the Wake Forest kid.
They're saying that he's the second best prospect the Yankees have. And
Well, you don't need both of them,
No,
so trade the kid from Wake Forest.
I understand that, but you're not going to just trade him for anything. He's a big top prospect. Why would you trade him?
Hader.
You're going to trade
Josh Hader,
a top end prospect.
The Brewers just won the division.
A top end shortstop for Josh Hader.
It's going to be a
because you're not giving up
pretty
your
big haul.
best shortstop. You're giving up the second.
You don't
best
trade.
guy.
You don't
But
trade.
it's going to up the haul.
Why would you trade your second best prospect for Josh Hader, who's 30 years old? I'm not doing.
Hader's
that.
not 30 years
Yes,
old.
he is.
No way.
Josh Hader's 30 years
He's
old.
27, 28 years old.
Go up to his age, Josh.
There's
Hader.
no way Josh Hader is 30. No chance. Because when he got called up, he was 24. How old was that?
27.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's 27.
But
He's going to be
again,
28 next
He's
year.
got 10 years left.
The Brewers are going to steepen the price for it, though. So it's going to be very hard.
Well, Volpe is what? Where is he ranked in the pipeline of Major League Baseball?
Number 13, number
Okay.
12. They're not
So
trading
the
him.
second best guy's got to be in the 30s or 50s, right?
For the Yankees, probably not.
No, for the Yankees, he's second.
No. I mean, for you're judging the entire prospect ranking.
Probably
Dominguez
50.
is probably in the top 50, but being that
But
he's
he
younger.
passed Dominguez.
No, he passed Dominguez.
No. I'm not talking about Volpe. I'm talking about Dominguez.
No, their second shortstop just passed Dominguez. He's the second best prospect.
Okay, so he's probably fringe 50 something.
Okay. That's a big
So you want to
piece
trade
of
all?
the haul.
You're going to trade all 3 of them because that's probably what the Brewers are
All
going to
three
ask
of
for.
Volpe.
The
and-
prospects.
They're not.
You're
no,
crazy.
no,
The
you're-
Brewers are not asking for that.
The Brewers
You're
just
on
won a
drugs.
division. They're not going
What
to
drugs
just
you
give
got
them
hidden in
away.
your
Hold
beard
on one
over there?
second. You think the Yankees are going to trade the 13th?
No.
best
I think the
prospect?
Brewers are going to ask for it.
They're not
though.
going to get that.
No, I don't think they are either. But I'm saying the Brewers just won a division. They're not just going to all of a sudden just dangle them around.
But the Brewers are like the Rays. They have to do
They're
that.
not like the
because
Rays.
They are. They don't have a payroll
The
like
Brewers
that.
are a middle tier payroll, not a low like the Rays.
The Yankees aren't trading. I think Volpe is untouchable for the Yankees, and so is Jason Dominguez. 2 guys that are the future of the Yankees. They're not trading any of those guys. The second shortstop, yeah, they can use him as
That's
a trade.
what I'm saying. The
a
kid
trade
from Wake
guy.
Forest, Debbie
But
Garcia,
he's supposedly supposed to
and
be
Gary
really
Sanchez
good.
should get the job done.
I wouldn't trade all those guys
Watch
for him.
should have more trade deadline than offseason.
I would not trade all that for
Pitchers
for
are gonna
one pitcher
emerge.
for a
The,
relief pitcher.
the best relief pitcher in baseball,
I still
the best closer in baseball.
I wouldn't trade him for 3. You're trading your second best prospect in all of
Who
your
has
farm
no
system.
room?
That's fine. You don't just trade him away. Those are guys that are great
Did you
trade
just say
chip.
they could use him
Yeah.
as trade bait?
Yes, but he's a trade chip. You just don't give away. Okay.
We're not giving him away. You're getting the best closer in baseball.
And consider closers fall apart every single year.
But he's
I'm
not just a closer. He's not just a pure closer.
And let's just say Chapman, throws a stink. I'm the closer or I'm leaving. All right, fine. Hader can be the 8th inning guy. He can be an opener. He can be a multi-inning opener. There's many things Josh Hader can do.
He's been
He's
in
a
the-
younger, better version of Chapman.
He's been in the National League and he's never played in the American League, and that's
Exactly what Aroldis Chapman did before we got him.
yeah. And Aroldis Chapman wasn't as great as you thought. He was much better in the National League than he was in the
Oh
American
yeah, he was phenomenal with Cincinnati.
Yeah, it's different when you play in the American League and the power that you have to deal with.
I'm disappointed in you, Baker Mayfield.
Why?
What?
Why?
It's like when the mom and dad fight and you don't want to pick a side.
Yeah.
He doesn't like Beckham. He just doesn't want to admit it. He don't like
I know. Tyler's just in conflicts. That's 2 of his 5 favorite players
Dude,
of the NFL.
dude, why is it that when Landry's on the field, he's getting the ball, and when Beckham is on the field, he doesn't? He doesn't like Beckham.
Hold on.
What? What are you reading?
I'm trying to read what his answer is to the question.
It's muted. How are you gonna?
Because
How are you gonna be able to hear?
He's not going to answer any
on the
questions.
He's answering it right now.
No,
Yes,
he's
and it's muted.
You're not
gonna be able to hear it.
I'm telling you
Well,
right.
they're dumb because they had the question in a box. so
I
you
know.
could
I read
so they
it.
answered.
I read what he said. He's not going to answer the questions that they're asking. He's giving you straight answers. And if you look at Odell Beckham's numbers, they're completely down since he came here. So 7 touchdowns in 3 seasons to 5 seasons of 44 with the Giants.
When he gets cut tomorrow morning and he signs with a good team,
he should go to Green Bay.
He goes and he doubles his numbers. I don't want to hear anyone say another
If
word.
he goes to Green Bay, he will. Because I think he'll be a great, shiny little tool that Aaron Rodgers could use. I'm telling you.
Aaron Rodgers ain't going to like Odell Beckham Jr.
I think he will. I think he
Aaron
will.
Rodgers don't like nobody.
I think he will.
Aaron Rodgers likes Aaron Rodgers.
Because if Aaron Rodgers gets, first of all, every quarterback is cocky. I don't know what you're talking about.
Aaron Rodgers is a dick.
That's fine. So are half all the quarterbacks in the league.
Tom Brady's a low ball.
What makes you? First of all, what makes you think that Aaron Rodgers is a dick? Do you know that? Have you met him? Seriously,
If your family doesn't like you, there's a problem.
He's fine with his family. It was his girlfriend.
Now.
It was his girlfriend.
He's almost 40 years old. I hope you make amends with your family.
Dude, he's fine with his family. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you know the story?
Henry Ruggs can't even stand.
Yeah, he hurt himself.
Well,
Hurt his foot. I think it was his foot. It
Derek
sucks.
Carr, lovable guy.
I like Derek Carr.
I like Derek Carr too. Comes from a good lineage of quarterbacks.
Just remember, you know nothing. You know nothing about Aaron Rodgers, and you throw him under the bus like he's some terrible person. You really don't know.
He needed somebody else to shift to after Lamar Jackson.
I don't know.
I never disliked Lamar Jackson as a person. I just doubt his ability to win games with his arm.
Yeah, well, I don't know what makes you think that Aaron Rodgers is such a bad guy. That's all I'm saying. Your
Greg
thoughts,
Jennings didn't help my case at all.
Yeah, well, Greg Jennings didn't like Brett Favre. Okay, he didn't like anybody.
No, Brett Favre was an established
when
guy
he went
at
to.
that point.
What do you mean?
Aaron Rodgers is established now, but when Aaron Rodgers started it, Greg Jennings.
Greg Jennings didn't like him. Michael Finley, Jermichael Finley didn't like him. And you know where they all went after that? Nowhere.
Well, Jermichael Finley was always hurt. That was the bigger reason for him.
Okay.
Greg Jennings was a 2-season
Devontae
wonder.
Adams loves him. Jordan Nelson loves him. Cobb loves him. Why are all these other guys loving him? Dude, you hear what you're not going to like that. Not everybody likes each other, okay? Just because they didn't get the ball as much as they wanted it, and stuff like that.
Donald Driver didn't have that problem, even though he had his
Donald
career.
Driver speaks nothing but high regards of
He didn't
Aaron
get the
Rodgers.
targets from Aaron Rodgers, but he still didn't really say anything bad about him.
I want to get Donald Driver on the show. I think Donald Driver is a person that you can get in touch with. Nothing got him on a fucking show, so why can't we?
That's a great answer.
No.
He fucking did it. Why can't we?
So nothing got him on
Can
the
that be our
show.
slogan? They fucking did it. Why can't we?
I mean, I would love to get Donald Driver on the show because I know Donald Driver.
I would like to get Craig Jennings on the show. Maybe
Greg Jennings. Greg Jennings is only going to speak bad about him on what he says. Listen, I don't care what anybody says because I've seen what people have said about him and what people haven't said about him. And by the way, a lot of people have said that he's a good, kind-hearted person. And as far as his mother and his, what are you? I just gave you names.
What time is it? My head is starting to hurt.
Matthew speaks nothing but high regards in him.
Who?
Clay Matthews.
Clay Matthews speaks nothing but high regards to him. I mean, seriously, he's not as bad as you make him out to be. And the fact that you don't even know who he is or you've never even interviewed him, why you say he's a bad guy makes no sense either. So
he's a dick.
Look, he's a dick. That's why he's dating one of the nicest movie stars in the movie business.
You don't know that.
Yeah, she is.
How do you know?
I'm telling you, she is.
You've met her?
I never met her personally, but I've read what people say about her. She's one of the kindest people in the movie business.
I hope so.
And I've met a lot of movie stars. Yes, I never met her, but
I didn't say you haven't met anybody.
But
I said her.
I've met people that have been, I've worked with her. So, listen.
Dead clock is right twice a day.
Listen, what you hear about people, yes, you're gonna hear, dude. I've heard things about people said about Tom Brady. Okay, does that mean Tom Brady was a bad guy? No, it doesn't mean
There's nothing wrong with that man.
Joe Montana. You want to talk about a bad guy, a person that's not a nice guy? Joe Montana. I've read and I've heard enough things about Joe Montana. You want to talk about a bastard?
Oh,
that's him. Also, Brett Favre, not a nice person.
Damn, that's heartbreaking because Brett Favre seems like a lovable guy.
Mm-hmm. You want to talk about a mean person? Look what he did to Aaron Rodgers for 3 years, and he
was right about that.
Really,
it's not my job to teach you; it's your job to learn.
Okay.
He's right.
Does Aaron Rodgers do that to Jordan Love?
I have no idea how Aaron Rodgers
He
treats
doesn't.
Jordan Love.
When Zach Wilson went to the Green Bay Packers,
here we go.
When he went to the camp, he did nothing but stand there and help him out and try to teach him coverage and everything like that. Dude, you read things and you attack people that you don't know.
I don't like Aaron Rodgers.
Why don't you like him?
I don't know. I've never liked Aaron Rodgers.
I don't understand. He's a special player. We're not going to see players like that.
So is LeBron. I still don't like LeBron.
I want to know something. I think more and more you see what's going on with Patrick Mahomes. More and more you see that he might be a little bit overrated of what people were talking about. I'm just letting you know. Look at his team, and you're talking about a quarterback that everybody said compares him. It compares him to Aaron Rodgers. He doesn't make everybody around him better. You put your head down all you want. He doesn't.
No.
Could you imagine Aaron Rodgers with the weapons he has? Oh my God.
Devontae Adams is better than Tyreek Hill.
Really?
Yes, but not by much.
Yes.
Travis Kelce, Tyreek Hill, all the weapons that he has.
Those are the only weapons he has.
No, they're not.
This year, the rest of them have had trouble. Hardman
but they're still good players.
Pringle.
They're still good players. And you want to know something? If
So is Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones
is better than Hilaire. Yeah,
he's a running back.
So that's help.
And again, Aaron Jones, we'll watch him in the playoffs again, throw up another dud because he's not a good playoff player. You'll watch this year. Aaron Jones will choke in the playoffs like he did last year. He's not a good playoff player under pressure, and you'll see it'll all be left into Aaron Rodgers' arm and for Aaron Rodgers to make the plays.
But isn't that the all-time greats job?
Go look at his all-time great numbers in the playoffs. They're pretty damn fucking good.
One Super Bowl.
One Super Bowl. Again, he's had
difficult NFC.
Oh, my God. A difficult NFC. He's had the worst defenses in NFL history, and he's taken them to NFC title games. By the way, back-to-back NFC title games, which is not easy to do. So
he lost to Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay.
And then he
lost to their running game. They didn't lose to Jimmy Garoppolo.
Their defense stinks.
Raheem Mostert was the best player in that game.
Unfortunately, in society, that's how we do this. Quarterback versus
quarterback.
Makes no sense to never play.
Are lazy
makes no
with
sense.
that. I know.
Dude,
and then, who was the game before that? Or the game after that?
Tampa.
Oh, well, we all knew he wasn't beating Brady. So
he outplayed Brady in that game.
In the second half.
No, he outplayed Brady in that game.
No, the first half
he outplayed Brady in that game. Yes, he did. The whole game, he outplayed Brady. It wasn't because of Aaron Rodgers that they lost. Their defense couldn't stop a nosebleed.
Well,
their defense stinks. They always
Matt LaFleur's a jackass, but other than that,
too. Yep.
They could. Matt LaFleur. The only reason why that team is good is Aaron Rodgers. Let's call a spade a spade. It's that team is not good. You take him out of that roster. That team is a one-win team. A one-win team.
Well, look at what Russell Wilson means to Seattle now, too.
No, I'm not taking that away from Russell Wilson. I think Russell Wilson's special. I would never say that. You know,
I think he needs to be in blue and white.
But anyways, my camera went off. So, anyways, that is it for our show. We will be back
on the screen.
We'll be back. It's all right. We'll be back.
Show's over.
We'll be back.
Show's been over.
We'll be back. No, I had a good time. We'll be back tomorrow. Definitely going to talk more baseball. who do we have on tomorrow?
So tomorrow we got a 9:30 Pro Football Focus NFL reporter Doug Kide.
Okay.
And then 10 o'clock we got Kide, yeah. At 10 o'clock we have the Athletic NBA podcaster, Bleacher Report writer, and founder of the jumpball.net, Mo Dakhil.
Interesting. Well, a big show tomorrow. And then next week, don't forget, Wednesday, we have the Beef joining us. It'll be interesting. Him and Tyler.
I wonder if the bread man's going to have 6 or 7 goals by the time he comes.
Who, you're talking about Panarin?
Yes. Yep, and I'll still say trade him.
Well,
shocking.
No, he just said he didn't say trade him. He said I would trade him for Barzell. And by the way,
no.
And by the way,
comment came because of the stupid comment he made before.
By the way, if you line up, and it's so interesting, I did bring that up to a Ranger fan today.
Who?
Ranger, you don't know him. You don't
I just want to know who.
He's a Ranger fan.
Because I want to call him out right now.
He's a bigger Ranger fan than you. I can tell you that.
Okay, because he's probably older than me too.
He is.
Okay.
And I said, who would you rather, a top 5, top 6 center in the league, or a top winger? He says a top. And I said, who would you want? Honestly, Barzell, who's 23 years old, Panarin. He told me, not by much, he'd take Barzell. That's what he said. So it's all about the position that you play. It's harder to find a top line number 1 center than it is to find a winger that can put the puck in the net.
I mean, he does so much more than put the puck in the net. That's
okay. Well,
he makes everyone on his line better.
And what do you think Barzell does? So, anyways,
win face
what?
off and skate real fast.
He's pretty damn good, man.
He is very, very good.
He's got 4 goals.
Top 5 center, but that's fine.
He is a top 5 center. Every statistic shows you that he is.
I got 3.
His plus minus
immediately.
His plus minus. He plays in a defensive style of game. He still scores 25 goals a season. And he should be. If he played an offensive style of game, he'd be playing 30. He would be scoring 35.
I've got 3 definitive right now.
Okay. Anyways, that is it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back tomorrow. Until then, Zero Mark, Speedy Petey, and Tyler Harrison saying we'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Edward Lehman has been a trusted insurance advisor for over 16 years with insurance solutions for auto, home, commercial, life, and retirement. He's located at 54 Sunnyside Boulevard, Suite H in Plainview. That's just 1,000 feet south of 495. Local agent, local advice. The time to think about insurance is before you need it. So do yourself a favor, and before you pay your next insurance bill, give Ed and his team a call, 516-935-3900, or visit him online at www.allstate.com/EL. Edward H. Lehman Insurance is your trusted insurance advisor.